and future debates in the coming days and weeks must reflect the nation's horror and sadness at such awful tragedies. The country expects our debates and arguments to be robust, but there's room for consensus too. At times like this, we should reflect on Joe Cox's words about there being more that unites us than divides us. Mr. Speaker, I'm not the first Richard Benyon to have been asked to move the Loyal Address. My great-great-grandfather was the MP for Berkshire between 1860 and 1876. Though in many ways a great man, there is no record of him ever troubling Hansard with any speech, even a maiden speech. However, he was asked by Disraeli to move the Loyal Address in 1869, but replied that, though mindful of the honour, as a matter of principle, he never spoke in Parliament. As you know, Mr. Speaker, my father was one of your predecessors as member for Buckingham, and he told that story to Speaker Thomas, who clasped the hand to his head and said, "How I wish there were more like him in the House." Mr. Speaker, I still think of myself as young, but being asked to do this singular honour reminds me that I am, as golfers put it, on the back nine. In the election that we've all just endured or enjoyed, whatever your perspective, I faced a Labour candidate that was born a year after I was selected to fight the seat I now hold. Teams of therapists will be needed to help me overcome the brutal reality that I've gone straight from being young thruster to old codger with nothing in between. I wrestled the Newbury constituency from the Liberal Democrats at the third attempt. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I want to get it on the record that I reduced the numbers of members of this House who were educated at Eton by one. This may be the reason why some members opposite consider me something of a working-class hero. Newbury is a constituency that is no stranger to controversy. Greenham Common and the atomic weapons establishment at Aldermaston have made it a regular tourist destination for the Leader of the Opposition, among others. He will be pleased that one particular sword has been beaten into a ploughshare, which was the runway at the now decommissioned Greenham Common Air Base, which was taken up and crushed to form Newbury's new and infamous bypass. The only other member for Newbury to have moved the Loyal Address was William Mount in 1905. A year later, he lost his seat due to a combination of negative campaigning by the Liberal candidate. I know that's hard to imagine, and crucially, because he was not a champion of free trade. The latter, a fact not lost on a champion of free trade, his great-grandson, David Cameron. Whilst the area I now represent is by all measure a prosperous area, someone once said to me that deprivation in West Berkshire was when Waitrose runs out of balsamic vinegar. Totally wrong, I should say. But we all, in all our constituencies, know areas of need. Not on the scale of deprivation and poverty that I witnessed in years as a soldier in Belfast in my early 20s, a memory that still has a great impact on my political beliefs today. In all constituencies, there are areas of humanity that have missed out on the prosperity of the fifth largest economy in the world. A rising tide of economic prosperity should lift all boats in the harbour, but that's not happening everywhere. And this Queen's speech has at its heart the words of the Prime Minister on the steps of Number 10 a year ago when she spoke of social justice and of equality of opportunity. The part the part of England that I represent combines so much of what makes me positive about Britain's future. Sitting alongside some of the most breathtaking countryside exists an economy of extraordinary excitement and dynamism. In 1985, a small group of people started working on mobile telecommunications in a one-room office above a curry restaurant in Newbury. That company, Vodafone, still based in Newbury, employs 108,000 people worldwide and is worth £59 billion. West Berkshire remains one of the most exciting places to start or to grow a business. It attracts companies and investment from around the world, and it's a model for the kind of outward-looking, engaged, modern society that works for Britain today. But businesses are not just entities or institutions separate from real lives. They are first and foremost about the people who work in them and those families who in turn depend on them. And as we tackle the big challenge of this Parliament, let us remember what really matters to our constituents. Too often this place and those that report on it are obsessed with the politics of Brexit. Our constituents are concerned with the realities of Brexit. This means the reality for companies in West Berkshire and in all our constituencies that are part of a new generation of creative entrepreneurs in manufacturing, in tech, in life sciences and the service sector. They need to be able to sell their goods and services and expertise in Europe and in the world. And they need to be able to recruit the best people to keep them competitive. Like the majority in my constituency, I voted to remain in the EU. But like the majority of people I represent, and most people in this House, I recognise the result of that referendum. I want to be positive about the future. I want to look back at this time and say I was part of a Parliament that rose to the challenge and with a great unity of purpose helped ensure that Britain successfully reset its relationship with its European neighbours, successfully negotiated access to key markets for its businesses, and whilst controlling immigration, still allowed people to come to Britain to study and to contribute to our economy and our society. The referendum was, in part, about parliamentary sovereignty. So we in Parliament can reflect that by immersing ourselves in the detail of what we can all agree is a great national endeavour. And let our eyes not only be on Europe. As the United States takes a particular route on the environment and climate change, we should grasp the opportunity to ensure the UK becomes the leader in clean tech, green innovation and resource efficiency. I welcome, for example, legislation in this speech that will promote the development of electric vehicles. This will ensure that we are building the cars of the future, maintaining our strength in motor manufacturing, whilst making our towns and cities better places in which to live and work. At times, Mr. Speaker, the problems we face seem massive, and there are times when we might let ourselves think that it's all too difficult. Just when all seems bleak, we as Members of Parliament have a means of keeping ourselves grounded in the realities of life. In our constituencies, we can visit a charity, a school, or a business that inspires us. We can have a quiet conversation, as I had recently, with a veteran coping with life-changing injuries. These experiences lift our eyes to the extraordinary humanity and strength that exists in this country, never more so in this most sombre of times. It's the quiet but determined doers, whether individuals, whether in our public services, in industry, or in voluntary organisations, that we meet on an almost daily basis that makes me optimistic for Britain's future. 27 years ago, John Major spoke of his desire to build a nation at ease with itself. It was a phrase that resonated with me. A nation at ease with itself would present its population with the same opportunities, whatever part of the country or whatever background they came from. Such a society would be one that was enjoying greater prosperity. It would be one where its citizens enjoyed longer and more satisfying lives. It would be one where inequality between the richest and the poorest was narrowing. By every independently produced statistic, we live at or at the threshold of such a time. Those measured indicators are steadily, if too slowly, being achieved. But none of us can claim that our United Kingdom is a nation at ease with itself. Last year's referendum and the recent election has shown that divisions remain wide and potentially harmful. The gracious speech holds firm to the Prime Minister's deeply held belief in having an economy and a society that works for everyone. These are values that matter to her, they matter to me, and I know that they actually matter to every single member of this House. Those we represent deserve to live in a country at ease with itself and with the world. I commend this motion to the House.
Before I proceed, I want to declare an interest. I have ransacked my family vaults. I have found no letter from Mr. Benjamin Disraeli to my great-grandfather or any other member of my family. Mr. Speaker, it is a great honour to be invited to second the humble address, which was proposed so eloquently by my honourable friend, the member for Newbury. Yeah. He was both charming and funny, and that is a much rarer quality than you could expect, Mr. Speaker. It's wonderful to see everything in its place. We have you, Mr. Speaker. We have the government. We have a government. We have the leader of the opposition. In its place. All's well with the world. I'm even delighted to see our old friends, our special friends, the Liberal Democrats, in their place, albeit without a leader, but we can live with that for a while. Still brimming with enthusiasm. Election day, as we all know, was full of surprises. When the exit poll was revealed, there were gasps of anguish, despair, and deep, bitter disappointment. And that was only the members of the Parliamentary Labour Party. We all know how hard the business of putting together a government has been. We know how tortuous the process has been, the debates, the tensions, the difficulties, and we were able to follow every detail closely in the highly objective, scrupulously fair pages of the Evening Standard. It is a great privilege for me, the son of Ghanaian immigrants who came to this country in the 1960s to perform this duty today. My mother lived in Liverpool, where her elder brother was studying medicine. She remembers Sir Winston Churchill's funeral and Liverpool winning the FA Cup. She certainly would never have believed that her only son would become a British Member of Parliament. This is one of the strengths of this country. Now, I know people are wondering, the custom is for this speech to be delivered by a young, thrusting MP. After 7 years in this House, I was slightly confused about this description. One of my honourable friends, a former whip, said, "Oh, you're meant to be the young one, are you?" In my intake of 2010, I have seen such meteoric high flyers as a business secretary, a home secretary, and even a Lord Chancellor. And then there's me. May I reassure members, may I reassure the Prime Minister, I am still young, Still thrusting. The occasion is also a great honour for my constituency Spelthorne. But as an MP, we can all reflect that politics is not all about set-piece occasions and big speeches. When first I walked down the high street in Ashford, I wondered how I would be treated. An elderly woman came up to me and said, rather surprisingly, "Mr. Kwarteng, I'm going to vote for you." Then I made the fatal mistake. I asked the question no candidate should ever ask. Why? "Oh, I don't know," she said. "I like seeing your smiley face in the newspaper." We must never attempt to second guess at every stage our voters' motivations. The borough I have the honour to represent has so many political and historic associations. Staines, of course, was where the barons assembled before forcing King John to sign the Magna Carta in Runnymede. It was in Staines that Sir Thomas More, one of your less fortunate predecessors, Mr. Speaker, was tried before his execution on Tower Hill. May you avert that fate. One of my recent predecessors, Sir Humphrey Atkins, was Chief Whip and then Northern Ireland Secretary in turbulent times. These days, my constituency is very much a place of business with a range of enterprises from small startups to global companies such as Shepperton Studios and BP. Spelthorne has a thriving business community, which is, of course, greatly helped by our location with excellent links to London and Heathrow Airport, I should suggest to you. To you, Mr. Speaker. There is also a great innovative spirit in my constituency, and with a study as recently as 2015 concluding that Staines-upon-Thames was the #1 town in the country to start a new business, with 3 times as many startups every year as the UK average. Despite changes in the way we do business and the technology that we use, Mr. Speaker, the traditions of this House have withstood the onslaught of time. You, Mr. Speaker, uphold the great traditions of this House and our parliamentary system. These institutions have evolved and remain. How can I put this? I was at a loss for words. I was thinking of a phrase. Of course, strong and stable. I'm delighted that the government's programme is ambitious. The government's programme is ambitious. We have Brexit, and when we look at the Great Repeal Bill, we have to consider what a great and significant piece of legislation it is. The original European Communities Act was passed in 1972. Feelings were so strong at that time that it took 300 hours of parliamentary debate before that bill was passed. Feelings are no less strong today because the future of the country is at stake. The complexities of the Great Repeal Bill will be debated extensively in the next 2 years. It will be a great landmark in the parliamentary and constitutional history of this country. A new immigration bill will seek rightly to reduce migration to sustainable levels, and once passed, both these acts will shape Britain very considerably in the years ahead. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the last few months have been, by any standards, horrific. I never thought I would live to see barriers erected on Westminster Bridge. The attacks on innocent people, even within the parliamentary estate, or most recently at the Finsbury Park Mosque, have rightly disgusted the overwhelming majority of decent people in this country. Neither did I think I would see a tower with 500 people sleeping in their homes go up in flames. The appalling scenes of devastation in West London last week can never be forgotten. We can talk of tradition, we can talk of history, but at a time like the present, we must be mindful of human suffering. It was at times like last week that we in this House are reminded of the solemn duties and grave responsibilities we have been called upon by our constituents and the whole country to discharge. The recent terrible events remind us of the awe-inspiring trust with which we've been endowed, and it is in this rather sombre and reflective mood that I commend the gracious speech to the House.
Thank you. The question is that an humble address be presented to Her Majesty as follows. Most gracious Sovereign, we, Your Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the Commons of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to Your Majesty for the gracious speech which Your Majesty has addressed to both Houses of Parliament. I call the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. By tradition, at the beginning of each parliamentary session, we commemorate the members we've lost in the last year. Sadly, Mr Speaker, this year must also mark the passing of those we've lost in horrific events in recent days and weeks. The fire at Grenfell Tower in West London has killed at least 79 people. What makes it both a tragedy and an outrage is that every single one of those deaths could have been avoided. Something has gone horrifically wrong. The North Kensington community are demanding answers, and they're entitled to those answers. Thousands of people living in tower blocks around the country need urgent reassurance, and the emergency services, especially fire and rescue services in this case, deserve our deepest respect and support. I also want to pay a very warm tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Kensington, who in recent days has demonstrated so clearly why her local community put their faith in her determination to ensure that every family is rehoused locally is an exemplary work of a dedicated Member of Parliament, and I think we welcome her to this House. Lessons must be learned, Mr Speaker, in the public inquiry, and a disaster that never should have happened must never happen again. The terrorist attacks in Manchester, London Bridge and Finsbury Park took innocent lives, causing dozens of injuries and traumatised hundreds of people, with willful and callous disregard for human life. The attack in the early hours of Monday morning in my own constituency is a reminder to us all that hate has no creed, that violence has no religion, and that we must stand up to hatred, whoever the target, and stand together against those who would drive us apart. And last night, hundreds of people assembled alongside Finsbury Park Mosque to give just that message, from all communities and all faiths. Our communities and our country are strongest when we're united. As our late colleague Joe Cox said, we have far more in common than that which divides us. It's just over a year ago that Joe was taken from us by someone driven by hatred. Joe was driven by love and by an infectious energy. It was in the spirit of that energy and passion for people, life and justice that so many events were held in her memory around the country last weekend, including one in Muslim Welfare House in my constituency near the site of the vile attack that happened a day later. They held a great get-together at the weekend. We should remember her and thank her and make sure these great get-together events do continue year in, year out to unite our local communities. Earlier this year, Mr Speaker, we also lost the father of the House, Sir Gerald Kaufman, who had served his constituents for nearly 47 years and previously worked for Harold Wilson in Downing Street. Gerald was an iconic and irascible figure in the Labour Party. He came from a proud Jewish background and campaigned to bring peace to the Middle East throughout his life. And it was my pleasure to travel with him in that quest to many countries in the region. And I loved the very many lengthy conversations we had with him. In fact, nobody ever had a short conversation with Sir Gerald. Both Gerald and Joe will be fondly remembered by all who knew them and worked with them. Mr Speaker, I want to congratulate the mover and seconder of the Queen's speech. First, I do congratulate the Honourable Member for Newbury on his speech. My mother told me of the joy of Greenham Common because she was there, and I went to visit her there, and I hope that he will understand the deep love of humanity that motivated all those women and others to go to Greenham Common during those days. And I would like to thank him for taking time out from his considerable responsibilities, looking after his extensive property portfolio and tending to his directorship of the UK Water Partnership. I hope one day a Labour government may soon be able to come to the aid of his Newbury constituents by taking water back into public ownership and to the aid of his tenants by ensuring there's a responsibility on landlords to ensure all homes are fit for human habitation. I know the honourable member will also continue diligently to pursue his other interests in Parliament, his interests in defence, in Africa and in rural affairs, and I do agree with part of what he said, where he spoke up of the need for us as a country to adhere to all the agreements on climate change issues all around the world, and I thank him for that part of his speech. I turn now to the seconder of today's loyal address, the Honourable Member for Spelthorne, whose speech was typically articulate and very erudite. After all, he is a former winner of University Challenge, so he would be able to do that. He mentioned Benjamin Disraeli, and I welcome that because Benjamin Disraeli once said, "If I want to read a book, I write one." Well, Mr. Speaker, it seems the honourable gentleman has taken the maxim to new levels, writing or co-writing 6 books during the 7 years he's been a member of this House. And I've been looking through the back catalogue of his books, and one book absolutely stands out. It's a must-read. It's absolutely apposite to our times. I hope it's reprinted. It came out in 2011, and the book said, "After the Coalition." Now, I don't want to cut across any of his present literary representations, but perhaps a sequel may be in the offing. Although I understand the latest coalition may already be in some chaos. And nothing could emphasise that chaos more than the Queen's speech we've just heard. A threadbare legislative programme from a government that's lost its majority and apparently run out of ideas altogether. This would be a thin legislative programme even if it was for 1 year. But for 2 years? 2 years? There's not enough in it to fill up 1 year. Mr. Speaker, it's therefore appropriate to start by welcoming what's not in the speech. Firstly, there's no mention of scrapping the winter fuel allowance for millions of pensioners through means testing. Can the Prime Minister assure us the Conservative plan has now been withdrawn? Mercifully, neither is there any mention of ditching the triple lock. Pensioners across Britain will also be grateful to know whether the Tory election commitment on that has also been binned. And older people and their families might also be keen for some clarity around the government's policy on social care. Whether it's still what was originally set out in the Conservative manifesto, or whether it's what was later amended to, or whether it is now something else entirely. And I'm sure it's just a matter of historical record, but in looking on the Conservative website today, the manifesto has been taken down in its entirety. It apparently no longer exists. The Prime Minister might also like to confirm that food is not, after all, going to be taken from the mouths of infants, and that younger primary school children will continue to receive universal free school meals. On the subject of schools, Mr. Speaker, there was nothing about grammar schools in the gracious speech. Does the Prime Minister now agree with her predecessor that it is delusional to think that a policy of expanding the number of grammar schools is either a good idea, a sellable idea, or even a right idea? Mr. Speaker, the good news may even extend to our furry friends. If the Prime Minister can guarantee the barbaric practice of fox hunting will remain banned in this country. Mr. Speaker, the government has recently embarked on what are likely to be very difficult negotiations concerning Brexit, which the whole House will want to scrutinise. Unfortunately, there have been some leaks, with the other side in the process expressing dismay at the weakness of the government's negotiating skills. But that's enough about coalitions of chaos with the Democratic Unionist Party. We must get on to the even more crucial issue of Brexit. Labour accepted from the beginning that the decision of the referendum has been taken. We are leaving the European Union. The question is how and on what terms. The government could have begun negotiations on a far better footing had ministers accepted the will of the House in July last year and granted full rights to European Union nationals living in this country. I hope now that the minority government will indeed listen to the wisdom of this House a bit more and work in partnership with our European neighbours. It is... of course.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. During the election campaign, he repeatedly refused to rule out a second referendum on our EU membership. Given that Brexit negotiations have now commenced, will he take this opportunity to rule out a second referendum now?
I'm not sure the honourable member was listening very carefully to any of my many speeches in the general election campaign. I made it clear we would negotiate sensibly and fairly with the European Union and bring the results of those negotiations back to this House. It's in all our interests we get a Brexit deal that puts jobs and the economy first. No deal is not better than a bad deal. It's a bad deal and not viable for this country. We need full access to the single market and a customs arrangement that provide Britain, as the Brexit Secretary has pledged, and I quote, with the exact same benefits as now. Neither must arbitrary targets for immigration be prioritised over the jobs and living standards of the people of this country. Let's decide our immigration policy on the basis of the needs of our communities and our economy, not to the tune of dog whistle cynicism of Linton Crosby or the hate campaigns, or indeed, Mr. Speaker, the hate campaigns of some sections of our press whose idea of patriotism is to base themselves in an overseas tax haven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I would like to ask, can he confirm the contradiction in his own plans? That where he plans not to reduce immigration numbers, yet also stopping employers recruiting overseas. Is it not the right honourable gentleman that is a bit wobbly?
Mr. Speaker, we made it very clear throughout the election campaign and before that those employers that unscrupulously recruit low-paid workers from overseas, exploit them in this country and run away with the profits at the same time as creating community discord are wrong, are making money out of poverty and are grossly exploiting very vulnerable people on both sides of the Channel.
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. The Tory position on the single market and the customs union is clear. They were out of both. What is the Labour position on the single market and the customs union?
Again, Mr. Speaker, our position has been absolutely clear. Our position is we need tariff-free access to the European market to protect industries and jobs in this country. And let's have a little bit less from the other side of the dangerous threats of turning Britain itself into a tax haven, which would threaten jobs and public services here far more than in mainland Europe. We do not yet know the official title of the government's much-trumpeted Great Repeal Bill. But if we're talking about taking back control, then Parliament must be able to scrutinise legislation. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, the thin gruel of this gracious speech allows plenty of time for longer debates and greater scrutiny. That must include ensuring that the Human Rights Act and our commitment to the European Convention on Human Rights and the human rights of everyone in this country remain completely and totally intact, and we will ensure they do. It's our determination that by working with devolved administrations, responsibilities such as agriculture and fisheries will be devolved to those administrations and not hoarded in Whitehall. And on the subject of devolved administrations, may I also wish the Prime Minister every success in reconvening talks with all parties to restore the Stormont Assembly in Belfast as soon as possible. We also very much hope that any done deal with the DUP in this place respects the overriding priority of the Good Friday Agreement to maintain peace in Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, a state visit from the Spanish head of state was announced for July, but can the Prime Minister update the House on whether she can still expect the United States head of state to visit any time this year or any time in the future? Just a question. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, public service workers, such as fire service, police and NHS staff, receive huge praise when they respond to terrorist attacks and other major incidents. But it's not good enough to be grateful to our public service workers only at a moment of crisis and disaster. They deserve dignity, the dignity of fully funded services, the dignity of not seeing their jobs cut and living standards fall. There are now 20,000 fewer police officers than when the Conservatives came into office in 2010. And when the police, and Mr. Speaker, when the police raised this subject with the then Home Secretary, do you know what? She accused the police officers of crying wolf. I hope the current Prime Minister will correct the mistakes of the former Home Secretary. The gracious speech promises them all the powers they need. But what the police and security services deserve, and the public demand, is that they will have all the resources that they need.
Order. It is manifestly clear that at the moment the Leader of the Opposition is not giving way. Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because what was briefed to the media yesterday about scrapping the changes to the police funding formula is insufficient. Yes, it is. As they will only move funding between the member for Chester is very prescient and very forward-sighting. Thank you very much. As it will only move funding between rural and urban forces, when the real issue, Mr. Speaker, is the £2.3 billion cut that has been made in police budgets in the past 5 years. Mr. Speaker, our firefighters did an outstanding job at the Grenfell Tower fire. But those firefighters worked incredibly long shifts, in part because there are 600 fewer firefighters in London, 10 fewer fire stations in London, cuts and closures forced through by the previous Mayor of London. And talking to those firefighters, Mr. Speaker, exhausted from their work, who went into a burning building to save people, I said, why do you do it? Why do you go in when you know it's so difficult and so dangerous? They said, because we're firefighters, that's what we're trained to do, that's why we serve the public the way we do. We need more of them, there needs to be greater security for all of them in the future. We have to properly fund our fire services, not just at a time of crises. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the fact that there's a public inquiry going on into Grenfell. But can we take action now? And I pay tribute to those councils, including Croydon Council, for its commitment this week to install sprinklers in all tower blocks of 10 storeys or more. But such minimal fire safety standards cannot be left to a postcode lottery. So will the government make available emergency funds for councils to both check cladding and to install sprinklers? The government should also have committed to a public safety bill to implement the recommendations of the 2013 inquiry into the fire at Lakanal House and reverse its guidance that removed the requirement to install sprinklers in new school buildings. It could still do so, and it would do so with our support, additional to any other recommendations that come from the Grenfell Tower inquiry. Yes, of course.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way and what he said about sprinkler systems for high-rise flats. We have 116 blocks of high-rise flats in my city of Leeds, 26 of which are in my constituency. At the moment, only 8, and those are the sheltered accommodations, will have sprinklers. It will cost £30 million for sprinklers in all of those flats. Would the right honourable gentleman join with me in urging the government to provide the money for all local authorities to put sprinklers into those high-rises?
I absolutely thank my friend for that intervention, and indeed during the discussion we held last week in Westminster Hall about this, her friend, the member for Leeds Central, raised a very similar point about the numbers of tower blocks. And I don't suppose too many members of this House live in tower blocks, but just think for a moment of the sense of fear that so many people had when they saw that Lakanal House fire. They're living on the 15th, 16th, 17th floor, knowing there's no fire ladder that can reach them, no helicopter that can land, and they're reliant on being able to get out or the fire to be contained. We need to give everyone that assurance. And local authorities that have seen massive cuts in their budget over the past years need the resources now to install the necessary sprinkler systems and fire prevention systems. And you cannot just use the excuse that the money isn't there. The money has got to be there to ensure we save life in the future. And we will support the government if it is able to bring that forward. Could I... well, for the last time I'll give way, then I must move on. Yes.
Go on, Andy. Could I, on behalf of my honourable friend for Kensington, Westminster, North Wales, myself, thank him for visiting the area and also for making this an absolute priority. Right. Will he ensure that he and the government ensure that both the disaster relief in North Kensington and also pursuing this issue over the safety of people in tower blocks is made the absolute #1 priority?
That's right, Andy.
I thank my friend. Thank him for the support he's given to my friend the member for Kensington in the work that's been done there. Because what's happened in Grenfell Tower is terrifying for all those there. And I have to say, the problems that have ensued since then indicate just what happens when you cut local authorities' spending to the bone and local authorities cannot cope as a result. We need properly funded, good quality public services in this country. The Prime Minister says that legal support will be made available to the families affected by the Grenfell Tower fire. But they should have had access to legal aid beforehand. And when they were raising their desperate concerns about fire safety, they were ignored, and again ignored by a Conservative-controlled local authority. The lessons of the failed austerity programme must urgently be learned. We cannot have council housing, social housing on the cheap, and we cannot have public services on the cheap. We have to invest in them. So will the Prime Minister now halt the cuts to the police, cuts that the former Met Commissioner this week called an absurdity? Those cuts have affected our prisons too, Mr. Speaker. Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons has expressed his concern at the lack of Prisons and a Courts Reform Bill, one that could have implemented our election manifesto to employ another 3,000 prison officers. Our children's schools are facing budget cuts. Can the Prime Minister confirm whether cuts per pupil funding are going ahead? And can she clarify to the House the status of the national funding formula? Head teachers and teachers are going through incredible stress with oversized classes and the difficulties of maintaining employment of teachers. The gracious speech mentioned legislation to protect victims of domestic violence. But does that also include restoring legal aid in such cases, or restoring the funding to reopen the many refuges that have been closed? We welcome reform of mental health legislation to give it greater priority. And we would welcome an assurance that no mental health trust will see its budget cut this year, like 40% of them did last year. Will she call on the public service pay? Will she call time on the public sector pay cap, which means our nurses are 14% worse off today than they were 7 years ago? As the Prime Minister is aware, some nurses and other public service workers have been forced to resort to using food banks, alongside over 1 million other people in this country. Rising inflation, the effects of low pay, falling real incomes are going to hit even more families. The 6 million workers earning less than the living wage, the millions of people in insecure work, those subject to benefits freeze, and the 5.5 million public servants. We owe them a lot better deal than they've been given by this government in the past 7 years. My party, Labour, won almost 13 million votes at the election, Mr. Speaker. And that was because, Mr. Speaker, we offered hope and opportunity for all and a real change to our country. The Prime Minister began the election campaign. She began the election campaign saying, if I lose just 6 seats, I will lose this election. When it came to it, she lost more than 4 times that many seats to Labour alone. From Cardiff to Canterbury, from Stockton to Kensington, people chose hope over fear. And they sent an unequivocal message, Mr. Speaker, that austerity must be brought to an end. 7 years of Conservative rule has left wages falling, inflation rising, the pound falling, personal debt rising, and the economy slowing. By no stretch of the imagination could any of that be described as strong or stable. I've given way to 3 members on that side and 3 members on this side, so I will conclude my speech. Thank you. If you want to boost pay, the most effective means is through strong and independent trade unions. Workers collectively defending and improving their pay and conditions. So we would repeal the Trade Union Act and strengthen collective bargaining. Across Britain, people have shown they believe there is a better way. In recent years, this government has thrown away tens of billions of pounds in tax giveaways to the very richest and to big business. And at the very same time, closing Sure Start centres, closing libraries, tipping social care into crisis and our National Health Service into record deficit. Under Conservative rule, school budgets have been cut, college courses closed, students being saddled with a lifetime of debt, and per-patient funding in the NHS set to fall for the first time in history. Our manifesto, for the many, not the few, and its popular policies, set out a very different path which caught the imagination of millions. A way for the public really to take back control, so that our key utilities and our railways are taken into public ownership and run in the interests of the many, not to pay the dividends of the few. We would end austerity, Mr. Speaker, by making very different choices. By asking the highest 5% of earners to pay a little bit more, while still keeping the top 10 percentage points lower than it was for most of Margaret Thatcher's time in office. By asking big business to pay a little more in tax, while still retaining a lower corporation tax rate than any other G7 country. Austerity and inequality are choices. They're not necessities. They are not unfortunate outcomes. They are a choice. They are a choice to make life worse for the many, to maintain the privilege of a few. If this government rejects austerity, challenges inequality, invests to expand and rebalance our economy, then it would have our support. But it continues down this path of deliberately making people worse off, of deepening division, and of neglecting communities that deserve support and respect. Then we will oppose them every step of the way if they continue with that. Mr. Speaker, this is a government. I will continue with my speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a government without a majority, without a mandate, without a serious legislative programme, led by a Prime Minister who's lost her political authority and is struggling even today to stitch together a deal to stay in office.
Hello, I hope it is a point of order. To prejudge it. Let's hear the attempted point of order. Point of order, Mrs. Maria Miller.
Mr. Speaker, I'm simply seeking your advice, as somebody who's been in this House for 12 years, that members on this side can be somewhat disappointed that the Leader of the Opposition is not in a position to be able to answer our questions. Perhaps he can advise on what the usual format is in these cases.
All I will say to the Right Honourable Lady is this. I'm much touched by her faith in my abilities or her assessment of the extent of my powers. Disappointment may be very regrettable, but it is not a matter for the chair. Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Speaker, I am deeply sorry that the member...
Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to that point of order, the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Leader of the Opposition, said about 10 minutes ago in conclusion, I fear as time has passed, he may be in danger of inadvertently having misled the House. And I thought you might want to take the opportunity to set this right.
Now, some people may think that the Honourable Gentleman is fastidious and others may conclude that he's pedantic. You pay your money and you take your choice. But there is no disorder here, although if people persist in raising what they know not to be points of order, that would itself be disorderly. And I know that the Honourable Gentleman of all people wouldn't want to stray into such misdemeanour. Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for the record, I've given way 6 times in this debate, and there's 6 days of debate, so we'll have plenty of time to make your points during the debate. But, Mr. Speaker, we will use every opportunity to vote down government policies that have failed to win public support. We will use every opportunity to win support for our programme. Labour is not merely an opposition, Mr. Speaker. We are a government in waiting with a policy programme. Mr. Speaker, with a policy programme that enthused and engaged millions of people in this election, many for the first time ever in their political lives. We are ready to offer real, strong and stable leadership in the interests of the many, not the few. We will test this government's Brexit strategy and what legislation comes forward against that standard. Mr. Speaker, this election engaged more people than for a generation, a tribute to our democracy. In the election, Labour set out a vision of what this country could be. What it could be. It could be more equal. It could be more prosperous. It could have opportunities for all. That is what we on this side will be putting forward in this Parliament, what we'll be fighting for in this Parliament, what we'll be demanding in this Parliament. The people of this country deserve something better than this thin piece of very little when they have so many problems they want and demand answers to from this Parliament. We will engage fully and make that case out for a prosperous, more stable, more cohesive society in Britain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I am sure the whole House will want to join me in sending our very best wishes to His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh, following the news that he has been admitted to hospital. Our thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and the whole royal family, and we wish him a full and speedy recovery. Mr. Speaker, let me also join the Leader of the Opposition in condemning the appalling terrorist attack in his constituency earlier this week. And let me pay tribute to the work that he did through the night with his constituents on Sunday. I know the thoughts and prayers of the whole House are with the family and friends of the victim who died and all those who were injured. And I'm sure the whole House will want to pay tribute to the police and the emergency services for once again responding with extraordinary professionalism and courage that makes our whole country so proud of them. This was the fourth terrorist attack on our country in 3 months, following the attacks here in Westminster, in Manchester and at London Bridge. This time it was an attack on British Muslims as they left their place of worship at a sacred time of year. It was a brutal and sickening reminder that terrorism, extremism and hatred can take many forms, and that our determination to tackle them must be the same whoever is responsible. And this Queen's speech takes important steps in helping us to do so. We will review our counter-terrorism strategy to ensure the police and security services have all the powers they need, and that the length of custodial sentences for terrorism-related offences are sufficient to keep people safe. We will work to reach international agreements that regulate cyberspace to prevent the spread of extremism and terrorist planning, and encourage tech companies to do more to remove harmful content from their networks. And we will establish a new Commission for Countering Extremism as a statutory body to help fight hatred and extremism in the same way as we have fought racism, because this extremism is every bit as insidious and destructive to our values, and we will stop at nothing to defeat it. And, Mr. Speaker, I hope that whatever our disagreements, we can all at least welcome the focus in this Queen's speech on stamping out extremist and hateful ideology of any kind, including Islamophobia. For like all terrorism, in whatever form, Monday's attack sought to drive us apart and to break the precious bonds of solidarity and citizenship that we share in this country. And our response must be to stand together more strongly than ever, to show that, in just one moment, to show that hatred and evil of this kind will never succeed, and that our values and our way of life will always prevail. I give way to the right honourable gentleman.
For giving way, I think the whole House would agree with what she said. Does she agree with me that we need to work with communities and engage with communities? That is, all communities. They should play a leadership role in ensuring that we reject once and for all terrorism.
The right honourable gentleman is absolutely right, and I was struck when I visited Finsbury Park on Monday to see the way in which the interfaith, various faith communities there were coming together. I saw representatives from the Muslim faith, from the Jewish community, from the Christian community, all coming together with one ambition, which is to drive extremism and hatred out of our society.
I'm very grateful, Prime Minister, for giving way. This is the first time we come together after Manchester, London Bridge and, of course, Finsbury Park. Countering extremism and terrorism of all kinds must be a priority for this government, which he joined me in calling on all members of this House to give our security agencies the tools they've asked for in this gracious speech so they can do their job properly.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for the intervention that he has made, and I would hope, given that I believe there is a desire across this whole House for us to deal with terrorism and drive out terrorism and extremism of all kinds, that all members of this House will feel able to support the government in measures that we bring forward to do just that.
Lord giving way. When she was Home Secretary, she took a decision to weaken the surveillance powers of the police and intelligence services by abolishing control orders. Will she now accept that that decision was a mistake? Will she review it, and will she strengthen the powers of the police and intelligence services in the very difficult task that they have to do of monitoring suspects who may have the intent of doing harm but who have not yet committed a crime?
The right honourable gentleman refers to control orders. Of course, what was happening with the control orders that a previous Labour government had introduced was that they were increasingly being knocked down in the courts. We introduced the terrorism prevention and investigation measures. We have subsequently enhanced those measures. We have also ensured, through the Investigatory Powers Act, which we introduced when I was Home Secretary, that our police and our intelligence and security agencies have powers they need. What we have seen now is an increase in the tempo of attack planning. And remember, we have seen these terrible terrorist attacks that have taken place. Over the same time period, 5 other plots have been foiled by our police and security services. This shows the increasing scale and tempo, and it's in that context that we need to look at the powers for the future to ensure that our security services and our police have the powers they need. And I look forward to the right honourable gentleman joining us in ensuring that we give those powers to our agencies. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to say a few words about the disaster at Grenfell Tower. I will give way to the...
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. The Prime Minister will be aware that across the country concerns have been raised about the cuts to policing in the last Parliament and the impact that has also had on the connection between police and our communities. Will she now today also confirm that she will look to reverse those cuts to make sure that we have that connection at a time when there are greater demands on police time and that we need to have much greater reassurance and connection back with our communities?
As I'm sure the Honourable Lady is aware, we have protected counter-terrorism policing. We're providing funding for an uplift in armed policing, but we are also protecting police budgets, which of course is different to the view that was put forward by the former Shadow Home Secretary, now the Mayor of Manchester, who said the police could take 10% cuts in their budget. We didn't listen to that. We protected them. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to say a few words about the disaster at Grenfell Tower. The whole country was heartbroken by the horrific loss of life and the utter devastation that we have seen. I'm sure the whole House will join me in sending our deepest condolences to the friends and families of all those who lost loved ones. And today we also think of those who survived but lost everything. One lady I had met ran from the fire wearing no more than a T-shirt and a pair of knickers. She had lost absolutely everything. So let me be absolutely clear. The support on the ground for families in the initial hours was not good enough. People were left without belongings, without roofs over their heads, without even basic information about what had happened, what they should do, and where they could seek help. That was a failure of the state, local and national, to help people when they needed it most. As Prime Minister, I apologise for that failure. And as Prime Minister, I've taken responsibility for doing what we can to put things right. That is why each family whose home was destroyed is receiving a down payment from the emergency fund so they can buy food, clothes and other essentials. And all those who have lost their homes will be rehoused within 3 weeks. There will also be an independent public inquiry chaired by a judge to get to the truth about what happened and who was responsible, and provide justice for the victims and their families who suffered so terribly. All those with an interest, including survivors and victims' families, will be consulted about the terms of reference, and those affected will have their legal costs paid. And because it is clear that the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea haven't been able to cope with the scale of the tragedy, we will also develop a new strategy for resilience in major disasters, which could include a new civil disaster response task force that can help at times of emergency. And finally, Mr Speaker, we must learn some of the lessons of this and previous disasters where bereaved families have not had the support they need. I'll give way to...
An estimated 8% of London's population live in tower blocks, and the same point has been made in respect of other cities. Inner London authorities such as Westminster have lost 45% of their funding in recent years. That includes responsibilities for environmental health. In Kensington, the figure is 38%. Will she today guarantee local authorities will be fully funded for an urgent review of tower block safety and all remedial action that is necessary, including the installation of sprinklers where appropriate, so they can proceed in a matter of days with that comfort? And will she agree also that regulation is a necessary element of a safe society, not a burden, and she will legislate swiftly when necessary to ensure all high-rise residents are safe?
We all, across this whole House, we all share a desire to ensure that people are safe and can have the confidence of being safe in their homes. The work is being going. The work started immediately by the Department for Communities of Local Government, encouraging local authorities, and they have been working with the fire service to look at the issues in their tower blocks and to assess those tower blocks. We do not yet know the absolute cause of the fire in Grenfell Tower. That work is ongoing. We will take what action is necessary coming out of that, including learning the lessons that come out of it. She speaks about the issue of, the Honourable Lady speaks about the issue of regulation. Of course, there is rigorous fire regulation in place. If there are requirements to change that come out, if there are requirements to change that come out of the investigation that is currently taking place, then of course we will act, and we will do so swiftly. And just, Mr Speaker, so honourable and right honourable members of this House are aware, there are of course a number of investigations. The police have opened a criminal investigation. The Fire Service and the Building Research Establishment are investigating as quickly as possible the exact cause of the fire, so that any action that is required as a result of that can be taken. And of course there is the public inquiry that I've also announced. And finally, as I said, Mr Speaker, we must learn some of the lessons of this and previous disasters where bereaved families have not had the support they need. So we will also introduce an independent public advocate for public disasters, a strong independent voice for victims, acting on behalf of bereaved families and supporting them at public inquests and inquiries. Mr Speaker, let me join the Leader of the Opposition in paying tribute to the two members of Parliament that we lost in the course of the last year. Gerald Kaufman was an outstanding parliamentarian who served this House and his constituents in Manchester for an incredible 46 years. We didn't agree on everything, but as Father of the House, he was an invaluable source of wisdom and experience for members on all sides, and he will be greatly missed. And the despicable murder of Joe Cox shocked and devastated this House and this country. Joe was an inspirational MP, a campaigner and a humanitarian whose mission in life was defined by hope and love. Her killer sought instead to spread hate and division. But last weekend, as part of the great get-together, I and many hundreds of thousands of others, I'm sure, members of this House, in her honour, came together, stood together, pulled together all across the country to unite against that hatred and to prove, in Joe's own words, that we have far more in common than that which divides us. And I'm sure that the whole House will join me in paying tribute also to Joe's husband, Brendan, for the extraordinary courage and strength that he has shown in dealing with such personal tragedy, and for honouring Joe's memory in such an inspiring way. Whatever our disagreements in this House, may we all honour Joe's memory and show that in our United Kingdom, hope will always triumph over hate. Mr Speaker, the House will know that the first part of a successful Queen's speech is finding someone to propose it. And it is, of course, intended to be a witty speech, as indeed the speech from my right honourable friend, the member for Newbury, was today. From my point of view, a little too witty, because he took all the jokes that I had written in my speech. But I have to say that my... Wait for it. My right honourable friend, over the years that he has been the member for Newbury and in the years when he was fighting to take the seat, has shown a great commitment to his constituents, but also to the important task of government of building a stronger economy and a fairer society. And I know, for example, as a fellow Berkshire MP, the work he has done to raise awareness of an issue that I'm particularly concerned about, namely the issue of mental health. He's also made a significant contribution during his time as a minister. I understand that once as Fisheries Minister, he mixed up his cod and his skate. But I'm sure that, like the rest of us, he won't fail to welcome the absence in this House today of salmon. My right honourable friend,
I wonder if the Prime Minister's reason for not welcoming the former honourable member is that he scares her. Yep.
I have to say to the honourable lady, the reason I'm not welcoming the former honourable member to this House is because he was beaten by a Conservative in the election. My right honourable friend, the member for Newbury, showed great skill and tenacity over his 3 years of negotiations on the common fisheries policy. It started with the UK as a minority of one and ended with the EU unanimously supporting a reform agenda, the principles of which will be at the heart of the fisheries bill in this Queen's speech. He was also the minister who secured cross-party support for moving our canals and waterways from the public to the charitable sector, creating the Canal and River Trust, one of the biggest and best endowed charities in this country. He made an excellent speech today in the finest traditions of this House. And, Mr. Speaker, the Queen's speech was brilliantly seconded by my honourable friend, the member for Spelthorne. My honourable friend, the member for Spelthorne, is a distinguished political historian and a prolific writer, as the Leader of the Opposition pointed out. And my honourable friend, I understand, has a particular interest in female Prime Ministers. Indeed, members may know that his most recent book profiled the most testing 6 months for our country's first female Prime Minister. It ran to 272 pages. I fear his next book could be somewhat longer. My honourable friend is also widely regarded for his good looks. The Sunday Telegraph once described him The Sunday Telegraph once described him as a Tory heartthrob, and during his time on University Challenge, I gather he even made it to page 3 of The Sun. Perhaps most significantly, my honourable friend is confounding the Daily Mail, who cited the 1995 University Challenge winning team, of which my honourable friend was a member, when arguing that all too often the brainy winners of the BBC's flagship programme sink without trace after their moment in the spotlight. I couldn't disagree more, and the House has today seen my honourable friend's talents on full display. A tremendous speech with flair, substance and wit. He brings an historian's wisdom to the challenges and opportunities which our country faces, and I've no doubt he'll make a major contribution in the years ahead. Mr. Speaker, let me welcome the honourable member for Ross, Skye and Lochaber as the new leader of the SNP here in Westminster. And I'm also, of course, particularly pleased to welcome to the Conservative benches my 13 Scottish Conservative colleagues. It's good that my right honourable friend, the Scottish Secretary, will not have to put up with any more jokes about pandas. Mr. Speaker, turnout at the election was higher than in 2015. Including many more younger people. And while on this side of the House we would have preferred more of them to vote for us, more young people going to the ballot box is something we should all welcome. Let me also welcome the Right Honourable Member for Islington. North back to his place as the Leader of the Opposition. He fought a spirited campaign and he came a good second, which was which was both better than the pundits predicted and than many of his own MPs hoped for. I'll give it.
I'm grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way, or she's celebrating her immense triumph during the recent campaign. I couldn't help but notice, as the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition went off to listen to the humble address, think back to when I was at school and I didn't see people for 6 weeks, and then they came back and you thought, has she shrunk or has he grown?
Well, no, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping that the Prime Minister might answer my honourable friend.
Order. We're going to hear from the honourable gentleman. No, I'm bottling him up. We're going to hear him. We're going to hear from him in a moment. But normally there is a response to an intervention before one has another intervention. The Prime Minister.
I was indicating the fact that I didn't think that intervention actually required or justified a response.
Procedural terms, I'm afraid it did, and it's now received a response. Mr. Christian Matheson.
As always, Mr. Speaker, I'm inclined to agree with you. And can I thank the Prime Minister for? Can I thank the Prime Minister for giving way? Can I thank her also for calling general election, which I increased my majority from 93 votes to 9,100. She talks about young people increasing their vote. In that case, why is she introducing voter suppression methods, such as enforcing people, obliging voters to show identification before they vote?
I'm sure anybody in this House who values democracy will also want to ensure that that democracy is fair and free of fraud. And it is in that spirit that we are introducing requirements for people to identify them. I think it's a perfectly reasonable requirement to ensure that people who are voting are those who are entitled to vote. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. If she values votes for young people and values democracy, I look forward to bringing forward votes for 16, 17-year-olds.
Well, that is an issue on which the honourable gentleman and I will continue to disagree. Mr. Speaker, the election also showed that as it faces the big challenges of our future, our country is divided, red versus blue, young versus old, Leave versus Remain. As I said here last week, the test for all of us is whether we choose to reflect divisions or help the country overcome them. With humility and resolve, this government will seek to do the latter. We will do what is in the national interest, and we will work with anyone in any party that is prepared to do the same.
I thank the Prime Minister's commitment to tackling social injustice. Could she perhaps say a little bit more about what we can do to stop people being discriminated on grounds of race as well?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for raising that. This will reflect the outcome of the very important racial disparity audit, which we introduced virtually as soon as I became Prime Minister last year. I think it's important that we do test what is happening in relation to our public services. I was struck as Home Secretary by the examples I saw. I took action on Stop and Search. Never had been done by a Labour government, but I took action on Stop and Search because I thought it was important that nobody was stopped on the streets of our country because of the colour of their skin. There were other issues that we addressed in government previously. Our racial disparity audit will show us what is happening in our public services, and we'll be able to act on the back of that to ensure truly that the approach that we're taking is a fair one and that there is not that discrimination. I'm going to make a little progress before I give way again. Mr. Speaker, we will work every day to earn the trust and confidence of the British people, and we will make their priorities our priorities, dealing head-on with the major challenges our country faces, and that is what this Queen's speech is all about. I'm just going to make a little progress and then I will give way again. Mr. Speaker, this Queen's speech is about recognising and grasping the opportunities for every community in our country to benefit as we leave the European Union. It is about delivering the will of the British people with a Brexit deal that works for all parts of our United Kingdom and that commands the greatest possible public support. It's about building a new, deep and special partnership with our European friends and neighbours, because we're leaving the European Union, we are not leaving Europe. And it is about seizing this moment of national change to deliver a plan for a stronger, fairer Britain, by strengthening our economy, tackling injustice and promoting opportunity and aspiration for all. Because, as I've said many times before, the referendum vote was not just a vote to leave the European Union, it was a profound and justified expression that our country often does not work the way it should for millions of ordinary families. And this Queen's speech begins to change that by putting fairness at the heart of our agenda.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. She knows that I've been a long-standing campaign for improving mental health care in this country. And the truth is that there are many people across our country today not getting the care that they need, including many children who, in very traumatised states, are spending too long in queues to get the appropriate treatment. Can the Prime Minister tell us what she's going to do to convert warm words of the government on palliative esteem into actual action on mental health?
I commend my honourable friend, who has, as he said, while he has, in this House and before, been a champion of this issue of mental health and has done important work on it. There are a number of strands to what the government wants to do. One of those is actually putting in place a new Mental Health Act, but we will, of course, consult widely on that new Mental Health Act. I also want to ensure that every school, every primary and secondary school, has a member of staff who is trained to identify mental health problems and knows how to deal with those issues. I was very struck when I met the charity Young Minds a few weeks ago at the issue of raising awareness of mental health problems, particularly among young people. The earlier we can address these issues, then the better we can deal with them and the better life we can ensure that the people with these mental health problems have. So those are some of the issues that we will be putting into place, but I look forward to working with my honourable friend on ensuring that what we're doing does indeed address the issues that we need to address. Well, I will give way to the honourable lady.
Grateful to her for giving way, and it's good to see her here actually facing the other parties. She has actually turned up, which is not always the case in the election campaign. But the gracious speech contained 8 Brexit bills, but not one single one of those bills covered the environment. Is her failure to propose a Brexit bill on the greatest challenge that we face because she simply doesn't care about the environment and climate change, or because she's been influenced by the DUP dinosaurs who sit beside her and who don't want to take that kind of leadership in the future?
No, I'm very conscious of the significant amount of legislation from Europe which affects environmental matters, and those issues are being...
Mr. Speaker, my party was elected by the people of Northern Ireland to represent the constituents who elected us here. Is it parliamentary for the Honourable Lady to describe us in the unparliamentary terms that she did? Which I regret. She does not understand the policy that my party has on the environment. She should go and read our manifesto. But we have the right to speak for the people of Northern Ireland, and in this Parliament we will.
Order. Let me just say 2 things in response to the, I'm sure, sincere point of order from the right honourable gentleman. First of all, the use of the word in question is not unparliamentary. It's a matter of taste as to its desirability or otherwise. And secondly, and I know how robust a character the honourable gentleman, the right honourable gentleman, is, I would simply say that the word in question refers to a species that survived for many, many millions of years. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, the Queen's speech is about putting fairness at the heart of our agenda. That's about building a stronger economy, delivering a modern industrial strategy so that all parts of our country and all parts of our society share in the benefits of economic growth, investing in the world-leading infrastructure that can unlock growth in our economy and improve the quality of people's lives across the whole country, and building a fairer society, increasing the national living wage so that people who are on the lowest pay see their wages go up as the economy strengthens, and also ensuring that every child has access to a good school place, creating a world-class system. I'm going to make a little more progress before I give way again. Creating a world-class system of technical education so that all young people have the vital skills they need to do the jobs of the future. Acting to make markets fairer by tackling unfair practices wherever they are found.
I am very grateful to her giving way.
The Prime Minister mentions opportunity. Does she agree that one of the opportunities we must deliver is to allow more young people to get on the housing ladder? And will she reinforce her previous commitment to increase house building to 250,000 homes a year, which is a much bolder and a much more ambitious commitment than the party opposite?
I have to say to my honourable friend, he is incredibly prescient, because the very next sentence that I was going to say in my speech is tackling the housing crisis that locks so many young people out of the housing market. We do indeed recognise the significance of the housing problem in this country. That is about building more houses. It's also about keeping schemes going which help people to get on the housing ladder, and seeing a greater diversity in the housing market, rent to buy, shared ownership, a whole variety of opportunities for young people. And also, we will be tackling discrimination on the basis of mental health, sexuality, faith, disability, gender or race. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful. But how is the interim Prime Minister going to convince the country that she can negotiate a successful Brexit within the time limit with 27 other EU countries, when she hasn't been able even to negotiate a deal with 10 Democratic Unionist members of this House in the time limit before the Queen's speech?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for giving me the opportunity to welcome the work that the right honourable member, my DEXU Secretary of State for Exiting the European Union, has undertaken in relation to preparing our negotiations and starting those formal negotiations on Monday of this week. And I will be in the Brussels for the EU Council later this week, taking that further forward. Mr. Speaker, building.
Extremely grateful to the Prime Minister. I'm also grateful that the Brexit talks have now started. As part of those talks, the ability for those people who've come from the other 27 countries to live and work in the UK, and for UK citizens living and working within the other 27 countries, is going to be vitally important. They will be waiting to learn of their future. Will she give a guarantee to this House that she will come to this House as quickly as possible, not waiting until the discussions have finished, in order to give them the assurance that they will be able to live and remain in the countries where they have decided to live and work?
Yes. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. We have always said from the beginning of this that we want to address this issue at an early stage in the negotiations, and that is indeed the agreement that has been reached. This is one of the very first issues that will be addressed in the negotiations, and I will make every effort and will guarantee to my right honourable friend that I expect to be able to come to this House to show the opportunities that the United Kingdom will be setting out for those EU citizens who live here in the EU. We, of course, want to see UK citizens in the European Union being treated fairly as well, but we will soon be setting out our offer in relation to European Union citizens living here in the United Kingdom. I'll give way one more time.
Grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way. The fact is that the gracious speech has been given today, and the Prime Minister still can't tell us how a government will be composed or how it will be supported. And given that she asked for a very personal mandate during the general election campaign and didn't get one, the only question is why she's still here.
Let me just point out a few facts to the honourable gentleman. I mean, which party was it that got the highest percentage share of the vote? Labour or Conservative? Conservative. Which party was it? Which party was it that got more votes, 800,000 more votes than the other party? Labour or Conservative? Conservative. And which party was it that got 56 more seats than the Labour Party?
Order! I'm not going to... Order! Order! I will not have the Prime Minister or the Leader of the Opposition or any member of this House shouted down. Order! Mr Campbell, I'm sure you mean... Order! Order, you're wittering away from a sedentary position to no obvious benefit or purpose. I'm sure you mean well. Order! I'm sure you mean well, but I don't require your assistance at this time. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was merely pointing out that the Conservative Party got 56 more seats than the Labour Party. We are doing But we are doing what is in the national interest, which is forming a government to address the challenges that face this country at the moment. It is a critical time. It's important that we have a government committed to the national interest. I give way to my honourable friend. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just mentioned making markets work better and for everybody. She knows that the energy price cap had wide cross-party support from all sides of this House. So I was delighted to see energy price protection and pro-consumer switching and transparency measures in the Queen's speech. Can she confirm that those measures mean the price cap to deliver 17 million customers the £100 savings which we promised in our manifesto, rather than the narrower or more anti-competitive counter-proposals from the big six energy firms instead?
I can confirm to my honourable friend that we do indeed intend to take action on this issue. We recognise the problem that there is in relation to energy bills. We want to ensure that we get the best measure in place that is going to deliver what we all want, which is to see people no longer being ripped off by the high energy tariffs that they are given. So strengthening the... I'll give one.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. The Prime Minister has talked about the national interest and the need for cross-party support. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that in her excellent proposal to have a commission for tackling extremism, for that to work, it really does require the engagement, not just of members on this side, but of members on the other side of the House, if we are to stamp out the evil ideology of extremism that drives terrorism in this country?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. We have spoken a lot about the need to deal with terrorism, and of course we do need to look at the powers we have to deal with the terrorists. But we also need to ensure that we are dealing with the extremism and hatred that fuel that terrorism. And that's why the Commission for Countering Extremism is so important. And I hope it is a measure, as I said earlier, that can be supported across all parts of this House, because it is important if we are going to ensure that we drive this extremism and hatred out of our society. I have already taken 3 times as many interventions as the Leader of the Opposition. So I will make some progress on my speech. Mr. Speaker, we also want to build a more secure United Kingdom, investing in our defence and national security and enhancing our leading role on the world stage, strengthening the social, economic and cultural bonds between England, Northern Ireland, Scotland and Wales, delivering on our commitment to devolution by working in cooperation with all the devolved administrations, and working with all the parties in Northern Ireland to support the return of devolved government, building a country that is stronger, fairer, safer and more secure for all our children and grandchildren, a country that works for everyone. That is our ambition, and that is what this Queen's speech will help to deliver. The first part of this Queen's speech is, of course, about Brexit. A Brexit deal that works for every part of the country and commands the greatest possible public support. Over 80% of the electorate backed 2 major parties, both of whom campaigned on manifestos that said we should honour the democratic decision of the British people. So this government will respect the will of the British people and see Brexit through. We will seek to build a wide consensus as we do this and as we take bills through this House, which will include a trade bill, a repeal bill, an immigration bill, as have been referred to, and also bills to deal with control of access to our waters for fishermen and greater stability to farmers, with a new bill on agriculture. I will just make a little more progress and then I will take some more interventions. But if we're going to grasp the opportunities as we leave the European Union, we need to build a stronger economy. That's right. We've always understood, as Conservatives on this side of the House, that sound money and fiscal credibility is the foundation for everything else. That's why it was right to take the tough decisions we did after the financial crash. And it has paid off. The deficit is down by 3/4. Employment is up by 2.9 million. And because of policies like the national living wage and taking 4 million of the lowest paid out of income tax altogether, inequality has been reduced to its lowest level for 30 years. So in this Queen's speech, we will continue to improve the public finances and work towards getting our country back to living within its means. We will also invest in the world-leading digital infrastructure we need to benefit from the opportunities of new technology. And we will encourage businesses to grow and create jobs by continuing to cut corporation tax, because that's how you raise more money, not less.
I thank the Prime Minister. I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. Does the Prime Minister recognise that the economy is evolving and changing, and therefore can the Prime Minister confirm that the government is absolutely committed to securing the rights for people in the gig economy who are on different types of contracts than has been historically the case?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and we have asked Matthew Taylor to do a report on the changing workplace, the changing structure of employment that we see, particularly, obviously, as my honourable friend has referenced to the gig economy. And when that report is published, we will obviously look at the steps that the government needs to take to support people with their rights. But as I've said in the past few weeks, we will enhance workers' rights. We believe in protecting those rights and enhancing them. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. Will my right honourable friend ensure that, that legislation such as providing for next phases of the high-speed rail project and other infrastructure investment means that we can rebalance the economy to make sure that the whole country benefits from the economic progress to achieve further?
It's very good to see my honourable friend in his place and to have seen him out on the campaign trail during the general election campaign. And I can absolutely confirm that we will put the legislation through for the next stage of HS2, and we will also ensure that we are continuing to invest, as my right honourable friend the Chancellor set out in the autumn statement last year, in infrastructure projects around the country, because what I want to see is a country that works for everyone in every part of the United Kingdom, and infrastructure is an important way of helping to deliver that. Mr. Speaker, I will give way to
back to what she was saying about making Brexit work for the entire United Kingdom. Can't she tell the House if a legislative consent motion will be required in the Scottish Parliament for the Great Repeal Bill?
That is a matter which is currently being considered both here and in Scotland. There is a possibility that a legislative consent motion may be required in the Scottish Parliament, but that is a matter that is being considered currently between the Westminster and the Scottish Government. No, I'm not going to. Mr. Speaker, I'm conscious that I have taken a significant number of interventions, and I will make progress so that other members are able to rise to speak. One thing that we will not do, I've said that we will protect rights and protect people at work as we leave the European Union, and indeed as we see changes in the employment structure in our economy. What we won't do is follow the economic prescriptions of the party opposite, because there is absolutely nothing fair about punitive tax rises that lead to fewer jobs, lower wages and higher prices for ordinary working families. And there is nothing fair about racking up debts for our children and grandchildren to pay. The only government you can trust to build a stronger and fairer economy is a Conservative government. And, Mr. Speaker, I've mentioned a fairer society, and I want Britain to be a genuine great meritocracy, where everyone has a fair chance to go as far as their talent and hard work will take them. That is about ensuring everybody plays by the same rules. It's about ensuring every child has access to a good school place. It's about ensuring that that right technical education is there. And the measures in the Queen's speech will help to do that, but they will also deal with some of the injustices in our society. The draft domestic violence and abuse legislation to provide a statutory definition of this hideous crime and ensure robust protective orders are available and that victims get the justice they deserve. I will give way to my honourable friend, but I will just say this. This is a measure that I hope will be able to command support across the whole of this House. There are many in this House who have championed the cause of dealing with domestic violence for many years, and I hope they will be able to join us in supporting this legislation.
Morton.
Mr. Speaker, Speaker, as the Prime Minister is very aware, victims of domestic violence are both the directive victims but also the oft-forgotten indirect victims, such as children. Can she reassure us that steps will be taken to support those indirect victims too? Yes.
My honourable friend makes a very fair point, and I think one of the problems over the years is that all too often people have looked at the immediate victim or survivor of domestic violence and forgotten, for example, that if there have been children involved in a house, that it's not just a question of whether they've not seen something happening. They know what's happening and they are affected by it. And we will be looking at that issue of children. I will give way one time more to the honourable gentleman.
When, quite rightly, this House praised the Prime Minister for the Hillsborough inquiry. Today I met with the victims of contaminated blood. Will she take this opportunity now to have a full public inquiry to those affected and their families?
I note the point the honourable gentleman has made about contaminated blood, and I will speak to the Secretary of State for Health. I think this has already been looked at, and other ways of dealing with this issue have already been introduced and addressed. Mr. Speaker, we are building opportunity and aspiration. I want to say just one more. We will also deliver a more secure United Kingdom because of the choices we're making to prioritise our defence and national security. Our Armed Forces Bill will give those who put their lives on the line in the service of our country the proper respect they deserve, with more security in the way they live and work. Our commitment to renew Trident means this country maintains its continuous at-sea nuclear deterrent as the ultimate guarantee of our safety, and a Prime Minister who is prepared to use it. And we will continue to play a leading role in international efforts to tackle mass migration and climate change, to alleviate poverty and end modern slavery. We have always looked beyond Europe to the wider world, and we will continue to do so. I am actually able to say this is in conclusion. This has been a difficult time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this has been a difficult time for our country. I know there are many parents who worry about the kind of world their children are growing up in, and I recognise that and understand it. It's been an unsettling time which has tested the spirit of our country, but we are a resilient country. Our response to disaster and acts of terror which take the lives of innocent people must be this: compassion, unity, resolve. For we're a great nation and a great people. We have been through and survived the toughest of times before, and we thrived. Once again, we can and will grow stronger from the challenges we face today. The Queen's speech on its own will not solve every challenge our country faces. Not every problem can be solved by an Act of Parliament. But it is a step forward. It is a step forward to building a more compassionate, more united and more confident nation. That's what this government will aim to achieve. It's what this Queen's speech will deliver, and I commend the Queen's speech to the House.
Mr. Ian Blackford.
Speak for Scotland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I begin by echoing the tributes of the Leader of the Opposition and the Prime Minister to members who have passed away.
Order. Can I just say two things? First of all, if people leaving the chamber could do so quickly and quietly, that would be greatly appreciated. Order. I don't require any assistance from the honourable gentleman. I do know a thing or two about this place. And secondly, it is a very considerable discourtesy for a member to walk out of the chamber by walking straight past the member who has the floor. It's so obviously a discourtesy that I'm surprised it's necessary to point it out. Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I begin by echoing the tributes of the Leader of the Opposition and the Prime Minister to members who have passed away in the last year. I also wish to pay tribute to my predecessor, the former Right Honourable Member for Murray, and to thank him for his long service to this House and to the people of his constituency. I'm sure right honourable and honourable members will agree that in the last Parliament, Angus Robertson firmly established himself as a true statesman, and although we will miss his contribution to this place, I hope that he continues to contribute to public life at a time when now more than ever our national debates need considered and rational voices. I also want to thank him for the leadership he demonstrated for the SNP at Westminster. We on these benches will miss a good friend. Now, I must say to the Prime Minister, that was a rather cheap jibe at the previous First Minister for Scotland. Let me point out that unlike the Prime Minister, at least Alex Salmond won a majority in an election in Scotland. And while she may make a rather cheap jibe at Alex Salmond, she still has a sturgeon that is very much going to be a thorn in her side. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time that this House has met since the terrible events of this summer. On behalf of SNP members, I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the professionalism, the dedication and the sacrifice of our emergency services who have led the response to the awful events of this summer and to whom we all owe a tremendous great debt of gratitude. The loss of life at Grenfell Tower was tragic and unnecessary. Family and friends of the victims will be heartbroken and grief-stricken, but many will be angry too that this tragedy could and should have been avoided. I speak on behalf of SNP members when I commit our support to working with all parties in the Chamber to get those families in the country the answers that they need and that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, our summer was also marred by the cowardice and reckless violence of terrorism. The whole country is united in grief at the outrage of the attacks in Manchester at London Bridge and only this week at the Finsbury Park Mosque. In this place, we must all be united in showing leadership to all our citizens. Despite the despicable effects of a small minority of misguided individuals, our communities and our society will not be divided. We stand firm against terrorists who attack Muslims, just as we stand against those who wrongly claim to act in the name of Islam. Mr. Speaker, it is customary to commend the mover and seconder in proceedings on the Queen's speech. I pay tribute to the Right Honourable Member for Newbury, whose interest and knowledge of agriculture and fisheries issues will be important in the coming months and years, with those two areas being important sectors that will be impacted by the kind of Brexit deal that is achieved. The seconder, the Honourable Member for Spelthorne, I'm told is a rising star of the right wing of the Conservative Party. In that regard, well indeed, in that regard, he is a useful political compass for members on these benches, as if you're in doubt of your own position on any issue, you only need to position yourself to be diametrically opposed to whatever the view of the Honourable Member is. Mr. Speaker, although I may be a relative newcomer to this place, I was always under the impression that the Queen's speech was intended to be an event which brought stability to the government and to the country. An event where the government sets out what it intends to do and how it intends to govern. On this occasion, I cannot imagine many in the country are feeling a sense of stability. To many, these may feel like the most uncertain and unstable of times that the country is now facing. With rising inflation and low wage growth, working families will certainly not be feeling stability. They will feel uncertainty and a threat to their living standards. With a Conservative government who have perpetuated the most indiscriminate and savage cuts to social security still clinging to power, the disabled and the vulnerable will not be feeling stability and certainty.
Honourable friend alone.
I will happily give way.
Does he not also think that the government must give an early signal what it intends to do with regards to the closure of 8 of Glasgow's 16 job centres? They should take that off the table right away.
I fully agree that this is a matter that was much debated in the previous Parliament, and I think it is demonstrated the hardship that many of his constituents will face and in other constituencies in Glasgow, and this would be an act of compassion by the Conservative government if they were, if I can put it this way, do the right thing and remove that threat of closures to the Glasgow job centres. Mr. Speaker, With the threat of a hard Brexit and the loss of access to our most important markets, our exporting businesses will not be feeling stability and certainty. Strong and stable is what the Prime Minister offered the country, but uncertain and unstable is what she has delivered. There is nothing in the Queen's speech which changes that. That is most true in respect of the United Kingdom leaving the EU. It is the biggest issue facing the United Kingdom, and this will be the greatest challenge in this Parliament. A strong and stable approach might have involved the Prime Minister seeking consensus and working to protect the country from the most damaging potential impacts of a hard Brexit. That was, after all, what the Prime Minister promised us last year. Instead, we got a Prime Minister who called an unnecessary election designed to crush any opposition to her. Well, how did that work? Her gamble having backfired, she has
in Scotland. We still
I have to say, it's pretty remarkable, because when I hear the jibes coming from opposite, we've got a government that's going to have to rely on the DUP to get any of its legislation through. When it comes to the position of Scotland, you cannot get away from the fact that the Scottish National Party still won this election. Unlike the government, we have a majority of the seats in Scotland, something that the Conservatives could only ever dream about. I will happily give way.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way, and may I begin by congratulating him on becoming leader of the SNP group in Parliament, that he is widely respected across the House and will, I think, be a brilliant leader for his troops. But doesn't he find that actually both the SNP and the Tories are in the same position? We both did less well than expectations, but we both won more votes in our respective areas.
I commend my honourable friend for the remarks he said, but I must say to him that what the Conservatives have still got to realise that we have a stable government in Scotland. Concentrating, if I must say so, on the day job. And if you want an example of strong and stable, look to what's happened in Edinburgh. And you cannot get away from the fact that there are 59 parliamentary seats in Scotland. There are 35 of us that will stand up for Scotland in this Parliament. And when it comes to defending the rights and the interests of the people of Scotland, I want to see every Scottish MP following the lead that we in the Scottish National Party will give. I happily give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I too congratulate him on his new role. He does indeed command respect across all sides of the House. However, he mentioned earlier on that we would have to rely on the DUP in order to get legislation through. Surely there is something, whether it's the domestic abuse propositions in this, that you would support, or the gentleman would support as well. And we would like to get some of the honourable gentleman's party support for many pieces here as well.
Let me make it absolutely clear as to the role that the Scottish National Party will play in this Parliament. We will be a force for progressive politics. And I want to commend my very dear friend, the previous honourable member for Banff-and-Buchan, who was responsible for pushing through the private members' bill on the subject of the Istanbul Convention. And I will certainly commend the Scottish National Party to support the government in any reasonable moves to that regard. I want to work for us in order that we can get the best deal for the people of Scotland, and particularly when it comes to Brexit, that I'm going to move on to. I will give way one more time and I'll make some
honourable gentleman. I thank the honourable gentleman for giving me, congratulating him being elected leader of his party. But as he noticed, like I have, that in the Queen's speech there was no measures to deal with austerity, which suggests the government's learned nothing, and in particular the plight of WASPy women.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and I agree with him. I'm going to come on to these matters. But there is unfinished business, certainly for me, having been the pension spokesperson for the SNP in the last Parliament. We are not going to let the WASPy women left without a voice. And it's utterly disgraceful that some of the worst affected women were given 14 months written notice of an increase in their pensionable age. And I've said before the ridiculous situation of a woman born in February 1953 would have retired last year in January 2016, just shy of her 63rd birthday. But a woman born a year later, in February 1954, will not retire until July 2019. She'll be 65 and a half. Quite simply, Mr. Speaker, that is unacceptable, that you have a 2.5-year increase in a woman's pensionable age over a one-year period, and was identified by Cridland in his review of the state pension age. We should not be looking at an increase in pensionable age of any more than 1 year in every 10 years. And as I've often pointed out to the Government, there is a very easy solution to this, and that is that we reverse the Pensions Act of 2011. And the cost of doing that would be £8 billion, which is easily affordable, given that there is a surplus of £30 billion in the National Insurance Fund. I will give way one more time.
The honourable gentleman knows full well that that policy he has set out was shot to pieces when the Permanent Secretary of the Department of Work and Pensions confirmed it's not even physically possible to use a surplus, and in many years it's in deficit. Will he accept that?
I have to say, I think the honourable gentleman is due an apology to the WASPy women, because you cannot get away from the fact that the Government's own actuarial department has indicated that the surplus this year is £30 billion. For goodness sake, use the surplus in that fund. Introduce mitigation for the WASPy women. It is the right thing to do, and I assure the Prime Minister that this issue is not going to go away. And let me commend members across the House, Conservative members that want action taken on this as well. You cannot defend that women have had notice of only 14 months in some cases. It's a failure of communication. It was far too swift a rise in pensionable age, and we must come back and address this issue in this Parliament. And I will commend the SNP that we will not lose sight of this issue, and we will stand foursquare behind the WASPy women in the months to come. I want to make some progress, and I'll happily take interventions later on. The Prime Minister's gamble backfired, and she has desperately clung to power, at least for now, and stumbled into the Brexit negotiations on Monday morning, regardless with an almost all-male team equipped with no credible plan, no mandate, and seemingly no functional government. Well, I can see the Prime Minister floundering, but where is the stable government that the Prime Minister promised us? It's not here. It is worth reflecting that last year's Queen's speech took place just 1 month before the nations of the United Kingdom voted on whether or not to remain a member of the European Union. Mr. Speaker, in that referendum, Scotland voted clearly and decisively to remain in the European Union. Northern Ireland too voted to remain in the European Union. England and Wales, of course, voted to leave. There was a democratic divergence across the UK. I had hoped that a compromise might be found that would work for all nations of the United Kingdom. Indeed, the Prime Minister herself said that Article 50 would not be triggered until there was a UK approach, and that she was willing to listen to all options. That is why last year the Scottish Government, in good faith and in a spirit of compromise, published proposals in Scotland's place in Europe. Mr. Speaker, these are credible proposals that would mitigate the worst impacts of a hard Brexit. They would maintain the UK's membership of the single market while it leaves the EU, or failing that, would maintain Scotland's membership of the single market within the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I congratulate him on his new role. Will he perhaps set a new tone for his party by recognising that in a democracy, when a referendum is settled so that Scotland remains in the UK, and the UK has a referendum which settles the matter, then perhaps it would be good to stand up for democracy? Could we hear something new from the other side?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. And of course, we in the Scottish National Party always accepted the result of the referendum in 2014. That is not in question. What I have to say to honourable members opposite is that we were promised that if we voted to stay within the United Kingdom, that our future in Europe would be protected. And what happened when we went to the country last year, that the Scottish National Party stood on a manifesto commitment that if Scotland was dragged out of the European Union against its will, then we reserved the right to give the people of Scotland an insurance policy that at the end of the Brexit process, that the people of Scotland would have the ability to have their say. And what I would say to the Conservatives opposite, that are chuntering from a sedentary position, is that we won that election to the Scottish Parliament. There was a vote that took place in the Scottish Parliament. 69 members of that Parliament voted to enact a referendum if the circumstances are right. 59 members voted against that. That is democracy. The people of Scotland have spoken, and it's about time that the Conservatives respected the sovereignty of the Scottish people. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to try and make some progress. The government document on the Queen's speech says that powers repatriated from the EU will be held at UK level until the UK then negotiates with the devolved governments. The government's Queen's Speech Executive Summary published today says the repeal bill will replicate the common UK frameworks created by EU law and UK law and maintain the scope of devolved decision-making powers immediately after exit. And it clarifies that they will be centralising fisheries and agricultural matters through specific bills on each. Page 22 tells us aspects of the bill will extend to the UK as international matters are not devolved. We will consult widely with the devolved administrations on the appropriate extent of any legislation. Mr. Speaker, this is the great power grab in action.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, Mr. Speaker, and wish him all the best in his new position as leader of the Scottish National Party as well. But does he accept that some of the MPs, good honourable members, lost their seats because of their position on Brexit and Europe in relation to the fisheries? So it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that the Scottish National Party who are here commit themselves to the policy that we will take in this House to ensure that the fisheries across the whole of the United Kingdom and Great Britain and Northern Ireland are preserved and the peoples and their jobs are also preserved.
It's a devolved department.
I'm grateful for the intervention for the honourable member. The important point is that fisheries and agriculture are devolved.
Yes.
We will not sit back and see this land grab from Westminster. Powers over fishery and agriculture must remain with the Scottish Parliament, and there's going to be a real question for the Conservative members opposite. Whose side are they going to be on? Are they going to be on the side of London, or are they going to be on the side of the people of Scotland? And let me tell you that if they don't stand up for Scotland, then they will pay a price at the ballot box at future elections.
Exactly.
I must say, I know that many Conservatives that have come from Scotland are here for the first time. Can I respectfully suggest to them that if they do want to make an intervention, it's perhaps best to rise than it is to shout from a sedentary position. It's not the way that we tend to behave in this Parliament. I happily agree.
So will the SNP representative tell us what measures, if any, in this Queen's speech his party does support? Or should we tell the UK public they want to block everything and they're negative about every progressive proposal in our Queen's speech address?
My goodness. I think I've demonstrated in the remarks that I've been able to make so far that, of course, that we will support progressive politics and, of course, we'll take action on abuse towards domestic violence and so on and so forth. If there are measures which are in the interest of the people of Scotland, then we will support them. Now, I've taken...
Well, my honourable friend,
I'll give way one last time.
Does my honourable friend, does my right honourable friend share my concern that the Scotland Office Minister who's going to be dealing with agriculture and fisheries is going to be a member of the House of Lords, and therefore not open to scrutiny by this House? And does he agree with me that it's a shame that the Prime Minister doesn't think the new Tories are of sufficient calibre to hold such a party?
That's an extremely important contribution that my honourable friend has made. I can't imagine what some of the new Conservatives must make of it, that they win an election and a colleague that couldn't unseat the member in Perthshire has had to be elevated to the House of Lords. Democracy in the United Kingdom. You lose an election, but you'll still end up in government. But not only that, we also find that as the individual who...
Order. I apologise to the right honourable gentleman having to interrupt. Members shouldn't chunter from a sedentary position, which is unparliamentary. Order! Mr Chairwarden, calm yourself and try to restore your equilibrium, your karma, which would be of benefit to you, probably to Hampshire, and certainly to the House. There's quite a lot of eccentric gesticulation with hands taking place, not least amongst new members. I hope they'll be cured of this malady before long. Mr Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I hope that the new members will appreciate your sage advice. But there's a very important point here, that we have a Conservative failed candidate being elevated to the House of Lords, standing down from his position in the European Parliament, and the Conservatives seem to want to appoint someone to the European Parliament who was fifth on their list.
Going to get sued. They're getting sued now.
Sued by one of their own members. It's a very, very strange approach to democracy from the Scottish Conservatives. Mr Speaker, I want to make some progress. Membership of the single market could not be more important for Scotland. It contains 8 of our top 12 export destinations, supports 300,000 jobs in Scotland and contributes more than £11 billion to our economy. A hard Brexit would severely damage Scotland's economic, social and cultural interests. It will hit jobs and living standards deeply and permanently. That is why we are determined to avoid it. And that is true for the United Kingdom as well. The Prime Minister must now reflect that her party stood on a platform of a hard Brexit that has been roundly rejected by the electorate. There is no mandate for a hard Brexit. It is the Scottish Government's compromise approach that has been endorsed by the Scottish Parliament and now the people of Scotland as part of our manifesto commitment in the general election. So my message to the Prime Minister is very simple. It is time to listen. It is time to get back around the table with the devolved governments of the United Kingdom and work out a compromise that works for all in the United Kingdom and avoids the devastating damage that would be caused by a hard Brexit.
I'm very grateful to the honourable member for giving way. He will, of course, know the Prime Minister is very famous for her U-turns. At the moment, she currently wants out of the single market and she wants out of the customs union. Does he expect her to U-turn any time soon before she takes the UK over a cliff edge? And Scotland, of course, does have its parachute for safety from the carnage the Prime Minister is bringing.
I would encourage the Prime Minister to listen, and I think it is important that she reflects on what has happened in the election. I wouldn't see that as a U-turn. I would see that as a Prime Minister that perhaps begins to show leadership which is strong and stable if she's prepared to do it. Mr Speaker, at the heart of the compromise must be continued membership of the single market. I gently suggest to those on the Labour benches to reflect on their position as well. Voters in Scotland will have sat aghast at the sight of a Labour Shadow Secretary of State for Scotland, who I see is not in her place, who could not say whether she supported Scotland's voice being heard in the Brexit negotiations.
Shameful.
To capitulate to the Conservatives in the single market would be to sell out working families whose wages and prospects will be ultimately damaged by a hard Brexit. My challenge to Labour is to join with the Scottish National Party in seeking to get the single market back on the table as the best option, the only option, for protecting jobs, the economy and living standards. I will happily give way.
Yeah, I do agree with his position on unfettered access to the single market, but would he like to comment on what the Prime Minister has said, that a bad deal is better than no deal? Right, so a no deal is better than a bad deal, and the Chancellor has said, of course, that no deal is very, very bad. And surely both can't be true, otherwise a very, very bad deal would be better than a bad deal. But would he agree that clearly we do need to get a deal where we maximise jobs and access to the marketplace?
Can I say to the honourable gentleman, I think he's really got to speak to his own colleagues, and he's got to say to them, if you want to stand up for the people in this country, then you've got to join with us, and you've got to demand that we remain members of the single market. That is the salient point to this. Mr. Speaker, the Queen's speech doesn't just fail on minimising the impact of Brexit. It falls even harder on reversing the damage caused by almost a decade of austerity. For this Tory government, austerity cuts are not simply a policy response to a particular economic situation. They are an ideology and a political choice. It is a political choice. Well, I hear somebody shouting from a sedentary position nonsense. And let me say politely to the government that in 2009 we embarked on a policy of quantitative easing. Now, I would suspect that everyone in this House supported the fact that we needed to take monetary policy action in 2009. We're now sitting in a situation that there's been £430 billion worth of intervention in the markets. The point about this is we have not taken the fiscal measures in order to deliver sustainable economic growth that had to sit hand in hand with the action that was taken on monetary policy. What we have done is that we have underpinned the financial markets as a direct consequence of the quantitative easing. Those with assets have done well. The financial markets have increased by more than 70% over those years. The tragedy is real wages have declined, and the responsibility for the economic management rests with the government opposite. And it's that charge sheet that we have not looked after the working people of this country. But what we have done is making sure those with financial assets have done very well. That is the specific charge, and that is why the government can and must change course. It is a political choice that has put certain groups of people in the crosshairs, working families, those on low incomes just managing to get by, and the disabled and the vulnerable who rely on support from social security. And social security, I use that phrase for a very clear purpose, because that's what we talk about in Scotland. The government in London talks about welfare. That perhaps is why you have a problem, because you don't realise it's about the importance of that safety net. Our society is simply as strong as its weakest link.
On that point, the honourable friend, I'm grateful for my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that those people who are most under pressure are going to find it even worse if the government continues with its shambolic rollout of universal credit full service, which has been rolling ahead of schedule in the Highlands and is hurting people deeply every day, those seeking work, the disabled and those who are working?
Well, I commend my honourable friend for the work that he has done in this area, and I know that he has had many constituents that have come to him that have been enormously impacted by the changes, and it is important that the government reflects on the impact that these changes have had and have taken place, and they change course. I need to make some progress, I apologise. We know that a decade of austerity will see the highest inequality since the Conservative government under Margaret Thatcher. Whilst the Tories on the government benches might proclaim cuts to government spending, it means real pain and hardship for people across the country. The SNP have consistently opposed austerity, and we are offering a credible alternative. Our approach to the public finances would balance the UK budget for day-to-day spending by the end of the Parliament. It would set debt on a downward path and, crucially, would also free up an additional £118 billion of public investment over the Parliament to grow the economy, safeguarding public services and protecting household incomes. A clear alternative to 5 more years of Tory austerity, investment and hope, not more destructive cuts. Those on low income who rely on in-work social security and the vulnerable and the disabled face a further £9 billion of additional social security cuts from this Tory government. There is an alternative. Where Labour have only pledged to reverse less than a quarter of these cuts, SNP MPs will stand against all of the further planned cuts to social security. Our pensioners too now face real pain from Tory austerity. The government's intention to remove the triple lock and raid the winter fuel allowance will hit pensioners hard at a time when their budgets are hard-pressed. Mr Speaker, in the Highlands of Scotland, 77% of pensioners are in fuel poverty, Until we have driven fuel poverty out of our society, we need to make sure that we are standing up for the rights of our pensioners.
I just wondered if the honourable gentleman has factored into the description you've just given of the finances in Scotland the Barnett formula. Without the Barnett formula, and given the fact that there is such a catastrophe in the Scottish finances at the moment, are they still insisting that the Barnett formula has to be applied?
Well, I have to say, I find that quite extraordinary, because the real term cut to the Scottish budget over the last 10 years has been about £2.9 billion, and it's simply because of Tory austerity. Yes, we support the Barnett formula because it's done on a needs basis. You know, it is interesting that others have wanted to take that away. It's not the SNP that's a threat to public finances in Scotland, it's those that want to attack the Barnett formula. And let me make it absolutely clear that in any backdoor deal which is done with the DUP, if there's any increase in spending in Northern Ireland, and we of course would welcome additional spending in Northern Ireland, that must be reflected through the Barnett formula. Scotland must be protected by any deal that the Conservatives do. SNP MPs will oppose the removal of the triple lock so that our pensioners will see the pension that they work for, and that they will continue to support the WASPy movement and campaign to secure fairness. The Government must act with speed to address the WASPy issue. The Prime Minister and her Government must reflect on the circumstances that the WASPy women are in and put in place mitigation. Mr Speaker, the most startling impact of austerity is the effect it has on children and working families. The income of the poorest third of working-age households will fall by 10% over the next 4 years, driving a further 1 million children across the United Kingdom into poverty. It was no wonder that in the last Parliament that the previous Secretary for Work and Pensions wanted to redefine child poverty, because, quite simply, the numbers are eye-watering and shameful. By 2021, there could be more than 5 million children across the United Kingdom, a number equivalent to the total population of Scotland, living in poverty in one of the richest countries in the world. Mr Speaker, above all, austerity erodes our public services at a time when more than ever we need to ensure that our public services are well funded and delivering for people in our communities. In this Parliament, SNP MPs will champion our public services. Over the last 10 years, the SNP Scottish Government has prioritised the health service and will continue to do so. Our NHS, like health services across the world, faces real challenges. However, in Scotland, patient satisfaction is at record levels. Our hospitals, A&Es, are the best performing in the United Kingdom. Many nurses are better paid in Scotland than they are in the rest of the UK. Our health service in Scotland will be £2 billion better off by the end of this Parliament. However, we want to go further. If the UK Government chose to increase health spending per head of population in England to the current Scottish level, which is 7% higher, that would mean more money for the NHS, not just in Scotland, but right across the United Kingdom. It would increase the health budget in England by £11 billion, more than inflation by 2022, and it would deliver funding to support additional investment in Scotland's NHS of up to £1 billion. Making sure that everyone has a safe, warm and affordable home is central to the SNP's Scottish Government's drive to make this country fairer and more prosperous. Over the last parliamentary term, the SNP Government invested more than £1.7 billion in affordable housing. We are delivering over 30,000 new affordable homes, and we've targeted 50,000 affordable homes by the end of this Parliament. High-quality and well-funded public services, a growing economy with investment in business, and a fairer and more equal country is the alternative to austerity. Having been denied their majority by the public, I had hoped that this Queen's speech might signal a government that was more willing to listen and compromise, but I see scant evidence of that today. The SNP has been a real and effective opposition in the last Parliament. It was the SNP that led the challenge to the proposed cuts to working tax credits, that led to a coalition here and elsewhere that forced the government to change course. It was my friend and colleague, the member for Glasgow Central, who championed the campaign against the changes to tax credits for families with more than 2 children, what became known as the rape clause. We asked the government again to revisit this issue. I'll happily give way.
thank him for giving way and for mentioning the campaign on the rape clause. Does he agree that it is such a contrast that the Scottish Government today launches a social security system which talks about social security as a human right, whereas the rape clause actually is in breach of women and children's human rights?
I absolutely agree, and I know that the Prime Minister is in her place, and I hope that she's listened very carefully to what my honourable friend has said, and that this is an issue that the Government will reflect on and deal with in short order. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, well, I can happily go on. Faced with a right-wing Tory government pursuing an austerity agenda that has little mandate to implement, the SNP will bring forward our own amendment to the Queen's Speech that will seek a change of direction towards the progressive policies that our public services and the economy needs. In this Parliament of minorities, the SNP will take every opportunity to further Scotland's interests. SNP members will be prepared to work with parties across this chamber to deliver more progressive, fairer policies that serve the interests of the people of this country. In this Parliament, SNP MPs will ensure that Scotland's voice is heard louder and clearer than ever before.
Order. I call the Father of the House, Mr Kenneth Clark.
Mr Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Ross, Skye and Lochaber, and I congratulate him on his elevation to the leadership of his somewhat diminished party. I congratulate him particularly on his fortitude in the face of the rather clear setback which his party suffered in the recent general election. I think I share some of his feelings, as my party also has lost some good colleagues. But Scotland seemed to have a slightly different election campaign. And I took the results in Scotland as a serious rebuff to the Scottish Nationalist Party's one central cause of having another referendum in an attempt to break up the union of the United Kingdom. So I hope it's a terminal one on this occasion, and I would like to assure my very welcome new friends from Scotland on this side of the House and our friend...
Ignore them, not the Speaker.
They're secure in my support, and our friends from the Democratic Unionist Party that I'm a stalwart supporter of the Union, and I shall certainly, whatever happens in this Parliament, be unswerving in that support. But in England, this was a Brexit election. In fact, the public slightly losing interest in the political bubbles debate about Brexit, and lots of other issues came in. But it was designed as a Brexit election, and I think history will see the election and this Parliament as a Brexit election. And as I think I'm certainly entitled to somewhat less of this House's time than the leaders of political parties are quite rightly entitled to, I shall confine my speech to the issue of Brexit. I would have liked more time to welcome those aspects of my right honourable friends, the Prime Minister's speech, which reflected yet again the liberal social conscience which I know she has, and her deep feeling for those who have not been prospering enough when we've had periods of prosperity in this country recently. She recaptured the spirit of her Downing Street address. And also, I would like to debate the national economy, and I welcome the very sound principles and the only possible principles, in my opinion, which she set out about how we've got to tackle the problem of getting through the present uncertainties and actually getting back to proper growth in a modern and competitive economy. But I propose to confine my remarks to what history will regard whatever happens in this Parliament, as the great lasting work of this Parliament, which is what kind of deal we achieve as we leave the European Union. And in case anybody immediately starts to disagree with me on the basis that I'm challenging the referendum, I never did accept that a referendum was a very sensible way of proceeding on such a huge and complex question. I regard the idea of having a second referendum in case that my side might win on this occasion as a particularly foolish proposal to move on from here. I thought it was a parliamentary matter. I spoke and voted against the invocation of Article 50. I accept
that the majority in favour of invoking it was quite overwhelming from both sides of the House, and for this Parliament I accept that the matter is settled. We are definitely going to leave the European Union, and we now have to debate what we all agree in principle is what is the best deal that we can obtain for this future special partnership with Europe, our new relationships, political and economic, with the rest of the world, because the actual subject matter that we're going to have to consider as this Parliament goes on was actually scarcely debated in any sensible way by the national leadership of either side in the referendum, as reported in the national media, nor, I regret to say, was any particular debate devoted to in any sensible way to any content of a new arrangement in the general election that we've just had. I do think, of course, well, I could make a mile-long speech if I asked every question, and again, I have to be selective. I think we're right to concentrate at this moment, as the debate is beginning to do, on our economic relationships with the European Union, with the prospects for trade, investment and jobs. That is obviously most compelling. We must leave for a later stage the dozens of important questions that are also going to arise on the subjects of security, international crime, environmental standards and so on. But at this moment, what we're interested in is how are we going to trade in future with Europe and what the relationships are going to be. It's very important we do, because Brexit is already, in its short-term effects, making many people in this country, particularly the less well-off, considerably poorer. The immediate effect of the vote was to cause a very significant devaluation of sterling, because international investors decided that the attractiveness of sterling assets was very much less, that the prospects of the British economy were quite seriously damaged, and the pound has fallen and stayed low, which is now feeding its way through into inflation, which is actually exceeding the low wage growth in this economy. It's also stalling investment. And so, actually, we are, at the moment, seeing a serious slowdown in growth and a drop in living standards, particularly amongst vulnerable parts of the community. So, if there are those who believe that eventually we can get a deal which can reverse those things, the sooner we reach a sensible agreement on that, and my right honourable friend, the Brexit Secretary, pursues and achieves them, the better. Now, I'll give way to my honourable friend and then I'll give way.
I just wondered, in the light of the extremely sensible remarks that my right honourable friend has been making so far, whether in fact he would follow up what he said on television at the weekend, that he didn't really see any reason why we should not actually stay in the single market. He thought, I think he said, that we should not leave the single market, nor the customs union. Does he want to say that now in the context of leaving the European Union as well?
I am about to address the very issue, that is one of the principal contents of the speech I propose to make. I'm delighted to debate it again with my right honourable friend. We've debated these matters for a very long time, and I think he and I eventually are going to have to reach some sort of compromise. Only when that is achieved will the votes of the Democratic Unionist Party move the government very far in the same direction. But so I will certainly bring him up to date with my views on the single market and the customs union. It's precisely what I intended to go on to. I'll give way to the member for Chesterfield, and then I won't give way again unless somebody's particularly pressing, if people will forgive me.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. He's absolutely right that there should be a priority about the economy, and he also mentioned some of the other things that may have to wait till further down the line, but he didn't talk about immigration. Now, I know, having spent a lot of time speaking to people in Chesterfield over the last few weeks, for many of those Brexit voters, if what we end up with is some kind of deal where we leave the European Union but nothing changes in terms of immigration, they will feel that their vote for leaving the European Union was very much given under false pretences.
Well, if I may say so, I do understand the political background for the honourable member, but I do get concerned about the fact that more and more Labour members, perfectly reasonable ones, who come from the north of England, North Midlands, are now suddenly finding reasons for sounding rather anti-immigrant and have put that interpretation of body. We have a problem with immigration. I will address it. But we should not start feeding nonsense like the idea that EU nationals have lowered our living standards or are taking our jobs or anything of that kind. And the political temptation to start sounding a bit like the erstwhile UKIP opponent should be resisted, I think, particularly by people in what were used to be safe Labour seats in the north of England. But let me turn to the question of the single market and the customs union. I start from the proposition, because we're going to have to seek some compromise. So far as I'm aware, there is not a protectionist Member of Parliament sitting in this House. Everybody here declares their fervent belief in free trade. It was never always thus in this House. The only real protectionist on my side of the House was the late Alan Clark, which was rather odd when he was for a time our Minister for Trade at the beginning of the Uruguay round, but he was exceptional in many matters. The left wing of the Labour Party in the days of Michael Foot was ferociously protectionist, as it was ferociously Eurosceptic when they were united with the old imperialist right on our party in opposing the European project. I'm never quite sure where the present leader of the opposition has gone to, because as he and I have rather consistently stuck to the sort of views we both had when we entered this House many years ago, he a little later than me, but not much, he was one of the stoutest Benite Eurosceptics in the House of Commons. It was a capitalist plot in those days. Now, he hasn't exactly had a Pauline conversion. It's not bad, but I kept finding he was speaking on the same side as me in the recent referendum, although he only seemed able to find arguments about resisting obscure threats to workers' rights, which I couldn't see were actually remotely an issue in the referendum we were holding. But I'll take what he says and his party's position, so I think now he probably is in favour of free trade. And particularly in the referendum, those people who did campaign, both sides were united on the principles of free trade and open trading links with the rest of the European Union. The Leave side, I think everyone would agree, was led very robustly by my right honourable friend, the present Foreign Secretary. And he, in particular, was very anxious to dismiss the suggestion that the future of our trading relationships was remotely going to be affected by our leaving the European Union. That was the politics of fear. That was scaremongering. He repeatedly explained that as the Germans needed to sell us their Mercedes cars, and as the Italians need us to sell us their Prosecco, then obviously our trading relationships were going to remain completely unchanged. Indeed, at times, he and one or two other of the people on the Leave campaign seemed to imply that you didn't really need trade agreements anyway to trade in the modern world. You just went there and sold things. Although, of course, if we have no deal and we leave the Union and all the EU trade deals that we helped to negotiate over the years, we will for a time be the only country in the developed world that has absolutely no trade agreements in place with any other country. But my right honourable friend, Foreign Secretary, with his usual breezy insouciance, seemed quite undisturbed by that particular spectacle. And I don't think that's where we are now. So let me begin by the prospect, dealing precisely with what I think is a very key issue raised by my right honourable friend, the member for Stone. I think it should be, I hope I can take it, as a given starting point across the House, that we therefore are going to seek to achieve no new customs barriers between ourselves and the rest of the European Union, no new regulatory barriers between ourselves and the rest of the European Union, and no tariffs. So I think are important, but they're not as important as the other two in quite a lot of aspects of a modern economy. But I take it that all sides are agreed that we're going to seek putting any obstacles of that kind in the way of future relationships. Indeed, in the circumstance we're in, and I'm very anxious to demonstrate my agreement with our friends in the Democratic Unionist Party, I share all their fervour that we want an open border in Ireland. And I do think it would be an absolute catastrophe if we found ourselves closing that border again with all that it would threaten to the stability of Ulster and of the Irish Republic as well. It is for that reason, given that I think no one in principle argues with what I have just said about the desirability of no new tariffs, no new regulatory barriers, no new customs barriers, that I do find it rather odd that ostensibly the two front benches are agreed we're going to leave the single market, and it's difficult to understand in the Labour case, as far as I'm aware, possibly the customs union as well. So I can only assume that either that is mere semantics, or we're going to have some considerable ingenuity in the way we achieve what is a very desirable goal to people of common sense on both sides of the Channel, whilst at the same time withdrawing from the single market and the customs union. And I repeat, when we received our instructions with the people, to use the kind of phrase which Eurosceptics are very fond of, in the referendum, I do not recall the question of leaving the single market and the customs union ever remotely being seriously raised, and certainly in the rather good debates I had with very good, intelligent Eurosceptics in the village halls and so on, none of them ever suggested we were leaving it. I will give way just a second, because all in line with my experience throughout my time in this House. Throughout my time, every Eurosceptic also always argued there was nothing wrong with the common market. Every right-wing Tory was totally in favour of having close and open trading relations with the rest of Europe. It was the politics, or their version of what they thought were the politics of Europe, was the sole basis of their opposition. Yes, I give way to my honourable friend, with whom I also will have to seek compromise. I'm sure the whips will tell us at some time during this debate.
I'm very grateful. And both the Remain and Leave campaigns agreed that we could not stay in the single market and customs union for a variety of good reasons. One, we want to do free trade agreements with other countries around the world, and you can't do it if you're in the single market and customs union. Two, they made it very clear you'd have to pay budget contributions and accept freedom of movement, which we had no intention of doing. So it's one of the few things the two campaigns agreed about. We all told the British public we'd be leaving the single market and the customs union. And that was repeated in the Article 50 letter and was appreciated by the EU, and it was voted on and approved overwhelmingly by the House of Commons in the last Parliament. What part of that does my right honourable friend not understand?
I think the members who are present in the chamber will begin to think that for the first time in my career here, there is collusion between myself and the member for Stone, and collusion between myself and the right honourable friend, because he anticipates precisely the next point I'm about to move on, which is the only reasons I have so far been given for deciding we approach the European Union, who are a moment bewildered by the approach we are taking to them, on the basis that the proposition is we leave the single market and we leave the customs union. Now, the reason for leaving the customs union is apparently that we're desperately anxious to reach agreements with the wider world. I'm delighted to see my right honourable friend, with whom I've always had the most amiable discussions of European states, taking his place. Now, the idea of greater trade, better trade relationships with the wider world, everybody in the Conservative Party has been advocating for as long as I've been here. The British government, I think, was widely recognised in the last 40 years as the government in the EU who were the most fervent advocates of liberal economics, open trading policy. The very large number of trade deals that the EU has entered into with partners around the world, British governments played a very large part in instigating those and actually pressing the other member states to make progress on them with considerable success. Of course, if you negotiate as the EU, you have considerable negotiating clout. We would have less on our own. But the last time I held office, which was towards the end of the coalition government, taking a break in my political career at the moment, but I was actually asked to lead for us on the EU-US TTIP deal, which sadly is a very difficult deal to get. But there was no more fervent advocate of the desirability of an EU TTIP deal than the British government, led by Conservatives, served in by all my honourable and right honourable friends on the front bench now, most of them, and that was our approach, and that's why we have achieved in recent times some extremely valuable free trade deals with South Korea. It's one of the spectacular ones. We've even opened negotiations with Japan, which is extremely important. Now, they will go when we leave the European Union, unless we reinstate that. If we leave the customs union, apparently, to add to those. Now, I think the only quick way in which my right honourable friend for international trade, who's not in his place, is able to achieve that is the first thing I'd recommend he should suggest to the other parties in the deals we're currently in that could we carry on the basis that, as far as they're concerned, we're still in the customs union, so would the Koreans accept that we will sign up to the terms that we had before and we will conduct ourselves, bound by the rules, subject to the international arbitration, all the things that are essential if you're going to have any agreement with anybody. Otherwise, it will be a nightmare trying to reopen the mall and taking some time. Well, as ever helpful, I'm sure, my right honourable friend.
I'd just like to reassure my right honourable friend that when partners split up and there are extant treaties, they novate to both sides. So we will be able to inherit the treaty as well as the rest of the EU, unless the other side objects. And I know of no other country that is going to object. They'd want to keep the free trade agreement with the UK.
So I'm very reassured by that, because that means, therefore, that this global future, all the new deals we wish to make, that the horizon that beckons before us of where we're going to go, actually means that in over 50 countries we're going to carry on exactly the same footing as we are now, taking on all the obligations of the existing EU trade deal and deriving all the benefits. I find that extremely reassuring, and I think my right honourable friend and myself should make an unlikely delegation going to see the Prime Minister to urge that upon her as the next step to take. But I think the idea is, and I'm entirely welcome to it, of course, when we are out of the EU, I look forward very much to seeing new trade deals negotiated with other countries. But I do think we grossly underestimate the difficulty of doing that. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for International Trade, made, for example, a visit to the Philippines. He assured President Duterte how much we shared his values, which I found rather startling. But he was on the very worthwhile mission, one that I wholly approved of, try to pave the way for a proper free trade deal with the Philippines. Now, it so happens I have been to the Philippines several times. I've made political visits, I've made ministerial visits, I've made business visits, and most of them have, as part of the agenda, have had trying to promote trade and investment in the Philippines. It is not an easy market. The idea you're going to make rapid progress in the Philippines should not take hold too strongly with my right honourable friend and his colleagues. If he can achieve any worthwhile advances in less than a few years, it will be a quite remarkable achievement. You might be able to get somewhere with New Zealand. When they finished the TTIP, you might be able to get somewhere with President Trump's United States. So even there are going to be difficulties. The New Zealanders, we must have, they're our best friends in the world on this kind of subject. They run, it's a very well-governed country and very well disposed, shares our views on free trade. Their first demand, which they'll have to ask for, is lifting of quotas and tariffs on lamb, which will pose problems for our troubled agriculture sector, so we better prepare to handle that carefully. The first demand of any American administration, even assuming it get anywhere with the very protectionist and isolationist administration we have at the moment, will be to open up to their beef. Personally, I don't have any hang-ups about hormone-treated beef, but I do think there have to be some quite hard negotiations about exactly how far we're going to open up our market to the Americans, who are always anxious to get rid of their heavily subsidised agricultural produce, and they will not regard us as very strong bargaining partners in the situation we put ourselves in. So I won't go on, but I do think the whole idea of leaving the customs union has got its limitations. Similarly now, the single market, well, my right honourable friend actually chooses to raise the question of our paying a financial contribution. Well, I think everybody's having to come to terms with that. The main negotiations at the moment, and I wish my right honourable friend well in them. I hope he comes back with the best deal he can get. But he's not going to go and start the negotiations with the European Union on the basis that we repudiate all the legal, financial and treaty obligations that we've already signed up to, or a proper and reasonable, objective division of assets and so on, and I wish him well in getting a modest figure. If we wish to have totally unfettered access to the market in the rest of the European Union, which I do, completely wasting your time if we turn up saying we're not going to make any contribution to the regional grants that are made to the less developed economies, for example, of Eastern and Central Europe, which is the basis upon which they're prepared to enter into free trade with the developed economies like our own. No other country has an agreement with the EU that does not involve a contribution of that kind. So, but the reason usually given is that we wish to have more control of our borders and deal with free movement of labour, which is the point the Honourable Member for Chesterfield raised. Now, I quite accept that we do have a political problem on the subject of immigration in this country, which we need to accept in a serious, professional, civilised manner. For me, I don't have personal hang-ups about immigration. It's certainly no question of culture, race or anything of that kind, so far as I'm concerned. I think British society is very much stronger, healthier, more interesting nowadays than it was in my childhood, now that I very contentedly live in a multi-ethnic, multicultural, international society, and I think that's the way the 21st century is going to go in every developed country in the world. The problem is just the numbers of people coming. But the problem is not, in my opinion, that of other EU nationals in particular. That wasn't the surge in feeling, actually, that lay behind a lot of the votes in the referendum. There are people who don't like foreign languages being spoken on the bus, but I think they're outnumbered. But it's undoubtedly the case, it's a fairly easy case to make, that EU nationals of all the ethnic groups in this country are the most likely to be in productive and valuable work, the least likely to be claiming benefit, and they're allowed here on the basis that they're going to take work. And since the referendum, there's been more serious discussion about the devastating effect that it would have on various sectors of our economy and key public services if you started excluding, with new, rigorous controls, EU nationals from coming here. I've just had, for the first time in my life, first-hand experience of the best of the National Health Service. And the multinational teams with whom I've been dealt with at every level contain a very high proportion of EU nationals. And the public don't actually get upset about German academics or Romanian nurses or Polish building workers It is the sheer numbers of other immigrants who come here, and UKIP, in their dog whistle campaigning, always campaign with brown or black people trying to enter this country on their posters. They never explained that the huge numbers of people wanting to come here from Africa, the Middle East, Afghanistan, and so on, it was entirely a sovereign decision for the United Kingdom. Whether they were given legal status to live here had nothing whatever to do with our membership of the European Union, which doesn't make the faintest difference. And I'm quite clear that this country should firstly behave in a civilised and responsible position towards the world's poor, that we should certainly honour our international law commitments on this subject, on the law of asylum and so on, but we have to reassure people who decided they were going to vote leave because they saw all those pictures of people on the beaches of Libya and thought it was our borders had been lost and it was something to do with the EU that so many of them were trying to come here. In fact, I think a lot of the problem is not caused by the EU, it's a problem we share with the other nations of Northern Europe in particular. Lots and lots of young men take the family savings, risk their lives paying people smugglers, and they mainly head for Germany, Sweden, or the United Kingdom, and we have been cooperating, and we should continue to do so, with the other European states in things like tackling the problem of crossing the Mediterranean, sealing the outer European border but controlling it in a way that lets people in to whom we need or have an obligation, morally, legally or otherwise. It's the idea that leaving the European Union means that people will stop trying to get across from Calais and Ostend is an illusion. More importantly, the big problem that normally shoveled under the carpet, but has been mentioned several times in the media again recently, our big problem is the huge number of undocumented, illegal immigrants in this country. Nobody knows how many there are, but estimates vary between 400,000 to 1 million. Not surprisingly, the recent horrific tragedy, quite a number of them turn out to be living in this tower in North Kensington, where we've seen such appalling, heart-rending scenes recently. But all over the country, they are there. They're camping out near the Channel ports. British people smugglers are bringing them in. People who've been refused asylum but have never left. People who've overstayed their visas. Now, that's the real problem. And how do you deal with it in a way that is not just cruel and inhuman? And I readily acknowledge, as a former Home Secretary, that it is a tremendously difficult problem. You can't just deport people who are probably using a false name, who are probably not giving you their genuine nationality, and you've got to try and persuade some country to take them back, because you say you want to deport them, and they will deny that they want these people or that they're anything to do with where they're going to. But that is, and I'll move on if I may. I'll just give way one last time. But I do think to start concentrating on free movement of labour, trying to put in unnecessary barriers to people who every study shows have been making a positive contribution to the economy of this country for most of the last few decades is a substitute for facing up to what are the enormous problems of reassuring our public that we're not sacrificing our humanitarian values, but we do understand we cannot take the world's poor, and we've got to have some system where we don't take them all. For the very last time, my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. And can I join him in congratulating all the medical staff in Nottingham for essentially, Mr Speaker, putting my right honourable friend back together again and making sure that his health is even better than it was before, and all the rigour of the arguments that he makes, and say how much I agree with everything he says. Would he agree with me that one of the great tragedies, perhaps, of recent events in terms of the politics that we see and we face is that none of these arguments have actually been made, not only outside this place, but actually in this chamber, where in I don't know how many years we failed to have an honest debate about immigration, and if we started here and then we had it out in our communities, we may not have found ourselves in the unfortunate situation that we clearly are in.
I agree entirely with my honourable friend. We live in a celebrity culture where the referendum was essentially the Boris and Dave show and had very little serious content. And the general election had a lot of slogans and billions of pounds worth of money that were going to be spent on everything that was emerged as a problem and was remarkably bereft of policy discussion in the media, in Parliament and in debate. But that's a wider issue which the politics of Nottinghamshire will keep up try to keep up standards, but I think we are in this House. We're obviously going to return to these things seriously. Very briefly, because I've already taken far longer than I intended. I want to kind of note that we obviously have to approach this cross-party. Both of the major parties are hopelessly split on this issue, as we've just demonstrated. The Labour Party is equally split. The idea that we continue in power, I'll give one second. We're going to continue in power by getting my right honourable friends and myself to agree on some compromise, subject to a veto on every significant vote to be exercised by the Democratic Unionists, which will give us a small majority in this House, is not the way to have that strong mandate for the Brexit negotiations that my right honourable friend was seeking at the election. And as I wish to see my right honourable friend have a strong mandate, I will break what I have said and for the last time give way to him. Very good to see.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. I want to take him back just a second to his previous comments on migration. He described the referendum as the Boris and Dave show. It certainly wasn't the Ken and David show, that was for sure. But we, Mr. Speaker, we neither of us spoke much about immigration in the referendum campaign itself. But the simple truth is, if you look back over the last 20 years, since the growth of migration from the East, when the then Labour government didn't allow a transition arrangement, the concern of the public at large, not just small groups or people who are bigots, the concern of the public at large about migration generally went from next to nothing to 80%. So it's a little wider, I think, than what he has described. Real problems, real issues which require us to behave in a civilised manner. But I just think we should treat that respectfully. And what I'm saying to him is what we're trying to do is to get a resolution which respects that, but also delivers an economic outcome which we deserve.
Well, I agree with my right honourable friend, and I always credit my right honourable friend with consistent and sound principles. I have the same respect for him that I have for the two right honourable friends who have been interrupting on me. We have always... genuinely, in the sense that they haven't been on all sides at various times. They have argued consistently and in principle with knowledge of the European Union all the way through. There's always been an element in politics, you have to have them, where some people change quite rapidly sometimes, according to the latest headline or the prospects of promotion or wherever it may be. But he can't be accused of that, neither can I. I also credit him with not using any of the daft arguments in the course of the referendum. I don't remember that 70 million Turks were coming to molest our womenfolk and take our jobs. He never said there was going to be £350 million a week to spend on the National Health Service, the two big arguments of the national leaders, and I didn't use the daft ones on our side either. The result was we hardly got reported. Nobody took any notice because the national media was not remotely interested. But I conclude on this thing. I think it's quite obvious we have got some cross-party appeal. Now, I think there are important reasons for that. The Labour Party will be tempted by another election. There are so many Labour members I know who are still pinching themselves that they're still in this House, and I quite accept the Leader of the Opposition had a personal triumph during it all. I would point out to them they're still miles from forming a government. They've got 50 fewer seats than the Conservative Party. Their chances of forming a coalition with the Democratic Unionists, the Liberals, or the Scottish Nationalists on the kind of platform they stood on are absolutely nil. I also think another general election will be an appalling risk, because the public don't like any party. I've never known such, I think, ill-founded adolescent cynicism to be so widespread amongst the electorate. They treat the political class with growing contempt and all start playing party games here and go back and have another election when they're so volatile. About 20% of the population, I think, changed their minds in the last fortnight of the campaign, but not with deep conviction. Most of them were reassured that they could cast a protest vote for the Labour Party without any risk of them winning and taking power. What the next election will be like, it would be a bigger gamble than the last one, with no certain outcome. We in this House have to prove that our tribalism can occasionally subside, that we are capable of putting the national interest above the short-term knockabout of what is discredited party politics. The French have been saved by President Macron. They've got rid of both their long-established parties. They can't stand either of them. A new, hopeful person has emerged from the centre-left. Heaven knows whether he can succeed. I very much hope he does. And they've gone in that direction. We went in the opposite direction. The two parties surged in their support. They went back to the old two parties. But I don't think they were deeply convinced by the arguments that either of them were using during the election. And heaven knows what they would do if this Parliament fails, collapses, some stupid party vote takes place, and we have another general election. It will be a lottery from which we might all lose. So let us show that we can rise above this. I'm glad to know there are, in fact, channels already open to the Liberals, the Labour Party, I'm sure the Scottish Nationalists. We don't really know quite what the basis is upon which we're negotiating this Brexit at the moment. I think it's going to have to be carried by what I think is an extremely sensible cross-party majority that this House could easily command if we were able to put in place some processes to achieve it.
Aaron.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to follow a very wise speech, and some of the points I may reflect on in my shorter speech. I wonder if it's, you'll forgive me, Mr. Speaker, if I will also just pay reference and pay respect to our two departed colleagues in the last 12 months. The loss of Gerald Kaufman and of Joe Cox, both deeply and strongly felt. Both made huge contributions to this place, to their constituencies and to our wider community. We reflect upon Gerald Kaufman's career in this place, which has lasted as long as I have been alive, and we reflect not just on his great contribution to the Labour Party and to our national public life, but also we contrast that with the single solitary year that Joe Cox spent in this place, and in so many ways made as big an impact. And it is right that we celebrated her life and her values in the great get-together just recently. It's something I hope that will continue for many years to come, as we stand by her and her family and her legacy in those years to come. I think it's also right, if you'll forgive me, if I also make reference to some of the appalling situations that have taken place in this country in the last few weeks. The Grenfell Tower tragedy is something that I think has left many of us utterly speechless. The sense of appalling tragedy, the horror that those people have had to go through, the immense loss, personal loss, the loss of loved ones, the loss of everything, is something that we can barely imagine ourselves. But, you know, I think there is something very different about this tragedy in that it is a source of, and I feel it myself, if I'm honest, of great anger. Because whatever we say and whatever we do, the implications of what happened and the loss of those dozens and dozens of lives is that some lives in our society are apparently worth less than others. That is how that came to pass. That is how that outrage came to take place. And we must learn from that, and we must take action to demonstrate we have learned from that. And the terrorist incidents, the three of them, at Finsbury Park just recently, at London Bridge and in Manchester. We have all spoken at length about those and about our horror and our outrage at what happened. But let's remember what terrorists seek to do. They do seek to divide us, and our response must be to be united. I went to the Muslim Welfare Centre next to Finsbury Park Mosque last night, and amongst the people I met, I had the honour of meeting Mohammed, the young imam, who was so whose dignity just shone out on the night of that attack, and who actually protected the assailant from a very, very dangerous situation. And it is a reminder that when we speak about the different communities in our country, that we must do so with care and with love and with inclusion. And not just us in politics to use language, as the Right Honourable member who spoke just before me rightly pointed out, not just in our language as politicians, but dare I say gently, that our friends in the media must also be immensely careful how they report these kinds of incidents, and indeed all matters to do with community relations in this country. If you are a person living in a non-diverse part of the United Kingdom, and you only get your information about community relations, about terrorism and risks from certain newspapers, then you will end up in a situation where you believe there are problems that perhaps there are not, where you demonise others when there is absolutely no place for that. And we have to work incredibly hard in uniting our communities to do so by using language that is right, that is inclusive, and that makes sure we do not allow those who seek to damage us, to divide us, to actually win. So, yeah, sure, thank you.
Because he started his speech by making or paying tribute to Joe Cox and Joel Kaufman, but I hope he doesn't mind if I also mention Paul Keach. Paul, who was a comrade of ours, was a member of Parliament for many years and retired through ill health, sadly died just before the general election, and I think Paul is somebody that we will miss greatly.
To the Right Honourable Gentleman for raising that. Paul, of course, was a step down from this House in 2010, but a friend and colleague of mine. And I'm bound to say, amongst his many other achievements, he was the defence spokesperson for the Liberal Democrats during the Iraq War. And people will remember, wrongly, that the Liberal Democrats took the popular side in opposing the Iraq War. We didn't. We took the unpopular side. And sometimes it's important to do right, and Paul Keach sat there and stood there next to the equally late and great Charles Kennedy in making that case at that very difficult time for our country. I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for raising it. I will. I've not really begun, but yes, go ahead.
Can I just reinforce the message you made about Imam Mohammed Mahood? Because I think his words, which I think ought to be in everyone's mind, is about God's grace they managed to stop him being attacked and prevent worse things happening. Heaven knows what would have happened if the attacker had suffered serious damage. The headlines would have been very different. So we owe a great deal to that Imam and people like him.
We absolutely do, and I think he was an example of what genuinely unites us, and our love and concern for others, and indeed he reflects the values of the colossal majority of Muslim people in this country, and it's important we reflect that. May I, in their absence now, also pay tribute to the humorous, witty and wise remarks of the mover and seconder of the response to the gracious speech, and move on to my own remarks, which I promise won't be all that lengthy. Whether they'll be wise, well, you can judge at the end. The Prime Minister is not in a place now, she's entitled not to be, but she and I have a lot in common. We both contested North West Durham in 1992, and neither of us won. We both led our parties in the recent general election, and neither of us won. And soon, neither of us will be leading our parties anymore, but at least I've got the honesty to admit it publicly. Britain is, for all its immense and glorious heritage and its potentially wonderful future, all its tremendous values, it's nevertheless, as a country, in a mess. And it is essentially a mess caused by two choices made by two Conservative Prime Ministers who put their party before their country. First, David Cameron called a referendum on Europe for no other reason than to attempt to put a sticking plaster between two sides of the Conservative Party. Second, our current Prime Minister thought she could gain narrow party advantage by calling a snap election. Pride comes before a fall, and it is tempting to be amused at the hubris turned to humiliation that has now come upon the Conservative Party. But the problem is that this is a mess that damages Britain, that damages the future for all of our children. So to the gracious speech. Well, Her Majesty has launched many ships in her time, never such an empty vessel as the one today. I'm not sure whether wasting the monarch's time is a treasonous act. I hope for the Prime Minister's sake that it is not. But the Queen's speech shows that we have a government that has lost touch with its people and lost touch with reality. If they have the first foggiest idea what the will of the people is now, they have chosen to ignore it. Why is there no additional investment in health or social care? As 2 in 3 of our head teachers across our country in the next few weeks are having to lay off teaching staff, why is there no plan to cancel the £3 billion worth of cuts to our schools? I'll happily give way.
I'm very grateful to I very much agree with what he's saying. He mentioned about the fact that there is no extra funding for health. The Queen's speech also makes reference to prioritising mental health within the NHS. Does he share my horror at the gap between the rhetoric and the reality? Because the reality is that the constraints that NHS England are putting on many areas of the country means that mental health is losing out here and now, not being prioritised as the Queen's speech claimed.
I mean, my right honourable friend is absolutely right and speaks with immense experience and capability and a record in this area. A reminder that warm words from the government are not sufficient when hard cash is not present. And my party during the election offered the British people the opportunity, that of course they did not take, to place a penny on income tax in order to pay for real investment in health and social care, and including as a priority mental health. Also, I say that because somebody needs to be honest, I think, with the British people, that if we want the best health and social care in the world, then we will have to pay for it. I will briefly give away one further time.
Just ought to explain to those listening to this debate that Her Majesty never gives a public spending statement. I think there will be more money for health and education. That will be made at another time by the Chancellor of the Exchequer. This is a list of laws we're going to pass. Doesn't he see how significant the Brexit law is?
That in a moment. I think it obviously, though, is nevertheless the gracious speech as a statement of the government's priorities. And when we have a conversation which we rightly have about our security as a country, that the government is not seeking to do something to strengthen in number our police force, the most obvious way of making sure we are all kept safe, also beggars belief. But as the... I'll have to give way.
I hasten to rain on his parade, but can he actually just remind us, when he was actually in coalition with the Conservative governments, did he raise any of the points around, for example, cuts in police funding, or object to any of the things, for example, the non-prioritisation of mental health and other spending?
The short and blindingly obvious answer is yes, and the fact there was no savings made in the security services funding whatsoever is testament to that. And the fact that we have in my right honourable friend, the member for North Norfolk, the person who has done most to advance mental health in this country from a government bench in living memory, is something which is testament for that. But the Prime Minister has pursued and continues to pursue, it's very clear from recent statements and from the gracious speech, that she seeks to pursue an extreme version of Brexit, having failed to gain any mandate to do so. There is no plan to keep Britain in the single market, as the Right Honourable Member for Rushcliffe mentioned earlier, or indeed for the Customs Union. We will therefore seek to amend the Queen's speech to add in membership of the single market and of the Customs Union. We are pleased to hear that there are 50 colleagues from the Labour Party here who take a similar view in believing that we should be members of the single market. Access to the single market is a nonsense. There are many countries around the world that have accessed the single market. I could be wrong, but I think North Korea has got access to the single market. The issue is, are we members of that market? And the Right Honourable Member for Rushcliffe earlier pointed out that apparently we all believe in free trade now. Well, don't believe what people say, believe what they do. People may say we're in favour favour of free trade now, but if they vote through these lobbies in the coming weeks and months for us to not be members of the single market and therefore not just rip up the biggest free trade deal we've got anywhere with the largest and most valuable economy on the planet, but also rip up second-hand those deals with South Korea and the rest of it as a consequence, then those people are not free traders. I will give away, I think, one last time.
Fred wasn't for giving way. Can I just genuinely ask him, this is a genuine inquiry, if we were to retain membership of the single market and membership of the customs union, what in his view is different to being a member of the European Union with that arrangement?
Well, he and I think I'm right in saying, will have made the case during the referendum that those who say Norway was a model to follow would say, well, that you get the benefits, the economic benefits of being within the European Union, but not the political ones. You don't get decision-making powers and all the rest of it. And so Norway was always the least dreadful option on the ballot paper, so to speak, or on the menu if we were to leave the European Union. And if we're leaving the European Union, it remains the least dreadful option. And I'm all in favour of the least dreadful option if we can't have the absolutely best one. So I think it's also fair to say that the lack of clarity over the Brexit, or the version of Brexit this government is pressing for and is pursuing, is also alarming. What does success look like? What does a bad deal look like? Nobody knows, because the government plan is as clear as mud, and the only detail we've had are empty platitudes. The government today has presented us with a number of so-called Brexit bills, immigration, customs, agriculture, but how on earth can we be expected to support these things when we have no idea what the end goal is? The majority of people in this country did not put their faith in this government at the ballot box, and it would be dangerous for any member of this House to put blind faith in these Brexit bills without full details of what they mean for our borders, our trade, our security and our jobs. As the Brexit Secretary begins the horse trading and concession making with politicians in Brussels, the fact is we are no closer to knowing what Brexit will look like. And those who have expressed concern about the people of this country having sovereignty over the laws of this country and this House having sovereignty, must surely see the irony of our children and grandchildren's future now being stitched up in vape-filled rooms in Brussels and being imposed upon the British people without a single member of this country outside this House having any say whatsoever. And yet still, the Prime Minister refuses to give the people the final say on that deal, with the right to reject it and remain if they do not think that is a good deal. So the Prime Minister pretends this is business as usual. Clearly, that is not the case. She wanted a landslide. The people said no. She wanted a mandate for her plans for an extreme version of Brexit, and the people rejected that too. She promised strong and stable leadership, but no government has ever looked weaker or less in control. The Prime Minister has gone cap in hand to the DUP and tried to stitch up a deal to keep her in power, and now they are making her look like a fool as well. I fear... I will give way one final time.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. He criticises our approach to the DUP. His party has long advocated coalition, and yet when it thinks it not politically expedient, has now abandoned all faith in coalitions altogether. For how long will their moratorium on coalitions last?
I'm grateful for the honourable gentleman for his question. We are a party who believes in pluralism, and we only reflect on the appalling nature of first past the post, that it gives us these unstable and unbalanced electoral outcomes, and maybe we should change the system. My reflection is this, and for what it's worth, there have been many things said about the DUP. I'm going to make one observation, which I hope people consider as a neutral and honest one, and that is this: the achievement of peace in Northern Ireland was incredibly hard won at great cost, and something that all active politicians in Northern Ireland, including those sat behind me now, are owed great credit for. The difficulty I have is simply this: that the current government, minority government, will be perceived to have taken sides for the first time in decades. And that is a responsibility that this government, the Prime Minister and the DUP themselves will need to deal with as we seek to maintain that hard-won peace. I made it clear, just to answer the point raised a moment or two ago, that throughout the election that my party would do no deals and form no coalitions, and we would only support a Queen's speech if we felt it was in the interests of the country. We go on, finally.
The argument which the member has used has been employed by a wide range of people. But would he accept that as a party elected to this national parliament, we have every right, representing the people of Northern Ireland, to play the fullest part that we choose to play in this Parliament, and if we decide that that means we support the party opposite or we sit on these benches, that is our right, and that's what we're elected to do.
For what it's worth, I absolutely accept all of that. And my view is simply this, that members behind me don't need me to tell them how sensitive perceptions are. Reality is one thing, but perceptions might as well be reality, Mr. Speaker. And my concern is how this will be viewed and what does this mean for this most sensitive time in Northern Ireland, in fact in the island of Ireland's history. That is something we all ought to be concerned about. I don't say that to make a partisan point or to deny members of the DUP the right to represent their constituents, or indeed, should they choose to do so, to form some kind of arrangement with the current government. So we could, as Liberal Democrats, have supported a Queen's speech that set out a Brexit negotiating position to keep us in the single market and the customs union, with a referendum on the final deal once all the matters were negotiated. That indeed pursued a cross-party approach to the negotiations in the first place. Why I have called in recent days for there to be a joint Cabinet Committee, of course chaired and led by the Prime Minister, but including Labour, Liberal Democrats and Nationalists into the bargain, so that we have a deal negotiated on behalf of all of us. We would have voted indeed for a Queen's speech that set out a real terms increase in schools funding, gave that cash injection to the NHS and social care, invested the extra 300 million in police officers to keep us safe, as we had argued for, and that set out a real set of action on climate change, air pollution and supported renewable energy. But that is not the Queen's speech the Prime Minister set out, and so my party will not support it.
Thank you. The opening speeches, though of course, undiluted magnificence, have taken a little longer than I might reasonably have expected, and therefore it might become necessary before long to impose a formal time limit. There are good reasons I ask the House to accept, good reasons why I don't wish to impose a formal time limit at this point, but I would ask for a degree of self-restraint and for members to consider the merit of a speech not exceeding 10 minutes. I feel sure that that exacting test can be met with ease by someone of the consummate intellectual brilliance of the honourable and learned gentleman, the member for Beaconsfield, Mr Dominic Grieve.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to participate in this debate. Somebody who was accused of being, during the election campaign, a red Tory, something which I think my late father would have found a very strange, vile epithet to be hurled at me, I must say that I was greatly reassured by listening to the speech of my right honourable and learned friend, the member for Rushcliffe, because as he touched on many of the subjects I wanted to talk about this evening, I immediately tried to identify areas of disagreement I might have with him, and I rather failed to do so. And in contrast, I listened very carefully to the right honourable gentleman, the member for Westmoreland and Lonsdale, but I have to say that having done that, notwithstanding the fact that I rather hoped I would find myself in agreement with him, so many of the tone he adopted, of a rather carping and sanctimonious kind, emphasised to me why I'm on these benches and not somewhere else. There is much to welcome in the Queen's speech. It was rightly pointed out, it is the speech of a Liberal Conservative, which encompasses Liberal Conservative values. And for me, some of the key issues that we are going to be addressing around counter-extremism, the present trying to deal with personal data, trying in relation to community cohesion issues to look at issues around special advocates and public advocates in cases of disasters, or indeed in working to improve relations generally and improve how our communities operate, are all matters that I greatly welcome and in which I hope to participate. I myself have recently been chairing a Commission for Citizens UK on Muslim participation in public life in this country, which is due to be published on the 3rd of July, and I hope that that may make some sensible contribution to what is, I believe, a key issue for our well-being and our future. But the government was absolutely right to highlight at the start of the Queen's speech that the priority has to be the careful management of Brexit. Because, contrary to some of the views expressed by a few of my colleagues whom I've spoken to since the election, it seemed to me that Brexit was, without the slightest doubt, the single key issue in how the election was conducted, the reasons behind it, and indeed, I believe, the outcome in one sense unsatisfactory, inconclusive outcome that resulted from it. It is the elephant in the room. It's the man on the stair who wasn't there. Even when people were seeking to discuss other issues, in truth it all came back to the anxieties and concerns, whether in the business community or for individuals, about our collective future, which have been precipitated by this single revolutionary act. Now, I appreciate that revolutionary acts can be conducted by people who believe profoundly that they're doing it in the name of traditional values. But revolutionary it undoubtedly is. And you only have to look at the Queen's speech and look at the fact that by the 3rd paragraph we're looking at some of the legal detail which is going to have to be crunched through in order to achieve even the legal formalities of departure, to see the mammoth task that we have taken on. And lurking behind it is the key issue about economic well-being and whether it survives this process, and whether the promises that have been made by some in this House of a better tomorrow and a better future because of the liberation it gives us are in fact capable of being delivered. I have to say personally that after nearly 12 months since Brexit was voted on, I myself have no greater confidence, I'm afraid, that we will achieve such a satisfactory outcome than I had at the time the referendum took place. Indeed, on the economic indicators which are developing and are the direct result of Brexit, I'm afraid that, bluntly speaking, it seems to me that the omens are not particularly good. Now, all of us in this House have a responsibility, it's one of the reasons why I was elected, a responsibility to provide quiet government. Now, obviously, quiet government doesn't mean rolling over and doing nothing in the face of challenge. There may be times, Mr. Speaker, when we ought to be asking people to make sacrifices. But I have to say, it troubles me that the one thing that came out of this election was the unquiet state of the country and the extent to which politics generally, including the electorate's participation in it, had clearly failed to deliver outcomes over the course of the last 12 months that were satisfactory to people. Whether it was the young turning out in force to vote at the last minute as a protest because they hadn't bothered to vote last year in the referendum at all on the available evidence, or whether it was the willingness to embrace radical policies and solutions that, frankly, don't stand close scrutiny. The Labour Party's economic package offered in this election was economically illiterate and would face this country with financial ruin, but its attractiveness was, in my view, the direct result of the fact that people could no longer see that there was any plan to bring austerity and a better future to this country, because we've compromised it by landing ourselves with massive problems as a result of the way we voted in the referendum last year. How then do we get ourselves out of that problem? Firstly, I agree entirely with my right honourable learned friend the member for Rushcliffe, I accept the verdict of the electorate. It cannot be undone. As I've said consistently in this place, we have to implement Brexit. But what we do is going to determine whether our economic well-being in the future is maintained, and with it our ability to do all those other issues which are legitimate subjects of debate on whether we can provide better public services, which have undoubtedly been under massive pressure for a very long time, precisely because this country finds great difficulty paying its way, a conundrum that no political party has ever succeeded in resolving. And when we look at that, I do question not the starting point of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister's Lancaster House speech. If she can achieve the Lancaster House speech, if my right honourable friend, the member for Halton, Price and Houghton, can succeed in the negotiations which are taking place in bringing about the package that was identified, we will all have good occasion to rejoice. But the fact of the matter is that at some point in the next 2 years, this House is going to have to start thinking about what happens if we can't achieve that package. And in the lovely way that we do in this country, we just push that issue further and further down the road and hope it will go away. And it won't. And I have to say that I am not optimistic that the entirety of that package will be obtainable. In fact, I think much less than the totality of it will be available for us because of the way the EU works and the preservation of its identity, which cannot give us the special status that we are in fact trying to ask for. And then, Mr. Speaker, we're going to have to make the choices. And that is going to be a matter, particularly in view of the inconclusive result of the election, on which, in fact, the totality of opinion of this House is going to start to matter very much. And we will have to determine whether, as my right honourable friend the member for Rushcliffe said, it is in fact better to maintain the best free trade arrangement that we have with the closest partners we have on whom we are economically massively interdependent, or to sacrifice that for potentially attractive restorations of control that, in my view, when they are actually subjected to rational analysis, amount to very little indeed. Because even if they're successful, if we are economically successful, we're going to need the migrants. It's a separate issue about global population increase and our ability to grapple on that front internationally, which is the key question. Or in the case of trade agreements, I think we could have lovely trade agreements with large numbers of countries, but they won't be a substitute for losing the trade agreements with the countries with which we are most intimately associated. And I give way.
I want to understand, given that he feels that there's a real risk that this package is not going to deliver in any substantial way, why he is holding out against the idea that the people might want to have a second say on whether they want to proceed with such a bad package.
Honourable gentleman, at the moment, as I said before, I don't see any sign that public opinion on this subject of Brexit has changed. I have no idea whether it may change or not change in future, but we have to proceed on the basis that we have to honour the commitment of taking us out of the EU, and that I'm committed to supporting the government in doing. The question is how we go about it, and how, within this House, we succeed in cooperating or not with each other in order to bring it about. And in my view, everything else in politics is subordinate to it in reality, because most of the other legitimate issues which are being aired at the moment in the Queen's Speech debate, whether it's social policy, housing, health and safety issues, a subject I know a bit about, as I used to prosecute for the Health and Safety Executive and what may be going wrong in that domain, whether it's fire regulations or anything else. All those things, most of them anyway, are incapable of being fully addressed until we sort out this key matter, because it is so toxic ultimately to our political system if we don't come up with the right answers. And what I picked up in the election was how mounting frustration with politics and politicians as a class, it continues to grow, precisely because we can't produce that coherent response. Indeed, sorry to have to say this to the Labour front bench, but I listened to the Right Honourable member, the member for Hayes and Harlington, talking about rage. Well, forgive me, people are entitled to be angry about lots of things, but I thought that one of the things that we were in part deriving from the murder of Joe Cox was that anger followed by rage is usually the precondition to violence. And it's something we've seen in this country not just in her murder, but in other incidents as well. And yet we're now reduced to a position where apparently the Labour front bench see rage as a key issue in introducing into politics. How are we going to reach consensual agreements on key subjects concerning this country's future if we are mired in that sort of rhetoric? So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to take up more of the House's time. I simply want to say this. I wish the government well in what it's trying to do on Brexit. I will give it my support, not unqualified. I will try as a backbencher to be helpfully critical. I appreciate we're going. I want to work with other members of this House to try and achieve a sensible outcome that doesn't damage our economic well-being and our national security, and both those things are at risk, and enable us then to start focusing on the issues which matter to people very much about how their daily lives are shaped. We're very blessed in this country. On the whole, despite our mistakes, we do actually succeed in managing fairly competent government, and that applies to opposition benches as much to ourselves. But frankly, if we don't get this right, we're going to be in very serious trouble. And the question is how this Parliament goes about it to ensure that we come to the right outcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's as ever a pleasure to follow the right honourable member for Beaconsfield. And I thank him for his thoughtful contribution and want to pick up on a couple of the points that he made. But overall, Mr. Speaker, this is a very thin Queen's speech, avoiding the big issues, some of which I want to talk about, particularly education, housing and health. And I will come to those, but Brexit is clearly the dominating issue of this Parliament. It is notable that the speeches preceding me have focused almost entirely on that issue. Before I do continue, though, Mr. Speaker, I do think it's right that I thank the voters of Hackney South and Shoreditch for returning me for the fourth time as the Labour and Cooperative MP for that constituency. And I was returned with 79% of the popular vote. Not, Mr. Speaker, a sign of my personal popularity, but a sign of the great impatience people have with austerity. That austerity tunnel had no light at the end of it for many of my constituents, which, while many people describe as achingly cool, Mr. Speaker, is still achingly poor in many parts. And they had an impatience with that austerity. They were also pleased to see the Labour manifesto offering a glimmer of hope, but they were also mightily concerned about Brexit, because when 78% of them voted to remain in the European Union last year, they wanted to stay, but they do not even know now what the government is proposing in negotiations for leaving. And this approach risks a Brexit that will damage the British economy, jobs and living standards. And already we're seeing the pound 50% lower against the dollar and 10% down against the euro since the decision was made a year ago. And inflation risen in April to 2.6%, its highest rate for 3.5 years. And constituents on doorsteps were saying they noticed that their shopping is more expensive. It is just the beginning of the impact. So it is vital that the government sets out a very clear agenda about what it wants to achieve and approaches that. And two things that I think are absolutely essential is looking at the single market. I would prefer us to maintain membership of that, but at the very least we need access to that for all the reasons eruditely explained by the Right Honourable Member, the member for Rushcliffe, which I do not need to repeat. And EU citizens in my constituency still, Mr. Speaker, greeting me in tears on the doorstep a year later because of the woeful delay by this government in deciding on their future. It's heartening that there are press reports that there may be some fast-track measure, but nothing in the Queen's speech. And the great issue that, again, picked up by the Right Honourable Member for Beaconsfield, the Grand Repeal Bill. We need to be very careful about this. In the Queen's speech, a few items are picked out that the government will focus on in particular. But this is the government that promised to reduce quangos. This bill actually has the risk of creating many more quangos as we transcribe from European law into British law many of the regulations that will apply in the Queen's speech. It mentions nuclear, but we could talk about medicines, we could talk about animal rights. All of these issues will have to be transcribed. Frankly, if there is another general election and honourable members lose their seats, I suggest they go for a public appointment, because there will be many such bodies having to be created in order to deliver that. That gives no comfort, though, to my constituents who are worried about the cost of living. And that brings us, well, in terms of cost and budget, to education. The government promises in the speech that we will work to ensure that every child has the opportunity to attend a good school. In my constituency, children all attend a good or outstanding school. And my constituents are very angry at the moment about education. I have rarely seen, and I have now fought 4 general elections and several elections prior to that in other places, I have never seen such a groundswell of anger from parents, teachers and pupils, so much so that there were 7 assemblies in Hackney on one Friday during the election campaign. These are ordinary parents, they're not political activists, not that there's anything wrong with political activists, but they have been galvanised into action because of the threat to our children's future. And if you look at the work we've done on the Public Accounts Committee, which I had the privilege of chairing in the last Parliament and hope to again, the government keeps telling us that the overall schools budget in England is going up, that it's been protected in real terms, but it does not provide for funding per pupil to increase in line with inflation. And funding per pupil will, on average, rise only from just over £5,440 in 2015-16 to £5,519 in 2019-20, which is a real terms reduction. Add to this the proposal to change the funding formula, which we've had some indication may be changing, but gain no detail. This would see schools in my borough, in Hackney, lose 2.8% of their funding, the highest percentage cut in the country, alongside 2 or 3 other London boroughs. This would be over £5 million a year. Our schools are among the best in the country, thanks to the investment of previous governments, and it would be short-sighted, frankly bonkers, Mr Speaker, to cut away from that now. And then add to that the existing efficiency savings that schools are expected to go through, which the Public Accounts Committee looked at only a few months ago. This is £3 billion which need to be found by 2020. This includes £1.7 billion through more efficient use of staff, which we know is already meaning teachers and classroom assistants are losing their jobs, and £1.3 billion on more efficient procurement. I'm all for efficiencies. I'm all for spending every tax pound as efficiently as possible, because then we can spend what we save on other things. But these are often false economies. And I'm seeing head teachers in my constituency looking at 4.5-day weeks in one secondary school, others seriously looking at whether they can maintain the full secondary curriculum or if they will have to just cut that. And then you look at capital funding for schools. Again, no mention really of the changes to the schools agenda in this Queen's speech, although we hear no mention of grammar schools, so we assume that's bitten the dust. But in capital funding, we need nearly £7 billion just to bring existing buildings across England up to scratch. And yet, we've seen the Free Schools programme expecting to cost £9.7 billion by 2020. A programme where we've seen, in London alone, 4 sites bought for £30 million or more each. Only recently I heard of a school in Hertfordshire where it is an old office block, there is no sports facilities, no playground, the children do their PE in a public car park. There are many other examples. The honourable members of all sides of the House have raised with me their concerns. We need to be investing in our children for the long-term future of this country. It is our hope for the future, especially with Brexit looming, that our children get the best education and start in life, because whatever happens, we are certainly facing choppy waters when it comes to immigration, with the potential abolition of free movement. There was also nothing in the Queen's speech about housing, although this, except the banning of unfair tenant fees, and I draw a member's attention to my register of interests as someone who lets a property myself. I think this is entirely something I would personally support, and I hope that my front bench will be supportive of this. But this is a small, important, but small element. When the last government promised to build 1 million homes in the last Parliament, so till 2020, I wonder if that is still a target. Because we do need to see not what the government calls promoting transparency and fairness in the housing market and hoping ensure more homes are built. We need to see real numbers, real targets, and I look forward to the estimates debates to make sure that we're actually attaching money to this. Because in my borough, it is one of the biggest crises. Yes, education is a crisis at the moment. It's been very good. But housing has been a dripping problem for some considerable time. Ownership is a problem, with prices having risen 83% since April 2011. And in 2011, since 2011, private sector rents have increased by 27%. So in January of this year, the median rent for a 3-bedroom property in Hackney was £550 a week, or just shy of £2,500 a calendar month. That's just the median, so there are many that are more expensive than that. There's no hope for most people to get on the housing ladder in Hackney. And if you look at social housing, huge issues there. So many households that I see doubling up, where people are living on the sofa in the living room. That's one family, and another family in the bedroom. And it is a real tragedy. Without a stable home, you cannot have a good start in life. And if we could sort out housing in Hackney and stop these cuts to education, we will give our children great hope. We've already got 500 new people applying to be added to the waiting list every month. This is a waiting list where you don't really move, frankly, unless you've got a serious health problem or you've got serious needs. I'll give way.
I thank you for giving way. In terms of social housing, disagree with me, the price is only going to get worse, given the right to buy situation, the fact that government is thousands and thousands of homes behind the one-to-one replacement target. Disagree with me, there's actually a case for ending right to buy social housing and council stock, the way the Scottish Government have done in Scotland.
The Honourable I completely agree with the Honourable Member. My borough stands to lose 700 council homes through the forced sale of council homes. Not necessarily ones we have to sell or sold in Hackney, because actually they're so expensive it would be hard to buy, but to replace housing association homes sold in other parts of the country. And we've spent on temporary accommodation. Hackney alone has spent £35 million in the last year to house homeless families in temporary accommodation. And we have nationally 120,000 children, which is a national shame, living in temporary accommodation. This is not a good start in life. And this is at the same time as we're spending £21 billion per annum on housing benefits. We've got it wrong, and we need to see far more action. I won't go into detail, Mr Speaker, about the National Health Service, but suffice to say that the Public Accounts Committee under my chairmanship produced over 20 reports on this in the last Parliament, and I think we have on record there the details of our cross-party concerns, and it is time that this House and this Government started looking at longer-term solutions to the funding of the NHS. It's not any good just to throw money at a problem when it arises. We need a longer-term solution. But this Queen's speech does not herald any hope for my constituents. This Government and the preceding Government have knocked out those rungs of that ladder of opportunity for so many of my constituents. That reach to the first rung is now very high, and it's very difficult to, for instance, get into further education without a loan, or into nursing without the nursing bursary, the loss of the education maintenance allowance 6 or 7 years ago. So we may have seen some things not happening because of the election result. No grammar schools, no badly worked up proposals on social care, and no scrapping of free school meals for infants. But we need to see a government, well, not this government, I fear, we need to see at the next election a government that looks at those who are aspirant and gives them the opportunity to succeed. This government, this Queen's speech, is not doing that.
Mr John Redwood. Mr Speaker, this Parliament has been given a mighty task by the electorate. A year ago, the voters decided that they wanted to take back control of our laws and our borders and our money. They charged us with that duty. They recommissioned us collectively in the election just held. 82% of them voted for the two main parties, who both said they would deliver Brexit as the referendum requested. And I agree with my right honourable friend, the member for Rushcliffe, that I think this Parliament has a duty to have its debates and its disagreements and its arguments to try and do things in the right way. But it would ill become this Parliament if it precipitated an early party-based crisis and went back to the electors to seek a new mandate. The electors had criticisms of all our parties. They did not give any of our parties the result we wanted. I think they knew what they were doing. I think it is the duty of this Parliament to now do some governing and some criticism of governing, as is our mutual roles, and there is nothing to stop us doing it. And on that central issue, which dominates the Queen's speech, it is quite clear that the British public have resolved again. They resolved in the referendum and they resolved in the election. Had they changed their minds since the referendum, they would have voted for the Liberal Democrats, because the Liberal Democrats gave them a very clear option, which was effectively to say, change your mind. Here is the way to change your mind. The Liberal Democrats were very honest in the election on this. They said that not only did they want a second referendum, but they wanted to leave Brexit and to rejoin the European Union, and they couldn't see of circumstances in which they would change their mind. And the electorate said no, that was not the way they wished to go. Those who say the Queen's speech is thin clearly haven't understood it. This is perhaps the most important Queen's speech I've ever seen in my time as a Member of Parliament, because there is this fundamental legislation to give this Parliament back, on behalf of the people, powers over all our lawmaking. And then the Parliament is going to be invited to go on to make substantial amendment to the way we run agriculture, the way we run fishing, the way we conduct our international trade, the way that we carry out many of our arrangements. And the purpose of that legislation will be to amend and improve on European schemes which we currently are unable to amend, or only with the agreement of all 28 member states, which is very unlikely. Now, I campaigned in the election on a bit different slogan from the one recommended by my front bench, and my slogan was prosperity, not austerity. And I did that deliberately because I feel we've had enough austerity, and I want to see the promotion of higher living standards and better family incomes as our main purpose. And I'm very conscious that schools in my area and social care in my area needs more public money support, and that is true of many of my friends in English constituencies. And the good news is I think this government is coming to the same conclusion, and I look forward to those public spending statements and those budget statements which will make more money available for our priorities. And we will clearly need more money for the health service. The government has already promised substantial new sums, and we will need to commit to substantial sums for our health care over the years ahead. The Brexit issue is very relevant because it was not misleading in the Brexit referendum for the Leave side to say that there will be money to spend when we cancel our contributions. And I look forward to our negotiators making it very clear to our friends in the European Union that, of course, we will pay our contributions up to the point when we leave, but we don't owe them any great bill, and we certainly won't be paying them contributions once we've left. And that money is then available for this Parliament, on the advice of the government, to decide how to spend. And I'd be quite happy to start off by beginning to spend a bit of it even before we've got to the point in March of 2019 where we come to the end of our contributions, because I think there is a need now, and our borrowing is under very good control. As we've heard, it's down by 3/4 since the programme began after the big crash, initiated originally by the Labour government and then carried on by the coalition and the last Conservative government. We need to be prudent and sensible. There isn't a magic money tree. We can't spend all the money that we would like or all the money that was envisaged in the Labour Party manifesto, but we need to be sensible and relax in those areas where the public services clearly need it, and I think it is possible given the Brexit context. I was very conscious in the election that young people in particular were very critical of the Conservative Party, and they were often very attracted to the Labour Party's offers because clearly the Labour manifesto offered very attractive financial changes for all those who are currently students or all those who have accumulated student debt which they haven't yet got rid of. And what I would like us to do on the Conservative side is to take on board that we need to provide a better offer to students and to young people so that next time we can engage rather better with the younger person vote than we do today. And there is one ambition which I think younger people above all would like the Conservatives to do better on, and the one that we are uniquely well placed to do, and that is to help more of them become homeowners. And I think it is very worrying, social change in our country, that many people now in the age range 25 to 40 don't feel they can afford to buy a property. We have some good schemes to help with deposits. We have some good schemes to help with mortgage affordability. We have some schemes to try and help with the affordability of homes. But it's not enough, and we need to do so much more. We need to redouble our efforts to show that we understand that ambition and we wish to empower young people. In practice, the government is already working hard in a number of very important ways that does help young people. The phenomenal job generation powers of the economy since 2010 have been extremely helpful, because the first thing a young person graduating or leaving school needs is a job. Then the training and qualification support that we're putting in place is very important, because we don't just want them to have any old job, but we want them to go into a job which allows them to grow into more responsible and better qualified roles, which can then lead on to much better pay. We are in practice in this House, although we like to pretend we're not, completely united in wanting people to have good employment and better paid jobs. The issue is how quickly you get there and what government can do and what people and private institutions have to do for themselves to bring that about. And I'm pleased that the government has a number of schemes on technical qualifications and on student support, but I think we need to do far more, because we need to show young people that we are on their side when it comes to launching them on a path to employment and better paid employment and better qualified employment. I give way to my honourable friend.
Would my honourable friend also agree that employment taxation is far too high? If you take the total cost to an employer of employing somebody and see what the employee is left afterwards, that gap is enormous. There isn't even a single word, sometimes called it a wedge. It's an enormous gap, and I think we ought to bring it down.
I quite agree. I always believe that lower tax rates are the answer, and I think there are areas where we could lower the tax rates and get in more revenue, which is exactly what we need to do. We need more money for the public services, but we need more incentive, and we need the ability for people to retain more of what they earn, and we need the ability of the employer to afford the extra employee. So I think it's very important. But my last point in the brief time that I'm allowed, I'm not allowed very long, and I wish others to join in the debate. The last point I want to make is that when you look at our massive balance of payments deficit of 70 billion on trade account with the EU last year, you can see how much scope there is when we're allowed to run our own fishing and farming policy, for example, to substitute home production and home supply for imported supply, and that will create jobs, it will reduce food miles, it will make a much better contribution to our economy, because a very big part of the 70 billion trade deficit last year was in food and drink and fishing. It is almost unbelievable that the country with the far and away the richest fishing ground of the whole EU, which used to be a very major exporter of fish before we joined the European Economic Community, is now a net importer of fish and has so few active fishing boats. And I'm quite sure this House, on a multi-party basis, can sit down and design a much better fishing policy than the one we've struggled under for 40 years or more in the EEC and the EU, that will create more jobs, more capacity, more investment, more home fishing. As I put it, I think we can have a policy which is kinder to the fish and kinder to the fishermen and women, and that is our task to design it. So I say to this House, of course we're going to have lots of political disagreements, and I'm never shy of political argument, as colleagues will know. But I think we also have a unique opportunity to show that where it matters on jobs, prosperity, home ownership, promoting of better opportunities for our young people, there are huge opportunities in Brexit. And let us, for example, start with a fishing policy and an agricultural policy that is better for Britain and better for all of them.
Nigel Dodds.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman, and I agree with him entirely in terms of the importance of this Queen's speech and the importance of this Parliament. There is an enormous amount that this Queen's speech portends for this Parliament, and the work that has now been given to us is far-reaching and so important that it necessarily will dominate much of our time and consideration in the months and years ahead. I want to begin by joining with others who have spoken in paying tribute to the members who have sadly passed away in the past year, particularly Gerald Kaufman and Joe Cox. And I remember just over a year ago speaking from the bench below on behalf of all the Northern Ireland members of Parliament, nationalist, unionist and independent, at their request, and voicing our united and heartfelt horror at that terrible event, and repeating what so many people have said today, the need to draw good out of such evil, and the tremendous example given by Joe Cox's family. And many of those good colleagues from Northern Ireland are no longer with us. They were in other parties, and I've already paid tribute to their contribution in this House. It is now the sad reality, and it is a sad reality, that those members who are elected to represent the nationalist community in Northern Ireland do not take their seats. And it is sad, no matter what their views may be, and we disagree fundamentally on many issues, but I think it is sad on behalf of the electorate that they do not take their seats and speak up for their constituents in this House, and we are very conscious of that. I want to welcome on our part to these benches the two new members from South Antrim and South Belfast who have joined us after an election which saw the DUP, perhaps uniquely among all the parties in this House, win not only a majority in the area in which they stood, but with the greatest share of the vote ever in its history and the greatest number of members of Parliament. However, Mr Deputy Speaker, the House does meet under the shadow of terrible events and lives lost, families destroyed, communities devastated, and our hearts do go out to all those who have been bereaved in recent incidents, to the injured, to all who have suffered and are suffering so terribly. Just before the election, many of us were here in this chamber on the day of the 22nd of March when 4 innocent people were killed in Westminster Bridge and PC Keith Palmer was murdered just yards from where we sit, dying to defend freedom and democracy. And little did we think then that so soon terrorism would again inflict such horror across the country. We've had the awful Manchester Arena attack on the 22nd of May, followed by the attack on London Bridge and Borough Market on the 3rd of June. The horrific fire, Grenfell Tower, in the early hours of last Wednesday morning, which has seared into the consciousness of everyone, everywhere. And now another man murdered by the despicable terrorist attack near Finsbury Park Mosque. So these are indeed dark times for our nation. And yet in the midst of such darkness and terror and pain and death, we have seen the love and sheer humanity of hundreds and thousands of people, of family, friends, neighbours, communities, coming together simply to help in any way that they can. We've witnessed the bravery and selfless courage of our emergency services, stretched beyond belief but dedicated to rescuing and helping others. What examples of love and compassion we have seen in recent days. And the terrible fire at Grenfell Tower must make us absolutely determined to do what's right by the families affected, take whatever steps are needed and as soon as possible to ensure that such a thing can never happen again and bring reassurance to people who live in such tower blocks. And the acts of terrorism highlight the threats that we face from a variety of sources, each with their own version of hate-filled ideology. And united we can and will defeat the terrorists, just as in Northern Ireland. United we have defeated the scourge of terrorism to a large extent. There are still challenges, of course, out there, but we have shown, I think, a way forward. Clearly, combating the threats posed to innocent life, to our way of life, by terrorism must be at the very top of the new government's agenda. There's no greater responsibility of government than the protection of the lives of its citizens and the security and the defence of the kingdom itself. We will, of course, on these benches, be clear in our support for measures that make people safer and our United Kingdom more secure. And we must always do right by those brave men and women of our security forces who put their lives on the line to protect and defend us. And that is why the commitment to the implementation of the Armed Forces Covenant throughout the United Kingdom, mentioned in the gracious speech today, is so important. And we look forward to working with the government to make that a reality across our land, and particularly in Northern Ireland, where there have been problems implementing it, and where there remains today a great tradition of service in Her Majesty's forces. We, of course, are a unionist party, as is the Conservative and Unionist Party. And I believe that the Labour Party, the vast bulk of its members, those who vote for it, are patriotic and believers in the United Kingdom as well. I warmly welcome the words in the gracious speech that a priority will be to build a more united country, strengthening the social, economic and cultural bonds between England, Northern Ireland, Scotland and Wales. Strengthening the Union, our precious Union, as the Prime Minister has rightly called it, must be one of the overarching aims of this government. The case for the Union is a positive one. It's one that finds increasing favour in Northern Ireland across the community divide, as illustrated by the recent
opinion polls and recent surveys carried out. We will work with ministers to advance and deepen the ties that bind our constituent countries and regions together. And that approach will be needed as we face the greatest political and constitutional challenge of this Parliament, which other honourable and right honourable members have, of course, spoken of at great length, and that is the challenge of Brexit. The country as a whole has voted for Brexit, and this Parliament must now deliver it. Attempts to undermine or subvert the democratic decision made in the referendum would be catastrophic. We must get on and carry out the people's wishes. And I welcome the priority that has been given by both the United Kingdom government and by European Union negotiators to finding sensible outcomes to the challenges that face Northern Ireland and on the issue of the land frontier in particular with the Irish Republic. That shows, I believe, that despite all the rhetoric, people are up for finding sensible and pragmatic solutions. And of course, we've heard some debate today about membership of the single market and the customs union. And we've heard talk about special status for Northern Ireland within the European Union. Let me make it very clear that I believe that when people voted in the European Union referendum to leave the European Union, that they voted to leave the single market and the customs union. Hear, hear. And I believe that Northern Ireland must, along with the rest of the United Kingdom, do likewise. Hear, hear. We must not get into a situation where we have borders erected between the island of Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. To create borders between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom would be totally unacceptable. But we must be imaginative and flexible and pragmatic about ensuring that there is an open border, as frictionless as possible, between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic. And there are ways, sensible ways, that have already been discussed about how that can be made to happen. And it is in the interests of the Irish Republic, and it is in the interests of the European Union, as well as in the interests of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland, to make that happen. And the great advantage that we start from is that everybody is saying that. There is nobody, apart, I have to say, from Sinn Féin who are calling for this special status within the EU for Northern Ireland, but that's not something that has been adopted or accepted by the new Taoiseach, Leo Varadkar, or by any of the parties in the Irish Republic, or by the European Union negotiators. Everybody accepts that Northern Ireland's priorities in terms of the land frontier must be right at the top of the negotiating priority.
My honourable friend,
I will indeed.
Thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and I agree wholeheartedly that the border, of course, must be frictionless between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. Does he also accept that security considerations must not be set to the side with regards to our border? And is he alarmed, as I have been, by the recent reports from security analysts who say that there is now a worrying amount of radicalised individuals in the Republic of Ireland, and that poses challenges for our border?
Well, the honourable gentleman raises a very, very important point, and one of the things that has been very welcome in recent years has been the very, very strong security relationship and working together between the Garda Síochána in the Irish Republic and the PSNI in Northern Ireland. And that cooperation is very strong and will continue. And indeed, recently the PSNI Chief Constable made some remarks about how that cooperation can continue once we leave the European Union. Again, a pragmatic, sensible solution will be found to allow matters to proceed in terms of jurisdictional issues and all the rest of it. But how much stronger, Mr Deputy Speaker, would we be in terms of meeting the challenge of Brexit as far as Northern Ireland was concerned if we were able to get the Northern Ireland Executive up and running as quickly as possible? If it isn't able to, if we can't restore the Executive, then we will make sure in this House, working with ministers very, very closely, that Northern Ireland's voice is heard and our interests are protected. But we want in Northern Ireland that the inclusive government is back in being and that everybody is involved in drawing up what happens together. That makes sense. That is the positive, sensible way forward. And it makes no sense for people to say, we're not going to take our seats at Westminster, and we've brought down the Executive, and we're not going to get it up and running again, and then complain about what is happening. That is simply not logical. So it is at a time of unprecedented change and challenge that it's vital that Northern Ireland has its Assembly and Executive working properly. Now, we didn't collapse the Executive, we didn't walk out of the Assembly. We could have last year when Sinn Féin and the IRA were associated with the murder of a man in the markets area of Belfast. The Ulster Unionists walked out, we didn't. We stuck in there. We worked together to try to continue to make the devolved institutions work. Now, we want to make sure that the Assembly is up and running, and we've set no red lines or preconditions on that, because we believe that the challenges of Brexit, health, education, delivery of public services, the economy, these are far more important than the issues that divide it. They are the people's priorities, and they should be the politicians as well. So the economic outlook for Northern Ireland would, of course, be much easier to predict with stable government in Belfast, and no doubt that goes for here as well. The electorate sent a very clear message to politicians about austerity at the election, and I think that it's very clear from and since that election that people have to listen to what the people have said. I have to say I'm very taken with the slogan which the Right Honourable Gentleman for Wokingham adopted for his election: prosperity, not austerity. I'm glad that the Chancellor said over the weekend that he wasn't deaf to what was being said. And for our part, on these benches, we again will work with government in the course of the next period in this Parliament to ensure that we do deliver prosperity, do deliver greater spending on health and education, and that we do see an end to the dark tunnel of austerity. So, Mr. Speaker, we are about strengthening the Union. I'm just coming to the end, and I know others want to get in. We are about strengthening the Union, delivering Brexit, defending our country from threats of terrorism at home and abroad, creating prosperity, and keeping Northern Ireland moving forward. And it is in the furtherance of those objectives that we will act and vote in this Parliament over the next 5 years.
Order. Before I call the next speaker, in order to get as many people as possible in during the rest of today, I'm afraid we're going to have to impose a time limit of 10 minutes. Anne Main.
Mr Speaker. It's a delight to follow the Honourable Member for Belfast North. It was a very thoughtful and sensitive speech, and indeed he expressed the sentiments of my right honourable friend for Wokingham, which said that overwhelmingly the country delivered the parties that have promised to deliver Brexit. There was only one party that was trying to offer some form of second referendum, and believe me, they spent a lot of time stamping around in my constituency, because it's no secret that I was a Brexit leading Member of Parliament, and my constituency voted 63% to remain. But even so, even with all the onslaught that came to my constituency, the good people of St Albans did return me for the fourth time, and I'm very grateful for that. But just like the rest of honourable members in this chamber today, saying they're not being deaf on austerity, they're not being deaf on problems facing our schools, I am not being deaf, and never intended to be, about the concerns that were being raised within my constituency. So I think it behoves all of us in this chamber to recognise, whichever side of the argument we were on, overwhelmingly the country voted to proceed with its decision to leave the European Union. And they will not thank a single one of us who seek to play political games with this. And they will not thank a single one of us that chooses to try and make a government fall or fail or look stupid or mired in a business that means nothing else happens and nothing gets through. So I wanted to refer to other things within the Queen's speech, but I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend for Wokingham. This is actually the most weighty Queen's speech we've ever probably had to deal with. And I sincerely hope in all the coming months that we have, and it's a shame the Liberal Democrats do not stay around and never do seem to stay around to actually listen to any of the debate or participate in it, that we actually will have very close scrutiny. And I remember sitting with my right honourable friend for Stone in a debate about the Deutsche Börse takeover of the stock exchange in London, something that he was extremely concerned about, and only 5 members of Parliament turned up to scrutinise that. Eventually it didn't happen. But the point is, all of us have a duty to ensure that as these difficult things come by, is that we don't take a fixed, intransigent view. We try to find that flexibility and pragmatic approach that the Honourable Member for Belfast North spoke about. But I want to touch on some other things that are in the Queen's speech, because I know we're going to have many nights of debate on the Brexit. And I'm pleased to hear that the government is going to be working with the BRE, which is the British Research Establishment in my constituency, because those people that were trapped in Grenfell Tower, and we do not know the reasons behind it all yet, but there people are saying potentially, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it was the cladding or it was to do with the stairwells or whatever. But all of us will have tower blocks in our constituencies that have been retrofitted, amended, upgraded for insulation purposes or whatever. Or, as in my constituency, I'm sure in others as well, where they're part private and part public owned. And it's only when something happens that the flaws are exposed. So I have already written, I'm sure many other members have, to my own local authority asking that they evaluate what amendments have been made to buildings that they have a share of or control over. And I'm hoping that guidance will come from the government to local authorities on that in the coming months, because all sorts of things have happened to many buildings over the years, and it's important we understand what those may have an impact on them in terms of their safety standards. One thing that was actually mentioned, I was delighted to see, was about helping reduce motor insurance premiums. This was something I took part in a debate on, and I know many other honourable members did as well. It is something that is affecting our young. Our young are finding it impossible to be able to learn to drive and get their cars insured. It is becoming... briefly.
I'm very grateful for giving way on that point, but the big driver of the last few years in terms of insurance premiums has actually been the increase in stealth taxes, which she voted for in her government.
There was me hoping for unity. I could also say it's also because the European Union decided to have equalisation and it pushed up the premiums for young women. I'm going to focus on my comments, and other people went to get in. I'm going to focus on the fact that many young people find it impossible to get insurance on their cars that is affordable without the bank of mum and dad. It's becoming a mobility issue for them. It's denying some of them the ability to get to work or to job opportunities or to university opportunities. And I'm pleased we're going to be looking at that, and it's something that I think is long overdue. The other thing I would like to say about education, I would also like us to be looking at universities. And in terms of extremism or people being fearful of their own personal safety because of their creed, colour or faith, or gender, I am really concerned about the rise of BDS on universities. I went to a synagogue hustings, I'm sure many of the colleagues did. I am appalled at the rise of anti-Semitism that is going on our universities, and I wish to highlight that as much as the anti-Muslim sentiment as well that has been expressed. But I'm pleased the Charity Commission is looking into this, and I think we should absolutely be looking at what is happening on some of our universities to ensure that no student feels that they cannot take up an opportunity because they feel they are unwelcome because of their faith on any campus that we have in the United Kingdom. So I said to my synagogues I felt it was a priority, and I really do hope that we include that as the things we're looking at. I also would like to say about the upgrades to transport. I know time is very brief, but the government are consulting their new independent commission on civil aviation noise. Now, if we are expanding airports, and I know this is something that is happening, it's happening in Luton Airport, they are now increasingly causing noises problems to residents. The Luton Airport has gone through the RNAV system, which is currently being reviewed, and the RNAV is concentrating the noise and the impact on a number of people that are finding it intolerable now to actually live underneath this flight path. There's a 150% increase in complaints as a result of the rapid expansion of Luton Airport. If we are to be expanding Heathrow, and those flights also stack over St Albans, it is vital that we look at how this works in terms of the noise nuisance that is cumulatively affecting residents in my constituency. And during the campaign, I had a lot of people complaining about the increased traffic over their homes and the constant irritation. So I'm encouraging the government to bring forward that independent commission on civil aviation noise. I know many other constituencies will be having problems if we are particularly asking our airports to expand. And I also briefly want to touch on trains. It is no secret to anyone in this House that's been watching me wither on for years that I have a rail freight site in my constituency that I rather didn't happen, or a potential it's been granted. In 2006 it was granted, and yet, even now, all this time, 11 years later, I cannot get any facts or figures that show that this freight site is deliverable in terms of access onto the rail. Since then, Thameslink project has come in and is being implemented, the biggest government infrastructure upgrade in supporting passenger services, and yet I cannot be told how we can allow for this permission to be granted on the basis of Network Rail's bribed assurances that it can be delivered with access onto the pathings, and they still cannot provide any timetables. It's amazing that we keep being passed from pillar to post. And if the country is going to go down the route of increasing rail freight sites, surely, it should be absolutely imperative that it can be shown that there is access onto the rail. Access onto the rail without the disruption to passenger services. At the moment, the Thameslink public performance has gone from 60% to 85%, but that is still below the national average of 91%. So despite having one of the most connected constituencies, despite having commuters whose lifeblood exists on getting in and out of the city in an effective manner, whose life and family life exists on that, they still cannot get on a reliable train service. So whilst we are looking at infrastructure upgrades, please, can I make a plea to the Minister to bring in Network Rail? They have been responsible for 54% of the delays on passenger services, 42% on Thameslink as well. What I cannot understand is how this opaque system of Network Rail, where nobody seems to be held accountable for anything, can be so disruptive, can be so inefficient, can be so ineffective in getting things to work properly, and yet they are still regarded as the expert by successive governments in terms of infrastructure upgrades on the rail. So therefore, I would be saying, please can the ministers, at their earliest possible opportunity, look into the system that is Network Rail. Do not rely on Network Rail's assurances when other infrastructure projects are coming along. We're talking about the upgrade of HS2. We're talking about further access to high-speed rail. Network Rail, in my view, cannot, in its current state, deliver accurate information to ministers. The Campaign for Better London has said the London Mayor needs to safeguard more freight sites in its strategy. That is fine, but when freight sites such as mine have been granted but haven't got any pathings onto the rail freight site agreed, then it says to me that you're having a lorry park in the Greenbelt, Mr Deputy Speaker. So what I'm saying is the upgrades that we're looking at potentially in airport expansion and in freight expansion and in rail expansion all need to come with the intense scrutiny of what is going on behind the scenes. And at the moment, it is not. I know other colleagues will also say Network Rail, they hide behind this opaque system of responsibility. And when something goes wrong, the franchise company gets the blame, but often it's Network Rail behind the scenes with delayed trains, overruns on upgrades and improvements. So I don't want any other constituency to be blindly granting planning permissions, thinking that these things can be delivered when they can't. I don't want other residents to have an RNAV focus of noise of planes coming over their houses, making their life intolerable, because Luton Airport at the moment doesn't seem to be able to get its act together with the Heathrow Airport expansion and flight stackings. These things are all interlinked, and I think it's important that we come together as a House and say major infrastructure projects cannot be developed in a haphazard fashion. Each one has got to be looked at the knock-on effect of neighbouring constituencies. Each one has got to be looked at in terms of the capacity of what is already in place. Without line upgrades, we can't have the bigger freight. Without the noise monitoring going on properly, we can't ascertain how endurous new flight paths will be. So I'll rest on that. I think there's a lot to consider in this Queen's speech, and I look forward to us doing so.
Keith Baz.
It is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady for St Albans. Can I congratulate her on her 4th election victory to this House? I am glad because she will continue the outstanding work that she does for the all-party group on Bangladesh. And congratulations to you, Deputy Speaker, on your seamless elevation to the chair. We welcome you to your position. I'm honoured once again to be returned.
Sake of completeness, it's a purely temporary phenomenon.
I hope I get an extra minute for that, if I may.
Peter Bottomley.
Sir, do you know, or does your clerk know, whether an intervention by the Speaker adds a minute to the time for a member speaking?
I'm lost for words. And it's most certainly not a point of order. Keith.
Lost for words for the first time, I think, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm honoured to be returned yet again, for the 8th time, to this House, and I'm delighted to be joined representing the City of Leicester by the Honourable Member for Leicester South and Leicester West. I stand here today having listened to a number of excellent speeches, but looking back on my 3 decades in this House, I don't remember a time of such political instability. And I hope that the gracious speech, and I hope that the scrutiny that this House will give the gracious speech, will enable us to at least get some legislation through in the next 2 years. Terrorism, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has hit the streets of Britain 3 times since the House was last in session. In Manchester, at London Bridge, and only this week in Finsbury Park. I think the commitment that has been made, not just by the Prime Minister, but supported by the opposition, that we put communities at the heart of dealing with counter-terrorism is the right approach. The PREVENT strategy, which has been in operation under successive governments, does need to be reviewed. We clearly need a strategy in place, but unless we put our communities at the forefront of trying to deal with terrorism, we cannot hope to succeed. And it is very important, especially at this time, that we choose our words very carefully indeed. I want to pay tribute to the Chief Constable of Leicestershire, Simon Cole, for the work that he does on counter-terrorism. He is the PREVENT leader as far as the police is concerned. In Leicester, we are a city of many cultures, races and religions, and we live in harmony. Apart from a small disorder last Sunday, after Pakistan beat India, there was much activity on the Belgrave Road, but I hope very much that that was a one-off. Normally, all communities work very well and very closely together. I think it's important in the context of counter-terrorism to raise the issue of policing. The threat to policing mentioned by the head of counter-terrorism, Mark Rowley, in his letter to the Home Secretary today is an important one. It's right the government has protected the counter-terrorism budget over the last few years, but as we all know, information is gathered at a local level, and it is vitally important that the government publishes the police funding formula, something that we have been waiting for over a year. In Leicestershire, since 2009, we have lost 547 police officers. That's down 23%. In 2006, there was 1 police officer for every 430 people. Now, we have 1 for every 599 people, despite the excellent work of the Chief Constable and his team, the Police and Crime Commissioner Willie Back and his Deputy Kirk Master. They are still awaiting the formula, because without the formula, they simply cannot plan. I join with other members of the House in recognising the tragedy of the Grenville Flats fire and the fact that it obviously has an implication for all our constituencies where we have high-rise accommodation. I think it's important that the government acts quickly to deal with these issues so that people can be reassured that something is being done to protect them. And I join with the Leader of the Opposition and others in commending the Honourable Member for Kensington on the work that she has done. Brexit will, of course, dominate proceedings over the next 2 years. I hope, as a matter of urgency, we will clarify the position of EU citizens. We have 3 million EU citizens living in the United Kingdom. I have 10,000 people who come from the EU. The majority hold Portuguese passports, and they are very anxious about whether or not they will be allowed to remain in the United Kingdom. Now, of course, the government has said the government wants them to stay, but unless we get that in writing, it will not satisfy them. And there are practical difficulties, and I'm glad to see the former Immigration Minister on the front bench, because this was raised by the Home Affairs Committee in the last Parliament. Some of the EU citizens have arrived without passports. They've arrived with identity cards. Some have got passports. So when they make their applications for indefinite leave, it is important that the practicalities are taken into consideration. And we have suggested in the past in this place that maybe the registration should be done at a local level through local authorities rather than writing to the Home Office, which takes a great deal of time, as we know, to get a reply. I give way to the Chair of the PAC.
Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, I'm not actually chair of the PAC, but I thank the honourable gentleman, right honourable gentleman. Just on this issue of registration, it's really, really important to many of my constituents, and doesn't he think that it's time the government really came up with some more detail on this? And looking at how it can be done so that actually just fast-track it. You don't have to go through the multi-page document that documents every time you've left the country and things like that. That people who've been here for a long time, got that proof, should be able to just be fast-tracked.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. Trying to fill in those forms and then submitting it to the Home Office, where there is a backlog of 400,000 cases, as those of us who do immigration work will know, they simply do not get a reply. So simplifying the application process, perhaps moving it to a local level, is the way we can move forward. There is no health bill in the gracious speech, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I know of your interest in diabetes and your attendance, your regular attendance at the APPG group on diabetes, which I chaired in the last Parliament. I declare my interest as someone who has type 2 diabetes. My right honourable friend, the member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington, whose 30th anniversary celebration I will be attending tonight, Mr. Deputy Speaker, recently found out that she had type 2 diabetes. What I would like to see, and what I think the House would like to see, and certainly what the group has talked about many, many times, is the need for testing of individuals so they know whether or not they have diabetes. But more than that, once you are tested for diabetes, you need to be given compulsory education, structured education for those with diabetes in terms of diet and in terms of lifestyle. Far too often, all the GPs do is they prescribe tablets for individuals if they're type 2, or indeed inject them with insulin if they are type 1 diabetics. So I think it's really important that we get some legislation through on the issue of structured education. As we know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are 3.5 million people who've been diagnosed with diabetes in the United Kingdom. That's 6% of the population, and that figure is likely to rise to 5 million by 2025, representing almost 10% of the population. As we also know, it's 10% of the National Health Service budget, so prevention is extremely important, and I'm disappointed that we have not had a bill on this subject. I know it's not fashionable to do so, but I want to thank George Osborne, who has left this House, for his sugar tax, which he introduced before he left, and I hope that's still on track. Mr. Osborne, of course, has not gone to the other place, as others have done, but he's gone to a higher place, the editorship of the Evening Standard. But his legacy on the sugar tax is something that we all celebrate. Two final points. Firstly, on Yemen. Unusually, and there are others in this House who've been here for longer, member for Sutton Coldfield came into this House with me 30 years ago. I can't remember a Queen's Speech debate where the Prime Minister doesn't refer to foreign policy. I know the Prime Minister talked about Brexit, but there was no mention of foreign policy, and I would have liked to have seen something on Yemen. Yemen is a country, of course, very close to my heart. I was born there. I chair the APPG group. 10,000 people have been killed in the civil war in Yemen so far. 3.2 million people have been internally displaced, and 14.1 million people, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that's half the population, have no basic health needs. And I want to pay tribute to Flick Drummond for the work that she did in this House, to Angus Robertson for the number of times he led on Yemen during Prime Minister's questions, and to Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh for what she did when she was in this House. All of them made a huge contribution. And I would like to thank the honourable member, the right honourable member for Bournemouth South, for his outstanding work as the Minister, always engaging with the all-party group. We will miss him. We know that he has been replaced by the member for North East Bedfordshire, but he was an outstanding Minister as far as Yemen was concerned. My final point concerns one of my youngest constituents who died during the election campaign. All of us would have read about the case of Eva Janath, a young 11-year-old girl who died at Drayton Manor Park on the 9th of May 2017. The inquest is pending. Staffordshire Police and the Health and Safety Executive are conducting inquiries, and I want to thank both organisations for the work that they have done. but questions remain, serious questions, about the rides that young people take on theme parks at places like Drayton Manor and elsewhere, and we will need a full inquiry into what has happened to understand how it happened and to prevent it happening to young children in the future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this will be a rollercoaster 2 years. I know our attention will not just be in Westminster but also on Belfast because of the role that the DUP play. They've already returned, I think, to Belfast to begin their work. But I hope that we can be constructive and we can create some lasting legislation and not just spend all our time talking about Brexit, because there's important work to be done, and I know the members of this House, especially the newer members who've come here, all want to participate in it.
Andrew Mitchell.
It's a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman who always speaks a good deal of sense on these occasions. I draw the House's attention to my entry in the Registry of Members' Interests, and I'd like to thank my own constituents for once again returning me to represent them in this place so generously for the 5th time. It's clearly going to be an unusual Parliament, as the gracious speech demonstrates. In a hung Parliament, political power tends to pass from the Cabinet Room to the floor of this House. And I hope there are issues on which we can all work across the House and where we can lift our eyes from the obvious party political domestic preoccupations. In the last Parliament, we did so over Syria, where I had the great good fortune of working closely with Joe Cox as co-chairs of the all-party group. Syria, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, remains the defining catastrophe of our age, with 11 million Syrians today, half the population displaced from their homes. I am glad the gracious speech supports an intensification of Britain's efforts in the Middle East. There is an international consensus about the need to defeat and destroy ISIL. This should be prosecuted with much greater vigour. But defeating ISIL militarily is a small part of our task. The much greater task is to defeat a nihilist death cult which has attracted young people to its cause. We need to address Britain's role in the world after Brexit. Britain stands for certain values, not so much British values as international values. We are the 4th largest military power, one of the very few countries who can undertake expeditionary military activity. We have one of only 3 diplomatic services which span the world and is deeply respected at the United Nations, not least. Our international development work is saving millions of lives and transforms the way in which millions of the world's poorest live. This British leadership is respected throughout the world, if not in certain quarters of the British press. But I urge ministers to stand up for the brilliant work being done by Britain and not sometimes cower under the table in the face of the onslaught of the Daily Mail. Of course, Britain doesn't give bilateral money to North Korea, but as part of the United Nations, we do try to stop North Korean children starving to death. There is some concern in the development community at the apparent double-hatting of Foreign Office ministers to cover DFID. If I may use a swashbuckling analogy, which may appeal to the Foreign Secretary, there is some fear that his eye has alighted on a plump galleon loaded with bullion, and he wishes to board this galleon and plunder her cargo. The rules governing the spending of British aid are clearly laid down by the OECD Development Assistance Committee. I do think those rules can be improved, but I do not believe this House would agree to those rules being unilaterally abandoned by the United Kingdom. Similarly, the Government has a duty to address these terrorist acts which so horrified us all during the election. The whole House will also condemn the dreadful anti-Muslim hate crime which surged after the appalling atrocities in Manchester and London. Getting the balance right between collective security on the one hand and individual liberty on the other will not be easy, but many of us in this House are wary of tampering with ancient liberties, of giving additional power to the state unless absolutely necessary. If the terrorists alter our way of life, they win. I'm glad that the ill-advised idea of leaving the ECHR has been dropped. It would never have got through the House anyway. And while it may be possible to improve the Human Rights Act, we should not seek to repeal it just because it was drafted by Tony Blair. Which brings me, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, to the central issue in British politics today, our departure from the EU. I sometimes think that when it comes to Europe, my party is the victim of a biblical curse. I hear the arguments eloquently put by friends and colleagues I greatly respect in favour of both a soft and a hard Brexit. But what virtually all my constituents want is the best possible deal. They care deeply not only about their living standards and quality of life, but that of their children and grandchildren. They want the best possible deal for Britain. I give way.
Well, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. I just wondered if he could reflect on the utility of those terms, soft and hard Brexit, because I don't recognise them as actually being very much used in this discussion at all, and they serve to confuse rather than enlighten.
I think my honourable friend has got it absolutely right, and indeed that is very much the point I am trying to make. My suggestion to my honourable and right honourable friends is to let our negotiator get on with this task without undue noises off. My right honourable friend, the Brexit Secretary, clearly has the skills and experience to deliver the best deal. I'm sure we should try to work across political parties on this, and perhaps also widen the scope for business to contribute its expertise more broadly as part of these negotiations. But let my right honourable friend get on with it. And I want to warn my right honourable friends. We as a party own this process. If it goes wrong and is seen to be an economic cost to Britain, the eyes of the electorate will narrow, regardless of how our constituents voted in the referendum, and the revenge that will be wrought on our party at the subsequent polls will be hideous to behold. I want, finally, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, if I may, to make a political point, a party political point. I suspect I was not alone in being deeply dismayed during the election campaign at the almost total failure to contest the Labour assertion that austerity was somehow a voluntary measure, the infliction by the Conservative government of some sort of Tory vice. It is a myth that we can abandon austerity and indefinitely run a significant annual deficit and ballooning debt. We have only been able to maintain the deficit we have because the markets have trusted Conservative ministers to deliver fiscal discipline. In Britain today, we have a very serious intergenerational problem. Far from helping young people, failure to address the deficit would be a betrayal of the young, for they will have to pay in due course for the overspending of their parents' generation. As it happens, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, I don't think I know any young people who voted Conservative at this election, although my own two daughters assured me that they would have done so had they voted in Sutton Coldfield. So this message of fiscal discipline, fiscal reality, as it seems to me, needs to be explained and amplified once again. Our generation cannot go on spending money we don't have and have not earned. We can resile from hard spending decisions, but it is our children and grandchildren who will pay. We need to explain once again, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, how sky-high tax levels bring in less revenue, how raising corporation tax costs jobs, deters business, drives investment away. We heard precious little about the economy during the election, yet unemployment in Britain is lower today than at any time since I was at school, and we need to engage and revisit these vital arguments. Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, may I also say that I think there are other issues which we can work on cross-party. The issue of how we fund and organise the NHS and social care is urgently in need of a full-scale review. My personal view is that the extent of the problems in the NHS have been marked by the extremely skillful political handling of this by the Health Secretary. But we simply cannot go on. We simply cannot go on with this sticking plaster approach. This nettle must be grasped. And if it wasn't a concept so discredited by the television programme Yes Minister, I would have thought that some sort of royal commission structure would be appropriate. But some mechanism for an inclusive national debate about the way forward must be found. We cannot continue to coax a quart out of a pint pot. Staff morale has been stretched to its limits. We all know this is true, and we must therefore do something about it. Now, I'm particularly pleased to see the consultation on the mental health services, which has been announced in the gracious speech.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. Has he had the same experience that I've had in my constituency of speaking to doctors and medical professionals, that they are crying out for a cross-party approach to take the political heat out of something which is going to affect their lives and patient lives? They want to see the politics taken out of something so important for our society.
Well, my honourable friend is making with great eloquence the same point as I am trying to make, that we need to have a national debate. We cannot continue with what I refer to as this sticking plaster approach on all these matters. But let me conclude my remarks so that others can get in, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, by ending on a consensual note. It would be churlish for this House not to recognise the very effective election campaign waged by the Leader of the Opposition, with whom, over our long period together in this House, I have had many dealings. But the whole House will want to pay a special tribute to the Right Honourable Gentleman in this respect. We salute his extraordinary qualities of mercy and forgiveness, as those in his party who have bad-mouthed him in public and in private over the 2 years since he became leader now flock back to his standard and slink back into his shadow administration. Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, this is a good Queen's speech, and I look forward to supporting it in the lobbies.
Joan Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's my pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield, I think. It is an honour to have been re-elected as the Member of Parliament for Enfield North, and I am most grateful to everyone who's placed their trust in me, and I'm looking forward to continuing my work with constituents on the issues that are important to them. The first and foremost of which is the state of our public services in Enfield and the effects we have seen of the huge cuts to our police, our health services and our schools under Conservative government. For all of us, feeling safe in our homes, on our streets and in our neighbourhoods is one of the most important things in life. The terrorist incidents we have witnessed over recent months in London and in Manchester have highlighted how fragile that sense of safety can be. My thoughts and prayers are with all of those who have been injured or lost friends and loved ones in these awful events, and I pay tribute to the incredible bravery shown by all of our emergency services. The whole of our community in Enfield has felt these events deeply, just as we have been deeply concerned by the rise in violent crime, particularly in knife crime, after the recent spate of 12 stabbings in our borough, which has resulted in 3 murders since April the 1st. All of us owe a great debt of gratitude to the police officers who've responded so speedily and professionally to these incidents. Sadly, however, these tragic events have become increasingly and shockingly common in our community and was an ever-present issue on the doorstep. Indeed, over the last 7 years, under a Conservative government, violent crime in Enfield has rocketed by some 70%. Now, we have a duty to minimise this risk to ordinary law-abiding citizens, which is why we need police patrolling our streets. And for those...
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. And does she not agree that it is such an important issue that we give our young people the right to roam on the streets on which they live and not have them live in fear, and that their voices need to be heard in this debate as well?
Absolutely, I agree. And that's why we need police in our community building community relationships. And for those mostly teenagers and young men who are stabbing each other or being stabbed, we have a duty to protect them from themselves. We have failed somewhere along that line. The government cannot wash their hands of responsibility for any increase in crime when they have made such swinging cuts to our safer neighbourhoods teams. I do not believe that it is a coincidence that the 70% rise in violent crime in Enfield has come at exactly the same time as 188 police officers and police community support officers have been removed from our streets. Nor is it a coincidence that violent crime has increased so sharply at exactly the same time as when it became harder for our police to carry out stop and search of youth suspected of carrying knives. Since 2012, stop and search in London has fallen by 70%. Last year, we saw a 24% rise in the number of knife crime offences across the capital. I have parents from all sections of the community in Enfield who are crying out for a new, workable, responsible stop and search policy because teenagers are being stabbed to death every few weeks. I know there was a problem with it, but I think that could be sorted. Despite the best efforts of our police service in Enfield, it is nigh on impossible for them to maintain a highly visible police presence on our streets when we now have only around 550 police officers attempting to protect a population of 330,000 people.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving away again. One of the areas we looked at on the Public Accounts Committee in relation to police funding as far along as 2015 was the other impacts on police services of cuts in other public services, so the police become the responder of first and last resort, for example, on mental health. Doesn't she agree that this is an additional pressure that's causing clearly pressures in her borough too?
Absolutely, and that there are various studies that show upwards of 70% of call-outs for the police actually involve some kind of mental health issue, for which many police do not feel able to deal with. Enfield is a growing borough. It's the 5th largest London borough and set over the next decade to become the 4th biggest. Spreading resources this thinly is unfair both to the public and to the police. There's been no way of getting the Prime Minister, either now or when she was Home Secretary, to face up to the effect of her law and order policy on people's lives. And when the current Home Secretary came to Enfield North during the election campaign, after a young man was stabbed to death, she said nothing about the loss of almost 200 uniformed police officers and PCSOs locally and 20,000 police officers nationally over the past 7 years. And I noticed nothing in the gracious speech that indicates any plan to increase police numbers. The Home Secretary called for longer prison sentences for carrying a knife, which I know many people would support, but it is completely ineffective if you haven't got the police on the streets in the first place. If you can't catch them, you can't sentence them. The policy response has to be about prevention, education and more visible policing. Working with the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, I'm pleased that Enfield will have 21 more local ward-based officers in place by the end of this year to help fight crime. Unfortunately, the government is taking entirely the opposite approach. The Met has already seen £600 million stripped from its central government grant since 2010. Another £400 million cut is planned by 2020, and potentially as much as £700 million on top of that could be cut due to changes in the police funding formula that we have yet to hear details about. At a time when the Met Commissioner is saying that the police are, and I quote, very stretched, cuts on this scale would spell disaster. They will put the safety of our communities at risk. I urge the Government to provide the Mayor of London and the Met Police with the resources that they need to ensure proper levels of policing in Enfield and throughout the capital. Turning to the issue of local health services in Enfield, I recall standing in this place in 2015 for that year's gracious speech when I spoke about the shocking decline in acute care and primary care provision under this government. Chase Farm Hospital has lost its A&E and maternity unit and seen its inpatient beds reduced from 500 to 48. The closure of these facilities heaped huge pressure on local GP practices and the Accident and Emergency Department at North Middlesex Hospital. Last year, the North Mid was tipped into crisis, partly as a result of these pressures, and the A&E department was only saved from partial closure by a public outcry, the launch of a community campaign, and the concerted lobbying of health ministers by myself and other North London MPs. But just yesterday we learned of a leaked NHS report which threatens, according to the Royal College of Surgeons, devastating cuts to local health services in North London. These would impact on the quality of care provided to patients and the potential closure of further A&E and maternity units, affecting residents throughout Enfield, Camden, Islington, Haringey and Barnet. During the general election, I pledged to do all I can to protect our NHS from these cuts, and I reaffirm that pledge today and to work with residents and fellow MPs in Enfield and across North London to oppose these proposed cuts with all means at our disposal. I had hoped to move on to a positive note when it comes to education, but sadly that can't be the case. This is the third aspect of public services that came up so frequently on the doorstep during the election campaign. Concerns about the future of our children's education. A good education is essential for unlocking young people's potential and is a vital investment in our country's future at a time when we need to build the best skilled workforce possible. But I am dismayed, as are so many parents, head teachers, teachers and others in Enfield, that our primary and secondary schools are facing the largest real-term cuts to their budgets in a generation. Enfield faced the prospect before the election of a further £27 million cut to school funding by 2020 under the government's plans. The party opposite panicked manifesto commitments on education, which have served only to make the scale of impending cuts less transparent, will result in all schools in Enfield losing out in real terms. Schools are having to consider further reductions to their staffing levels, to their support services and to their curriculums, which could seriously compromise standards and affect every child's ability to achieve their very best. However long this Parliament may last, I will be fighting for our children's education and for a fair funding deal for Enfield schools. To just turn away from the domestic issues for one moment, I noticed that at the top of the last page of the gracious speech it says, "My government will work to find sustainable political solutions to conflicts across the Middle East." I think it's no secret in this House that I have a long-standing commitment to a two-state solution between Israel and Palestine. So I would just take this opportunity to urge the government, and in particular the Department for International Development, of the value of building peace at the grassroots by supporting coexistence projects that bring Israelis and Palestinians together, projects that build a constituency for peace. There are many very good examples. There is undoubtedly an international consensus in support of a renewed focus on the importance of the civil society dimension, allowing a two-state solution. In terms of Brexit, I could agree almost without exception to the remarks of the Right Honourable Member for Rushcliffe. But I would say, interestingly, it came up very little on the doorstep. But I do think it is an underlying concern and anxiety for our constituents. And to just return to the issue of public services, as strapped for cash as they are now under this government, if this government comes back with no deal, a bad deal, the worst possible deal, then we could see our public services absolutely collapse through the lack of funding. So I think people in Enfield and probably up and down this country are aware that Brexit offers a significant threat to their standard of living and to their public services. And I think we do have to all try and work constructively as far as we possibly can to get the best deal. But I think the onus is on the government to ensure that those of us on this side of the House are able to do that with them. If that is not the case, then I fear for the outcome for my constituents. I seek reassurances from ministers responding today that my constituents will be given the resources they need to have decent public services that may mean so much to their way of life and to their safety, their health, their education and their future.
Sir William Cash.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I support the gracious speech, except on the proposal for a bill on HS2, which I will oppose as I have done so far, and relentlessly I will support my constituents on that matter. I turn to Brexit. Leaving the European... What a surprise. What a surprise. Leaving the European Union is a given, even by the Right Honourable Member for Rushcliffe. It follows, however, that we leave the single market and the customs union, as stated in Article 50 of the letter, our manifesto, And I have to say I disagree with my right honourable friend, the member for Rushcliffe, on the question of the single market and the customs union. We had a referendum act which was passed by a massive majority. We had the referendum itself with a clear majority to leave. We had the Withdrawal Act itself, an Act of Parliament passed in this House by 498 to 114 members. We then had the general election, where 85% of all the constituencies voted for members of Parliament to deliver the referendum result. We will soon be debating the repeal bill itself, somewhat based, I think, on a bill that I put forward a few months ago, which is the consequence of our leaving the treaties as laid down by the Withdrawal Act. We will not now be governed by other member states or by any cohort dominated by one in particular, Germany, which we increasingly find is the EU in all but name. We will regain our sovereignty, our lawmaking, our borders and our money. We will run our own affairs as we did before 1972 for century after century. I now turn to the economic, political and constitutional nature of our leaving. Leaving provides us with a historic economic and political opportunity. As the Chancellor rightly said in his Mansion House speech and in the Andrew Marr programme last week, there was insufficient attention paid to our success on the economy during the general election. Despite the commentarian's recent reports on his speech that there would necessarily be a loss of sovereignty, I find no explicit reference to this in that speech. He was completely right on emphasising the great economic progress we've made since 2009. We grew faster than any other major advanced economy bar Germany. Business has created 3.4 million more private sector jobs. The deficit is down by 3/4, while at the same time we've lowered income tax for 31 million people and taken 4 million people out of income tax altogether. Our foreign direct investment, which he didn't mention, I think, soared to 197 billion in 2016, up from 33 billion in 2015, according to the OECD. This is an incredible record, and we are now the primary foreign direct investments destination in the EU, in Europe, on the back of our successful economic policies. Indeed, unemployment at 4.5% is the lowest since 1975. Compare this with unemployment in other member states, where youth unemployment, and I mentioned this in the context of those who voted in the general election for Labour, the massive 40% youth unemployment in so many of the other member states.
Very grateful to our honourable friend for giving way. Could I just ask him, he referred there to our stunning economic success in Europe. How much of that inward investment does he think is attributed to the fact that we are a gateway market to the European market?
I think that's a terrific question to which I shall return emphatically in a few minutes, because I think the basis of his argument is completely wrong, but I'll explain in a minute. The reckless spending alternative, the false alchemy of the Labour manifesto, contrasting with the government's economic success, would simply bankrupt us and wipe out our success, as the Institute for Fiscal Studies made clear the other day. The Chancellor is also right to say that stronger growth is the means by which reasonable taxation can be raised to deliver better public services and better living standards on the basis of that growth, and the fact that we need sound money to go with it. As to the question of the European Investment Bank, which he mentioned, we have a massive 16% shareholding of that bank on our books of over 10.2 billion. Specifically, and I think this needs to be borne in mind very carefully indeed by the Chancellor and others, the EIB was set up under Article 307 and 308 of the Union Treaty, and along with Article 28 of Protocol 5 on the Statute of the EIB. This demonstrates that the EIB is, as far as I can judge, within the jurisdiction of the European Court, and I'm convinced that that is the case. We should find an answer to this question without surrendering our commitment to insisting upon our own Westminster jurisdiction and not that of the European Court. This is a matter we're going to have to think through very carefully. He then turned rightly to the importance of free trade in the Prime Minister's Lancaster House speech, seeking a comprehensive free trade agreement. On the question of the customs union, which he also confirmed, I repeat, confirmed we were leaving, there is a good and fundamental reason for this, and I now come to my honourable friend's point. When we leave the EU, our independent trade policy will be made by our government elected at Westminster and not by the unelected European Commission and by majority vote. This majority vote, as with all decisions taken under the European Communities Act 1972, and as the European Scrutiny Committee made clear in its report in May last year, is made by consensus behind closed doors, nobody knowing how the decision is arrived at, with no public record as we have in Westminster. All this is far removed from the democratic, transparent accountability of our own procedures here, our Hansard and our parliamentary system. People know who is deciding what. Furthermore, most of EU business is done through the aegis of covert decision-making in unsmoke-filled rooms. The EU is intrinsically undemocratic, as the recent Malta Declaration of the 27 clearly indicated. I note that the Chancellor stated that in relation to our trading policy, he believes that, and I quote, "We must negotiate mutually beneficial trading arrangements to avoid unnecessary disruption and dangerous cliff edges," close quote. This mirrors, I think, what has been said by the CBI, the SMMT and the Manufacturers Group EEF and a number of other trade bodies, some apparently and some actually seeking to keep us in the single market and the customs union for up to 5 years, as the member for Rushcliffe indicated, with which I disagree. The Chancellor also emphasised we need an implementation period and frictionless custom arrangements, albeit, he said, outside the customs union. This poses a really serious problem. Against this background, we need to understand where we are in relation to the customs union and the single market, and why it is important we leave both on leaving the EU, and on which the Labour Party is completely confused. I want to draw attention to our trading within the single market, and will our friends who are still at heart Remainers please take note of what I am about to say. Last year, ONS tells us and the House of Commons Library tells us that we ran a trade deficit with the 27 member states of 71.8 billion, up 9 billion in that year alone. In the same year, Germany ran a trade surplus with EU countries of 98.9 billion, up 16 billion in that year. Yet we enjoy a trade surplus with the rest of the world of 34.4 billion and accelerating rapidly. Yes, 44% of our trade is with the EU, and our trade with them will continue when we leave the single market and the customs union. But our global trade is where our successful economic future lies as soon as we leave the European Union, and we have got to get real about this. Furthermore, in relation to leaving the customs union, although many describe it as a cliff edge, if done wisely, it will be in reality a launching pad for new and great opportunities for growth and prosperity, providing trade deals with other countries, improving our own regulatory environment, achieving a free trade agreement with the EU with zero-for-zero tariff deals, dealing with rules of origin, mutual recognition of goods, including agricultural products, and allowing expedited customs arrangements based on new technologies. I will, of course, give way.
Would my honourable friend find it easier to speak less fast after this intervention, which gives him a few more seconds?
Most grateful, but I'm determined to get through what I have here. In the context of the city and financial services, there is so much for us to learn from the experience of EFTA and its jurisdictional relationship to the European Court of Justice. These provide guidelines and lessons to be learned in achieving mutual respect while retaining our sovereignty and unshackling ourselves from the European Commission's exclusive jurisdiction over external trade policy, which does not work for us, even though it does specifically for Germany. We are fortunate to have Mr Crawford Faulkner as our Chief Trade Negotiation Advisor and a strong team to deliver a first-class trade policy with major countries such as the USA, Canada and Australia. The Secretary of State for International Trade a few days ago had an extremely good meeting with the US Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross. We have had similar reactions from the other countries I've mentioned. These provide the launching pad for us to enable the growth which will be accelerating towards a global prosperity zone for the United Kingdom. This is a massive new opportunity for the United Kingdom to resume its 300-year-old role in terms of international trade in goods and services, and which we have always delivered throughout our commercial history. To give some flavour of this, in the last year alone, the House of Commons Library tells us that we had a trade surplus of 39.6 billion with the USA, we had a trade surplus of 1.3 billion with Canada, and in 2015, the most recent year for which data is available, a trade surplus of 3.7 billion with Australia. They have already said they want to trade bilaterally with us. We would be crazy not to do it. Out of the customs union, and inside it we can't, we will build on this, and our economic growth and prosperity will exponentially expand with it, and thereby the means of providing the security and stability, and with that, the provision which the previous speaker made with respect to the provision of good and effective public services. I believe the issues of leaving the EU while achieving acceptable jurisdictional answers to our financial services and other regulatory arrangements, which are currently with the EU, are eminently achievable. An overly narrow view of the potential jurisdictional difficulties is wrongly pessimistic, particularly with regard to our potential trading relationships with the rest of the world and our recognition that the single market does not deliver for us. I was glad the Chancellor did not refer to the words soft and hard Brexit in his speech. The words soft and hard Brexit, so favoured by the BBC and others in the media, are an exercise in casuistry, a weapon of propaganda intended to create a fog when we need, above all else, clear lines and meanings. This applies equally to the expression transitional arrangements. Where do we draw the lines? What does it mean? Under what jurisdiction? Leaving the EU is in the national interest, and it's our duty, which we are obliged to deliver. I refer now simply to the exchange between Humpty Dumpty and Alice through the Looking Glass. When I use a word, Humpty Dumpty said in rather a scornful tone, it means just what I choose it to mean, neither more nor less. The question is, said Alice, whether you can make words mean so many different things. The question is, said Humpty Dumpty, which is to be master, that is all. No longer will our master be the European Union and its political puppet masters. They sought to absorb us into a political union, now on the cards, as Angela Merkel has demonstrated this week in respect to the new financial arrangements.
The 16 members who have notified me that they wish to speak, the time limit has now dropped to 9 minutes. Heidi Alexander.
Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, it's probably fitting that I am following the Honourable Member for Stone. I have promised myself that in this Parliament I will become for Remain what the Honourable Member for Stone has been for Leave during his parliamentary career. Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, this is the first Queen's speech that I've participated in since the year that I was elected, 2010. If I'm honest, I've tended to find the speech and the political debate which follows somewhat formulaic, but now we cannot say that is the case. Events in the last year have hit the British people with a speed and ferocity that is unprecedented in my lifetime. The murder of our beautiful colleague Jo Cox, the referendum, the terrorist attacks in Westminster, Manchester, London Bridge and Finsbury Park, and of course the horrific fire at Grenfell Tower just 2 weeks ago. When our country is in such an awful mess, this Queen's speech is exposed as dreadfully wanting. It is dominated by last year's obsession, Brexit, and this reality is made all the worse by the government's commitment to the most complicated and disruptive type of Brexit imaginable. The questions raised with me by my constituents about jobs, policing, schools, hospitals, homes and elderly care barely feature. The truth is, though, it's not just the Queen's speech that is failing people, it's our politics more generally. Take the general election that we've just had. The public witnessed an election called because of the fallout from last year's referendum, but they got a campaign which left them none the wiser about how Brexit would be dealt with. They saw a Prime Minister who ran away from the TV cameras and when she did appear was shaky, nervous and wooden. They saw Conservative politicians who couldn't answer questions about police cuts and counter-terrorism when a suicide bomber had murdered young families at a pop concert. They saw a party that could provide no guarantees about the pound in their pocket or the funding of their public services, and they feared for the homes of elderly parents. It's no wonder that many people in many different parts of the country voted for change. The last 2 weeks have cemented public perceptions of a government floundering, out of its depth and out of step with the reality of life in Britain in 2017. There's no answer as to why it's taken 4 years to implement recommendations on fire safety in high-rise blocks. No ability to quickly rehouse people whose homes have burned down because of London's appalling and acute housing crisis, and no prospect of quick answers on responsibility for that horrific fire because of a supply chain so long where the opportunity to squeeze profit and evade accountability may yet prove to be dangerously significant. I will give way.
Does my honourable friend agree with me that it is abrogating their responsibility as government to not give the assurances that were sought earlier today about proper resourcing and funding to local authorities to enable them to do the safety checks and make the changes that will ensure that residents know and feel safe in their tower blocks or their low-rise accommodation?
I do agree with my honourable friend, and I think the fact that some people won't sleep easily in their beds tonight is proof that this government has failed. I will give way.
I commend the Honourable Lady for rightly pointing out the enormity of this tragedy, but does she agree with me it does no service to the victims or indeed to their families to seek to politicise this before we even know what the cause was of this dreadful fire? We have to take this in stages, find out what the cause was, and then take the necessary action. To politicise it in advance serves no one and doesn't serve justice.
I don't believe I'm politicising this. I believe I am expressing the views of a very significant number of my constituents and people who live in London. Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, on the day the election was called, I was stopped by a constituent at Lewisham Station who simply said to me, "We have to stop the damage Theresa May is doing to our country." I put that statement on every one of my election leaflets. His concern was about Brexit, about his job in central London, about the future ability to pay for his home and look after his kids. The repeal bill that has been formally announced in the Queen's speech today won't make him feel better. It is lauded by some as a positive thing, incorporating EU law into our own domestic law to decide at a later date which bits we keep and which bits we don't. OK, as far as it goes, but it will potentially have a massive sting in its tail. It could, for example, include the repeal of the European Economic Area Act of 1993, the legislation which underpins our place in the single market. I see no circumstances in which I could vote for us to leave the single market. The Prime Minister might want you to think that the EU and the single market are the same thing. They're not. It's a lie, and it has to be nailed. I want to stay in the EU, but if it's a damage limitation exercise that this Parliament is engaged in, then we need to stay in the single market and stay in the customs union. I am not prepared to risk the queue of lorries at Dover and the queue of people outside Lewisham Job Centre which are associated with the alternatives. The UK needs to be a country in which businesses want to invest and not a country which businesses want to leave. We need to maintain the ease with which British businesses trade with their European counterparts and sell to European consumers. We've already seen the list of companies setting up operations overseas and considering their next move. In London, firms like Deutsche Bank, Goldman Sachs, Lloyds of London, moving jobs to France and Germany. These are city firms, yes, but think too of all those other jobs linked to our capital status as one of the world's financial centres: retail, hospitality, events management, the couriers, cleaners, caterers who are up at the crack of dawn and sit on buses running through my constituency to keep this incredible city running. Services account for nearly 80% of our economy. The single market is essential if we are to continue to trade freely and easily. If we don't put the economy first in Brexit talks, we will crucify our public finances. We can then kiss goodbye to the extra investment needed in our schools, hospitals and elderly care. These are political choices. Do you prioritise the economy or controls on immigration in Brexit negotiations? I choose the economy, the government chooses immigration. It sounds simple, but I do recognise it's complicated. We know we will have an immigration bill at some point in the next 2 years, but we have no idea what will be in it. The reason why we have this 2-year session is that the government can't draft an immigration bill or a customs bill or a trade bill until such time as negotiations have advanced so that they know what to put in the bills. In the meantime, we tread water. As a country, we control immigration from countries which represent 90% of the world's population. We have a more relaxed system, freedom of movement, for the 10% who live in the countries closest to us. Countries which, by and large, enjoy a standard of living which is either comparable to or are approaching our own. But even within this more relaxed system, we could have had, and still could have, greater controls within the overall framework. The need, for example, to have a job or be self-sustaining after 3 months of being here. We've had the laxest approach to freedom of movement and have chosen not to place conditions on people coming here, and then we've blamed the EU for our own failure to enforce conditions that could be part of the system. We now have a revolt against that and all that entails. The truth is, we're already seeing people not wanting to come here. They don't feel welcome, and the value of their earnings has dropped because of the devalued pound. It will be our hospital wards, care homes, building sites, farms, restaurants, which will be left scrabbling around for staff whilst government works out what on earth to do. We need immigration in this country. In 1949, the year my mother was born, over 730,000 babies were born. Average life expectancy stood at 68. Fast forward to the year of my birth, 1975, and it was down to just over 600,000. Nearly 30% of births today are born to non-UK born mothers. Average life expectancy now stands at 81. Our workforce of tomorrow, the people who will start businesses, work in public services, pay taxes, is partly dependent upon immigration. We should be honest about that. And when we talk in this Parliament about the causes of and solutions to our housing shortage, the pressures on our NHS, we should spend as much time focused on our ageing population as we do on immigration. It's not a queue of migrants I see at the door of A&Es. It's a queue of frail, disorientated older people. When I go door to door, even in a relatively young part of the country like Lewisham, I am amazed at the number of older people living alone, barely moving out of one room. A failure to have an honest debate about this, a failure to look at the evidence and come up with real solutions will mean we spend the next few years focused on completely the wrong priorities. This is my fear with this Queen's speech. It's my fear about how Brexit dominates everything else. And I think it's the responsibility of our politics, irrespective of party lines, to find some answers.
Awesomely.
Mr Deputy Speaker, there is a habit among some in the Labour Party of making personal attacks on Conservative Prime Ministers. They did it with Ted Heath, they did it with Margaret Thatcher, some try to do it with our present Prime Minister. I think she has the common sense, the resilience and the sense of humour not to worry too much about that. I think it's far better if we actually understand that leadership of a party can be tested by what people do in action. And our Prime Minister, during her years as Home Secretary, had no hesitation in coming to the House, picking up the most difficult issues, finding ways forward that were supported across the House. I'm pleased to be behind her in what she's trying to do now with our government. Secondly, on the Brexit thing, which I don't normally speak about as much as my honourable friend for Stone, I think it's going to take twice as much effort to make a success of leaving as it would have taken to make a success of staying. But the people made the decision we go, so the responsibility of someone in my position is to give the government the support I can while trying to make sure that problems are recognised and problems are solved as far as possible. I say to the new leader of the Scottish National Party in this place, good luck. I say to his predecessor, he'll be missed, especially on the all-party group for Austria, and I hope that, not being in this House, he'll regard himself as an honorary member of the group, because I know that what he's done is much appreciated by successive Austrian ambassadors, and I hope that he will give his input to us all. To the departing leader of the Liberal Democrats, I think he was treated unfairly. I think it's crazy in this country that one answer to one question can come back and haunt people when, frankly, what people's view is about other people's behaviour, as long as it remains reasonably private, doesn't really matter. And I don't think we ought to be saying that your orientation or your answer to questions about what other people do should be a test of your political ability or leadership. I wish the Liberal Democrats well in finding a new leader. To those who start arguing too much about the possible understanding between the DUP and the Conservatives, I remember saying on Monday a week ago, when the question first came up, and when 38 Degrees started getting all their mailing list to write in saying this is a frightful thing, the alternative government arrangements would be the Labour Party trying to bring in an understanding with the Scottish National Party, with the DUP, with the Lib Dems and with the Green Party. I think if the DUP would have to be there as well, without the DUP they'd have no point in being government, so there's no point in pretending they could be an alternative government if they shake their heads at the DUP. And I hope that the DUP will read my description of the shaking heads on the other side who want nothing to do with them. So I think we're clear that the government is going to come from this side, from this party. I think, having mentioned the 38 Degrees organisation, I deplore the way they pretend to be progressive but not partisan. At some other stage, I shall refer to the Electoral Commission and to the Information Commissioner the activities of the 38 Degrees. I can't say they've committed offence, but I can't say they're in the clear. Anyone who looked at what they put out on the last day saying, see which party is closest to you, if you gave all the answers saying you were closest to the Conservatives, which is what the majority of the voters did in the last election, you then get asked more questions trying to dissuade you from thinking you are what you thought you were. And that's wrong. And they're now presently running a campaign. They're third in about a week and a half. We've had the DUP issue. We've had the checking the fire regulations, which clearly are going to have to be reviewed after that terrible fire in the Grenfell Tower. And today they're on about sign a petition about National Health Service spending. I think that kind of activity really does require people to be considered as a political organisation, and they ought to meet the same requirements that other political parties do as well. On housing, I think that it's important to realise that one of the big issues which this House has to deal with is leasehold. There are 5 million, or perhaps 6 million, residential leaseholders who are, as the Honourable Lady agrees, and thank her for her interest and help, are exposed by accident or by design to mistreatment by managing agents, by some freeholders, and sadly, by some of the property tribunals and the courts. And I think there should be a responsibility on courts and courts like the property tribunals, if they feel they have to make a judgment which is clearly unfair, but goes along with precedent or some clever lawyers arguing, they ought to say in their judgment, we find for whoever it may be, but we declare that this is an unjust decision. I also say to the people who use the law, like the landlord of a park home site in my constituency, Mr. Barry Weir, who has used judgments and expensive lawyers to, in my terms, bully and intimidate people who spend £50,000 to buy a so-called mobile home on the basis that it is residential. In fact, it turns out to be holiday. When the man then he or his companies get permission for it to be residential, starts trying to claim an extra £1,000 a year, takes people to court, and they lose the whole of the £50,000 they had. That is, in my view, depriving people of assets they ought to be able to keep. And Mr. Barry Weir, I invite through this House to come and meet me, and we can sort things out person to person. And if there's still a dispute, we'll go to some outside tribunal and see whether the way he's treating people is right or fair. The same applies to a freeholder called Martin Payne, who has given people extended leases, but managed to write the clause in such a way that even good solicitors fail to find the fact that he's doubling ground rents back to the start of a lease, not from where the lease gets extended, something which would not be allowed if it was done as a formal extension of a lease, and that again is the kind of behaviour which needs exposing in public, and one thing MPs can do is to do that. Returning for a moment to the sad tragedy in Kensington, I first went to Golborne Ward in the early 1970s when I was setting up the second neighbourhood council in the country. The first was in Golborne. I've seen what's happened in some tenants-managed organisations, and I think that the question of responsibility is one that's of importance, But the same thing applies to the way the fire was, the first reaction to the fire, how it was treated. I think the fire service will have lessons to learn, and they'll be happy to learn them. I think that the TMOs will do the same. The building regulations clearly are wrong. It should not be possible to put up that kind of cladding and that kind of material. But I do say to others, don't just look on that kind of cladding as aesthetic. In my first constituency, a tower block in Nightingale Vale, people were spending 25 years ago £30 a week to be cold. After the cladding, they were spending £5 a week to be warm. And the difference in someone's life of £25 a week and being warm made a big difference to people. We've got lessons to learn. We will learn them. And I would say to 38 Degrees, stop trying to wind people up. My last point on that kind of issue, in fact coming back to electioneering, is that there is a side of the Labour Party which I admire. The first Labour opponent I had when I stood for Parliament in 1974, Bill Hamling, who was the Parliamentary Private Secretary to Harold Wilson, he and I used to meet at lunchtime each Saturday in a pub. We'd buy each other a drink and declare hostilities over until the next Monday. He actually appears in most of the plays, including this house, and I would say to the people who have put on this house the play, try to revise the way you portray Bill Hamling. He's not the way you put him as a foul-mouthed person. He wasn't. And try to revise the portrayal of Carol Mather, who was a gallant gentleman and officer. It was my wife's whip. She was the first woman he had in his regiment. And he's portrayed, again, as a foul-mouthed person. He wasn't. We don't need that kind of dramatic effect for people who are still known to those of us who are still alive. I will campaign in my constituency for funds to get a proper A27, which gives protection to local residents but makes it possible for people to move through without going through traffic jams. I will continue to fight with other West Sussex MPs for fairer funding for schools. And if I had anything like the funding that MPs have in their constituencies in London, we wouldn't have half the problems we have. And I'll work with anybody, parents and others, to try to make things right. In political and public service, our job is to try to reduce avoidable disadvantage, distress and handicap and improve well-being, a mixture of wealth and welfare. We can do it together. We shouldn't have so many disagreements, and I commit myself to doing my bit.
Speaker, can I begin by thanking the electors of North Durham for returning to the House. It's both a privilege and a humbling experience, and I give them commitment tonight, which I gave them when I was first elected in 2001, to do my utmost to represent them in this place. I wish to briefly address 3 points in the gracious speech on defence, security, Europe and mental health. Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, the events of the last few weeks show that we live in deeply troubling and dark times, both at home and abroad. The first job, I would argue, of any government is the safety and security of its citizens. That security and safety takes two forms, in the form of our defence and armed forces, and through the domestic services and security services and our police force. The threat which we face now is both an international and global threat. The idea that somehow we can withdraw from the world and hide away and it will go away is not the case. It is vital that we continue to engage with the world. It's important that we engage with our international partners. And yes, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, on occasions, if we have to use force against those that threaten us, we have to do so, protect our way of life from that of our allies. My party has a long tradition of internationalism, and it's important that we continue that tradition to be an outward-looking and engaging party of the world. NATO was one of the defining achievements of the radical 1945 Labour government. I was pleased in this Queen's speech that there was a continued commitment to NATO and the 2% of spending of national income on defence. In saying that, though, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, like many things that this government says, I think we need to look at actually what is happening in practice. We've had years of squeezed budgets, which have resulted in the hollowing out of our UK military capability, an army now which is smaller than any time since the Napoleonic Wars, a navy which is a manning crisis, with a number of ships that are being ordered at an all-time low, and a critical point which means that some of the operations that it should be doing can no longer be done. We also have the situation whereby
the Royal Marines, something that we should be proud of in terms of the work they do for the safety of this country, are now going to be cut to fill in the manning gaps in the Royal Navy. The morale in our armed forces is at an all-time low. Since 2010, the armed forces have had a below-inflation 1% cap on their wage increases. Something when I was in the Ministry of Defence responsible for pay, if I'd suggested, the benches opposite would have been in open revolt. Add to that the crisis which we have in armed forces accommodation, which the NAO in its recent report says that the poor condition of the estate is now affecting the capability of our defence. The Prime Minister has continued with a short-sighted issues on defence that was a predecessor did. The MOD faces a multi-billion pound black hole in its budget that, if they're not faced up to shortly, will affect the way in which this country can protect itself. The government has also flatly refused to pursue a defence industrial strategy over the last 7 years and has gradually decoupled our defence procurement away from our leading-edge UK defence and aerospace sector. A response which now, again, if we'd done it when we were in government, we have a situation where we have uncertainty. We have jobs being exported to abroad in defence contracts with no regard to not only jobs in the UK, but also the leading technologies which are reliant on in this country. In the last few weeks, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, we've also seen the dedicated bravery and commitment of our emergency services. But after 6 years of austerity, we all know the pressures they're under, whether it's cuts in numbers or the below-inflation wage increases. And rightly, there is a debate in the last few weeks about police numbers in London. But can I also argue that we need to have that argument about cuts in regional forces? Especially, for example, in Durham, there's lost over 325 officers in the last 5 years. And despite all that the government say about protecting police budgets, the Prime Minister repeated it again today. It is complete nonsense. We've got flat cash at the moment, which is going to be a no cut in future. On Europe, I was one, like many, who argued for Britain to remain within the EU. It's something I've always been very passionate about, and I did so on the basis it was in the best interest not only in my constituents, the North East, but also in this country. The decision was taken that we come out of the EU. I accept that decision. But it is vital that whatever we do with our new relationship with Europe, we do protect access to the single market, particularly for regions such as the North East, which depend for exports to the EU. Some £7 billion of goods each year, some 58% of all exports from the North East. And it's not just for the large manufacturers of Komatsu, Nissan and Hitachi in the North East. It's their supply chain, it's companies big and small throughout. And if we get this wrong, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, it will not just affect those corporations, it will affect the livelihoods of our constituents, families who are hard-working and dedicated to their local communities. In also saying that, we also know the early resolution of EU citizens' rights in this country, because it is damaging our economy. One of the driving forces, it's a very strange thing to say, in the North East economy is our regional universities. They depend on EU nationals. Get that wrong and it will affect the North East. Briefly on mental health, I was pleased that in the gracious speech mental health was raised. And we've made great progress, I think, in the last few years in terms of raising and talking about the effects of mental health. But if we are to turn the slogan parity of esteem into action, we need to have increased spending. Spending also needs to be ring-fenced. If you look at what CCGs are doing in this country in terms of spending, they're actually cutting it. The King's Fund report last year said just half of all CCGs found that we may be uncertain or concerned that we may not be able to pass on increases in mental health funding. If we get that wrong, all the warm words in the world will not actually affect what we need on the front line. We also need to change the way in which we deliver mental health services, cut away these large national contracts which exclude the voluntary community sector, which are so important. We also need to affect the stigma, not only the stigma around mental health, but the actual scandal in this country of our sky-high rates of suicide. not only in society but also in prisons. It is an absolute shame on this country that we have the highest suicide rates in our prisons. And is that down to just the fact that it happens? No, it's not. Talk to prison officers who live in my constituency. It's a direct result of the austerity which is taking place in our prison service, the pressure they're under, making those prisons not only unsafe for inmates, but unsafe for those people that work so hard in it. This parliamentary session will be dominated by Brexit. Get that wrong, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, it will have effect on all of our constituencies. My constituents, and I think many throughout this nation, want some hope. They need a change of direction in terms of, not only in terms of getting Brexit right, but making sure that we get the investment and hope for future generations. I see nothing in this gracious speech today which gives them that hope.
Marie Trevelyan.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for North Durham, one of the colleagues from the North East who I have the greatest respect for and who's been more than helpful in the last Parliament in helping me to find my feet. And it's an honour, therefore, to be invited to speak in this great chamber on the first day of our new Parliament. And I would like first to put on record my thanks and admiration for an exceptional police force in the North East, but across the country, who have been on duty at high alert, keeping us all safe as we fought our elections and providing such extraordinary resilience alongside all our emergency services and armed forces through truly horrific terrorist attacks in recent weeks and the Grenfell Tower Block tragedy. It is therefore a great honour, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, and a responsibility, having been returned by my constituents in North Northumberland, to ensure that the legislative process which has begun today with the gracious speech required to take the United Kingdom out of the EU is met in full. On almost every doorstep I knocked on across the North East, the message was the same, from Leavers and Remainers alike: please deliver Brexit properly and will you get on with it? So I am proud to support this government's plans to deliver Brexit, using the repeal bill to bring all existing EU law into UK law. The gracious speech is clear that Brexit will be this government's absolute priority, and quite rightly so, and that as a strong union of 4 nations we shall build new frameworks to continue our deep and special partnership with all our long-standing European allies, and have the opportunity to create new trade deals with countries across the globe, supporting jobs in the UK, as well as having the flexibility outside the EU to support economic growth in developing countries. Free trade has been the greatest tool in reducing poverty for centuries, and I look forward to our great nations leading the way once again on this. As an MP from the North East of England, the very most northern point of the North East of England, where economic growth has remained behind other regions for too long, we are now seeing increasing export markets as entrepreneurs look globally for new customers in leading-edge technologies. And the opportunity for our own UK government to develop regional investment policy is most welcome. No more EU funds, our money sent to Brussels only to be partially returned to us with endless strings attached. We will be directly connected to the decision makers on how we get that regional support. As the MP for the most beautiful constituency, and I'm happy to challenge all comers on that one, I have a large number of small farm businesses and fishing communities in Berwick, Sea Houses and Amble. It is therefore pleasing to see that the Government will be bringing in legislation on agriculture and on fisheries as we leave the Common Agricultural and Fisheries policies and determine our own long-term and sustainable plans in these important areas. I look forward to clarification from my right honourable friend, the member for Surrey Heath, on how and when we will take back control over the UK's EEZ, which I understand is 200 miles, or the mid-line from shore, because we can't, otherwise we're halfway into France before we've started. Our fishermen need that clarity as soon as possible. And my sheep farmers are particularly keen to learn how the new trade deals with the EU and other nations around the globe will ensure their export markets can thrive and grow in the new global Britain. As a result of Brexit, my constituents will now have a direct link to government on all laws we make and impose upon them. At present, some 60% of our laws are made by the EU, and we can only rubber stamp them without amending authority. After Brexit is completed, once we have left the single market and the EU's customs union, the British people will know that at last their vote really can and does make a difference to how their country is run. I, for one, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, am so proud of the British people for voting to get back control of their country and to take up once again the full mantle of responsibility for their country's future direction. This is an exciting time indeed to be in the privileged position of serving as the Member of Parliament for Berwick-upon-Tweed. Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, I am also really delighted that the gracious speech has confirmed that we will continue to meet our NATO commitment to spend at least 2% of national income on defence. Though I think it's safe to say that, as the member of the Public Accounts Committee in the last Parliament focused on all matters defence, from the equipment plan to the reconfiguration of our defence estates, and in my view, most importantly, the continued and right support for serving personnel, veterans and their families, I shall no doubt be raising the questions on whether this is really enough, and following in the footsteps of the former member for Aldershot. Yes, of course I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I would gently remind her that the 2% is a result of low management of expectations. As late as 1995 to 1996, long after the end of the Cold War, we were spending no less than 3% of GDP on defence, and many of us think we ought to do that in the future.
Thank you. I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I think we are at one on that we can and perhaps should be doing much more to ensure that the Treasury can support the Ministry of Defence in the work it has to do. Because if we are, in this, the year of the Royal Navy, to ensure that we can afford to build the ships we need to protect our nation's interests in conflict and in peace, we must be honest about what it will take to do so. As HMS Queen Elizabeth prepares to leave Rosyth and start her long service as a beacon for our country's commitment to NATO, she will need to be supported by many other ships, submarines and aircraft, and the brightest and best young men and women committed to serving their nation. It is therefore excellent to see that the Government will continue to invest in our gallant armed forces and deliver the Armed Forces Covenant across the United Kingdom. But for this to become a reality... Yes, of course it will.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way just on the fact of the year of the Royal Navy, and given the desire for an increase in military spend, does she agree the MOD should go back to the original commitment and the number of ships they promised to build in the Clyde instead of the reduced number that they pulled back to?
I thank the Honourable for his intervention. I think we need to be looking at this in the round, and I'm hoping that the shipbuilding strategy, which we are expecting very shortly to come out from the Department, will set forward that vision. But what we need to make sure is that we here in Parliament are supporting the Department in ensuring it can get the funding it needs, long-term, stable funding for that shipbuilding programme. So for this to become a reality, we have much yet to do. And indeed, most of it on the Armed Forces Covenant is not government's job, but all of our jobs, as leaders, as businesses, as community groups and charities, to really commit to our covenant as a nation to those men and women who choose to serve in our armed forces. It is for all of us to make clear our respect and gratitude, not only, though importantly, by buying a poppy or two for remembrance, but by learning to value the exceptional skill sets which these people have, of self-discipline and resilience, of technical expertise and ability to cope under pressure, and that military spouses and children also have extraordinary strength of character. It can never be possible to really understand what it must be like to be a nuclear submariner's spouse or child, your partner or parent, away for 3 months or more, completely out of contact, with absolutely no idea where they are on the planet. These military families, whose devotion sustains our serving personnel in the Army, the Navy, our great Royal Marines and the RAF, are extraordinary people. Our armed forces, and indeed all those across our emergency services who put their lives on the line every day for all of us, deserve our respect and gratitude. But they should also know that our commitment to the Covenant is not just words, but a determination across every government department, a commitment in every business across the UK, and a demonstration of our belief in it as citizens of this great country of ours, that they can rely on us to support them when their service lives need it, and that all veterans and their families from every corner of our 4 nations are able to lead fulfilling lives as civilians after they have served. I shall be encouraging the Government to consider, as we are doing in the Domestic Abuse Bill, creating an Armed Forces Covenant Commissioner to give the oversight and encouragement to achieve these goals. There is much to do, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, to deliver Brexit and to deliver on our commitment to the Armed Forces Covenant, and I am very proud to be able to offer my service, as my constituents have so clearly asked me to do in the months and years ahead.
Sir Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. It is with honour and humility that I rise to respond to the Queen's speech today as the 3 times elected Member of Parliament for the Stalybridge and Hyde constituency. I would like to record my sincerest thanks to all of those who showed their faith in me, and to the steadfast people of Greater Manchester for their solidarity and defiance in the face of the terror attack we experienced during the campaign. This was not an election that was needed. It was an election which was, initially at least, not really wanted. It was an election called in the partisan interests of the Prime Minister rather than the national interests. Now, frankly, we could say who could blame her, given her poor lead she enjoyed on the eve of that election. But as is so often the case, the British public took a rather dim view of someone who appeared to put their own needs before theirs. And it now seems inconceivable that this Prime Minister will stay in office for the full term of this Parliament. She's gone from honeymoon to lame duck, with nothing in between. And as ever, a focus on the national interest should be where analysis of the Queen's speech begins. And it is, of course, a Queen's speech that as yet has no majority in this House of Commons, and so will require the support of the Democratic Unionist Party in order to pass. Now, this is where I must strongly disagree with the Honourable Member for Worthing and what he said in his remarks, because I find it unconscionable that any British government would even contemplate risking the Northern Irish peace process in order to prolong its own existence. Under the Good Friday Agreement, the British and Irish governments are the neutral arbitrators of Northern Irish power sharing. It is simply not possible to breach that political neutrality and remain faithful to the terms of the agreement. And the progress made in Northern Ireland in the last 3 decades is, for me, one of the greatest political achievements in this country in the post-war era. And we should pay tribute to the DUP for their role in that. But the peace process cannot be taken for granted. And the criticisms from Sir John Major, I felt, were legitimate, they were serious, they were informed, they deserved an audience, and they deserve a response, because the peace process is being taken for granted if the government feel it can act in this way. And the Prime Minister should be aware that the public will never forgive any government, and particularly not her, if she again puts her own interests ahead of the national interest. And the irony is that the Queen's speech we've heard today is so meagre, it is so limited in vision and scope, the government will almost have no legislative agenda at all. They may as well continue as a minority government on an issue-by-issue basis. It strikes me that all of the decent stuff in the Queen's speech today, the action on energy prices, the action on bad landlords that we've been promised, all of that's been lifted from the last 2 Labour manifestos anyway, so we're almost certainly likely to be in here voting for it. And all of the unpleasant things that caused the Conservative Party so much pain, the austerity, the dementia tax, grammar schools, scrapping free school meals, they'll almost certainly get nowhere near a vote in this House. And in that sense, whilst we may not have won this election, I believe on this side of the House we can claim a significant victory from it. Because this didn't feel an election about Brexit. It did feel to me like an election about austerity. The state of the NHS and social care, the threatened cuts to school funding, in particular the desperate state of declining real wage levels, that is what people wanted to talk to me about. And in my constituency, the fundamental economic premise of this government, which is that prosperity lies in cutting public services and public spending to pay for cuts to corporation tax and other reliefs, that has been soundly rejected. Because what we need is prosperity and competitiveness that is generated by improving our infrastructure and our education and skill levels. And a strategy, therefore, not just to generate jobs, but to generate good jobs with good wages and good lives that can be led as a result of that. And I am concerned, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, to already hear SNP and Northern Irish colleagues compete over the additional resources they believe they'll get as a result of this hung Parliament. Because there is no policy justification for public services being funded as a rule more generously in those nations than in the north of England, and the government would be wise not to rouse the anger of Northern MPs by compounding that unfairness. Public spending, wherever it is in the United Kingdom, should be determined by need, not by backroom deals based on Commons majorities. And therefore, can I turn to the major issue we will be dealing with in this Parliament, which is, of course, the issue of Brexit, because whilst the election was not dominated by it, this Parliament certainly will be. Now, I personally agree with the member for Stone on one aspect of his speech, which we've heard several times from him, but I also agree that the language around soft and hard Brexit isn't particularly helpful. The fact is we are leaving, and the conversation has to be about the bespoke relationship we now need to negotiate. Now, my constituents in the main tell me 2 things. Firstly, they do want the immigration system reformed to end freedom of movement as it is currently constituted. That doesn't mean they're anti-immigration. It just means they want to see greater control of immigration introduced. Now, members of this House may disagree with that view and cite the economic data behind it, but that is the genuine view from a constituency in the north of England like mine. And I recognise there are those who are motivated strongly by that resolutely anti-immigrant sentiment, but I do not believe the majority of Leave voters in my constituency could be described in that way. Secondly, many people, I believe, want the UK to have the ability to negotiate our own trade deals with the rest of the world. And this is a difficult issue, because there are no doubt that the Customs Union has created significant benefits, particularly in cross-border supply chains, especially around automotive and the role that has played. But also, the paradox of that is, at times, I do find the EU to be too protectionist and too bureaucratic and too unresponsive in how it allows ordinary citizens to express a view and change the impact of those policies. We looked at this briefly whilst I was on the Business Select Committee, and I was, even as a Remain voter, fairly shocked at some of the case studies, genuine case studies brought to us by British business. So I would like to see the UK negotiate a close relationship with the single market, particularly to avoid the loss of any jobs in financial services through regulatory changes, but with a new immigration system and the ability to negotiate a more open, freer trading relationship with the rest of the world. Now that to me would implement the referendum, it would bring new benefits to the UK, but it would also protect the best of what we have now. And of course, there simply must be some sort of interim deal and interim arrangement put in place as soon as possible whilst we negotiate that rather complex deal. An interim arrangement is no use if it's only told to British business several months or years down the line. They have to know now and have the certainty to plan how to deal with the next few years. But given the government has almost nothing else to negotiate than this Brexit deal based on what we've heard today, it should now get serious. It should drop the platitudes. We shouldn't hear this red, white and blue Brexit. This is not a serious response to a huge moment in British history. Instead, it should take responsibility for delivering such a new deal for Britain and work with all members of this House in order to deliver that.
Mr. George Freeman.
Mr. Speaker, when this House, since this House has prorogued, we have experienced some deeply shocking events in the nation. Terrible terrorist atrocities in London, in Manchester, and the terrible tragedy in Grenfell Tower. And I want to take this opportunity to send my condolences to all those affected and salute the extraordinary bravery and courage of our emergency services. As we gather in the anniversary of the brutal murder of Jo Cox, her inspiring message that we have and must celebrate that we have more in common seems never more relevant than now. And as we seek to tackle the extremism in our society, the fact that this Parliament that meets is the most diverse ever, with more women, more ethnic minorities, more members with disabilities, is a good thing. We are indeed a House that has more in common with the people we serve, which can only strengthen our ability to speak for them. Mr. Speaker, I think it's an understatement to say that this election result was inconvenient for all of us who wanted to be given a clear, loud and unambiguous mandate to get on and do all the things that we wanted to do. The truth is the mandate is now in this House. It's in Parliament. We shouldn't be afraid of that, and we shouldn't seek to hide from that. I think the PM is absolutely right to have set about forming a government, given that she leads the party with the largest number of seats and won an enormous 42% of the vote, which would in any normal election have been an overwhelming result. But it is also clear to me that we must listen to the grievances so brilliantly, if I may say mischievously, harnessed by Comrade Corbyn in his campaign. And above all, we have to listen to this message. The British people want us, as my honourable friend the member for Berwick pointed out, to get on with it, but to listen and to lead. There is no appetite in this country for another referendum, another election, or, dare I say it, a change of leadership. And nobody will thank us for indulging in partisan politics and parlour politics when this country is calling out for leadership. And I strongly support the Prime Minister in seeking to provide it in very difficult times. I welcome also and thank her for her signals that she's listening. She is taking personal responsibility for the events of this nation in a way that we all should in public office. She's shown even humility and contrition, not easy when you're the leader of a nation, and she's shown phenomenal personal resilience and duty to nation, qualities which will stand her and us in good stead in the negotiations ahead. And I welcome strongly her appointment of a First Secretary of State, a Parliamentary Chief of Staff, and in the Queen's speech, revisiting, oh, if only we'd stayed on message during the election campaign, that inspiring message of one nation, compassionate conservatism that so inspired and electrified the electorate last summer, not even 11 months ago. I welcome that message loud and clear today, and particularly in the Queen's speech, the measures on industrial strategy, investing in the jobs, businesses and companies of tomorrow, in skills and education to spread
opportunity to those who hitherto have felt that we're building an economy that doesn't work for them. But it's clear to me that we also need to do more to tackle the grievances that were so loudly aired in this election and harnessed by the opposition. And I think there are three that we need to address. Firstly, the youth of this country, awoken from their political stupor by the EU referendum, confronted by personal debts and by an intergenerational debt transfer, they have inherited from us £1.7 trillion of debt. They're struggling to buy houses, which has become the almost sole model for building up equity and wealth in this country, and it's a model that they are largely excluded now from, and they were casually assumed not to vote. Well, they did vote, and they are demanding that we listen to them, and this party and this Parliament must. Secondly, I think we heard a very loud message about an exhaustion with a particular model of public service austerity. I will bow to nobody in my support for the conviction that we showed in tackling the horrendous public finances that we inherited from the party opposite, and I'll never stop reminding people they thought it was funny. Their Chief Secretary to the Treasury left a note saying there is no money, ha ha, good luck. Well, it wasn't funny. It was a moral outrage, and I'm proud that we tackled it. But it's clear to me also that after 7 years of a particular model of austerity, we've seen a loud roar from the public service professionals, the doctors, the teachers, the consultants, that they've tightened their belts and they needed a different model. And I think we need to set one out, and I think it needs to be based more on supporting innovation, on leadership, on rewarding our public sector leaders who deliver more for less instead of punishing them, unleashing public sector growth. The public sector can do a lot more to support inward investment and jobs, and helping to make sure that we skill and train our public sector leaders to be able to take part in a 21st century economy. And thirdly, on Brexit, in an election which explicitly sought a mandate for Brexit, there was a very clear and very strong message by the young, by business, by many, that they reject the shrill and divisive tone of Brexit as it has been presented, the sort of come on if you think you're hard enough approach to Europe. And in some, not all, but in some, particularly on the extreme of the Brexit debate, the suggestion that there is some magic trade deal tree in the same way that there's some magic money tree on the bench opposite. But I think the people of this country are reconciled to Brexit. Like me, many people in this country voted for Remain and want us to get on with it, but they want us to be hard-headed, hard-nosed and soft-tongued. And I think we need to focus more on the life chances and prosperity of the people we serve. What do we need to do? On youth, I think we need to look at a new deal for the next generation. It's clear to me we need to look at tuition fees, the rate of interest, the structure of the loan book. We need to look at speeding up their access to rented housing. And we need to look at a new model of savings for a generation who won't benefit from that post-war model of national insurance. We can't duck the deep issues, and we need to address them on a cross-party basis in this Parliament. Secondly, on public services, I think we need to embrace a new model to replace austerity 1.0, innovation and efficiency 2.0, and embrace a whole series of reforms to drive the innovation that we need in our public sector. And on Brexit, I think we need to be more businesslike. I'm delighted to hear the Chancellor say that the electorate did not vote to be poorer. I think we need to stop treating those who voted for Remain as if that's some badge of shame, and we need to respect the concerns they aired. I think we need to engage this Parliament. Far from hiding the issue from Parliament, I would immerse this Parliament, Mr Speaker, in the detail of Brexit. Every select committee, every member immersed in it. The government doesn't need to be bound. Indeed, it seldom is bound by everything this House asks for. But I think it would help to make sure that every member in this House is fully aware of the issues that we're dealing with. In the end, it will come down, it seems to me, to 3 M's: to money, to markets and to movement. And as a former Minister for Life Science, a former entrepreneur, as someone who was proud enough to work with great entrepreneurs in this country, creating businesses, jobs and prosperity, it is to that constituency and to my constituents in a relatively poor rural backwater of mid-Norfolk and their prosperity that I am very focused through this process. If we are, as MPs, as a Parliament, as a government, to make this work, I think we need to not approach it in the spirit of ideological, partisan or nostalgic, backward-looking yearning for some ideal form of sovereignty, but to be quite hard-nosed about this country in the best interests of our traditional foreign policy, to put British interests first. And I'm reconciled to that. I think a Brexit driven in the best interests of this country internationally could be a proud and wonderful moment. Is this the moment we turn in on ourselves, turn our backs on Europe, turn our backs on our allies and our great trading partners, or a moment that we respect their project and negotiate a new relationship as their best friend, their nearest neighbour, their biggest trading partner, and allow ourselves to go off and access the emerging markets? Get it right, and I think we will be thanked by generations to come. But get it wrong, and I think this party, this House, this Parliament will pay the price. If this becomes a narrow cultural cul-de-sac that appears to a younger generation to have shut off their access to the opportunities of the world, of globalisation, of the new economy, we will not be thanked. Mr. Speaker, in the end, I think it is up to this party, this government and this House to unify this nation. And we can only unify a nation if we are unified ourselves. I hope you'll allow me, Mr. Speaker, the indulgence of reminding the House that Abraham Lincoln's family come from my constituency, and he famously said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." The same is true of a government and a party.
Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak in today's debate. I'd like to start by thanking the people of Feltham and Heston for re-electing me and for the trust they have placed in me to be their Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we were lucky to have a Queen's speech at all this year. After a snap election that didn't go according to plan, a coalition that hasn't yet gone according to plan, a Queen's speech which the Queen hadn't planned, and which indeed today saw 13 commitments from the Tory manifesto go unmentioned. We could be forgiven for thinking that this shortened Queen's speech will not last the 2 years that the government intends. And indeed, with the Queen's speech being as wafer thin as the Prime Minister's majority, there is a lot more still that I think will come in the next 2 years. And with the challenges that we face, it was ever more important for this to be a Queen's speech that tackled our issues facing this country and left a legacy for our nation. It should have been a Queen's speech that gave hope to a nation, that tackled the issues we heard our constituents talking about at the election, a better future for our NHS, an increase in community police officers with greater powers to tackle drugs, antisocial behaviour, more funding for our schools, with schools now grappling with the impact of the estimated 8% cuts to pupils' education, the cost of education for young people going to university, more affordable housing for our families, and a Brexit that put jobs first, that seeks the closest possible economic relationship and delivers with our neighbours and delivers the quality of life increase that people wanted. Mr. Speaker, after a difficult year, we have a nation that wants to believe that better is possible. The London Mayor campaign last year showed this government leading and driving a language and a politics of division. The victory of Sadiq Khan was as much a victory for Sadiq and Labour in London as it was a victory for Londoners and the values of respect and inclusion that this country stands for. We remember our friend Jo Cox, an inspirational life of love and of passion, so tragically cut short by hate. The EU referendum and the rise in hate crime, Islamophobia, and more recently the attacks in Westminster, Manchester, London Bridge, Finsbury Park, and the devastating fire at Grenfell Tower. They are all part of a growing sombre mood, but a growing sombre mood that goes beyond terrorism, and much that is also from our own making of the choices that this government has made. Some of those challenges are clear in the 2017 Social Progress Index, published in the last couple of days, which shows the UK ranking 12th on factors relating to basic needs, well-being and opportunity. Social progress has not increased in the last 4 years, and on key measures we are going backwards. The report authors state that the results show how widespread the impact of austerity has become. There is disillusionment about the affordability of housing, rising crime, growing intolerance and poor health outcomes. And far from improving quality of life, things show every prospect of going backwards. And isn't it devastating, Mr. Speaker, that we as a developed country risk creating a homeless generation with people unable to get onto the housing ladder or living in cramped accommodation where they work? Our children deserve better. Our families deserve better. Destitution in the UK is on the rise. A report by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation a year ago highlighted some key facts. The general public considers people to be destitute when they cannot afford to buy the essentials to eat, stay warm and dry, and keep clean. Around 1.25 million people, including 300,000 children, were in this situation at some point a year ago. Mr. Speaker, after 7 years of austerity, it's becoming increasingly apparent that there are those in this country deeply suffering from the government's policies. People struggling to make ends meet. We live in a country where nurses are having to go to food banks, where last summer almost 10% of tenants in the UK fell behind with their rent payments, while the percentage of council tenants on universal credit in rent arrears has increased to a critically high 86%. Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor said in his Mansion House speech this week that we need a stronger economy to generate the tax receipts, to invest in our public services. Now, yes, let's put aside, perhaps, for a minute, the £20 billion that the Conservatives' corporation tax cuts has cost us this country. But on his basic point, he is right. The problem is, if we look at the backdrop of an underperforming economy, we see GDP growth slowing in the first quarter of this year. We see that wage growth has slowed, the Governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney, calling it anemic. We've seen proof that this, with every step that the government has taken, that you cannot cut your way to prosperity. Prices are rising and wages are stagnating. What we need, Mr. Speaker, is a much more thoughtful way about how we Brexit. Transitional arrangements to stop a cliff edge, bringing in tariffs and non-tariff barriers. Remaining part of the customs union and indeed part of a reformed single market, protecting the rights of our young people and ensuring that we as a nation are not worse off. But if we want to have a proper growth plan, we need to have a wider economic plan for the future and one for the long term. And I want to say a few words about addressing our productivity crisis. The UK productivity lags way behind that of other countries. We also invest far lower than the OECD average in R&D. We need to see much needed improvements in living standards in the UK, and to achieve that we need to see wages growing, and our future income will depend on raising output per hour. I welcome the government's proposed new modern industrial strategy, indeed something that the Labour opposition has been calling for. And indeed we want to see that there is much that we share with the government on how we move forward. But I believe that we can go much further, and I would have liked to have seen in this Queen's speech a productivity bill that addressed some of the issues that we need to face in order to address our productivity challenge. Indeed, there have been some positive moves that the government has made, a productivity plan, a national productivity investment fund. But as the Biz Select Committee has previously said, the productivity plan was more of an assortment of largely existing policies rather than a new plan. The LSE have said, although there are individually sensible policies, it's difficult to discern a clear growth strategy emerging from the plan. And without such a vision, it's likely that shorter-term considerations come to dominate. We need a much more renewed and centralised plan that takes a holistic approach to the many ways in which we can drive up our productivity, looking for proper and solid partnership between business and government, a much more thoughtful sense of how our wider net of tax reliefs can play a contribution, new strategies for entrepreneurship, including women and business. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we need a much more thoughtful way about how our social progress and economic progress for all our communities go hand in hand. And in light of the growing uncertainty we face as a nation, and the need for us to consider much more thoughtfully the turning point that we face, we need a strategy for how we go forwards and not backwards as a nation. This was a Queen's speech that lacked a positive vision for our country's future. It should have been one that had a vision for an end to unemployment and underemployment, with food banks becoming a thing of the past, a vision for children growing up without mental health issues, a vision for a nation that is proud, confident and prosperous, a vision of a nation happy with diverse communities living side by side with mutual respect. A vision of a better society is what our country needed, and I'm sorry to say this Queen's speech did not deliver that.
Maiden speech, Vicky Ford.
Thank you. It is a huge honour to be elected to represent the people of Chelmsford and to make my maiden speech in this Queen's speech. For in the Diamond Jubilee year, Her Majesty chose Chelmsford to be a new city, and we are deeply grateful to the Queen, and on behalf of the people of Chelmsford, I'd like to offer her our sincerest thanks. For Chelmsford is a brilliant city. Our city centre is full of stunning new shops and restaurants. We have many excellent new homes and many outstanding schools. In Chelmsford, we're very proud of our local hospital. It's just over the constituency boundary in Broomfield, and its Burns unit is recognised for excellence across the world. Our 24-hour A&E is a vital local service, and I'm pleased that the Queen's speech spoke of the need to invest in our NHS and education, but also recognise that we need a strong economy in order to generate the income to pay for these services. And it is innovation that drives a modern economy, is vital for competitiveness and delivers jobs and growth. Chelmsford has a strong history of innovation. We are Radio City. This is where Marconi chose to make his first radios, and this heritage continues today by the many local experts in wireless technology, including those at E2V. Every time you see a photograph taken of our planet from outer space, the chances are that that picture was taken by a camera made in Chelmsford. We make the equipment that sends our digital communications from Earth to the satellites in the sky, and the same equipment that brings those messages back. Satellite technology is the fastest growing sector of the global economy, and the Queen's speech gives our commitment to underpin its future in Britain. I'm glad to see that the Government also will propose new measures to unlock investment in infrastructure. People in Chelmsford spend too much time on traffic jams and delayed trains. It's a waste of our personal time, and it hampers the country's productivity. A modern infrastructure is required for a modern economy. Chelmsford was the birthplace of Sir Nicholas Conyngham Tyndall. As Chief Justice in the 1840s, he first introduced legal defence for those suffering from mental illness. This Queen's speech calls for further action to support those with mental health issues, and I welcome this. My predecessor, Sir Simon Burns, represented the people of Chelmsford for 30 years. He is deeply loved by many people locally, and he chose to make his maiden speech on the topic of young people, opportunities and skills. Sir Simon would take great pride in the fact that in the past 7 years, over 4,700 people in Chelmsford have started apprenticeships, and that this Queen's speech plans to introduce new T-levels for those who would rather follow technical rather than academic qualifications. In Chelmsford, we support both of these. The excellent Anglia Ruskin University celebrated its 25th birthday just last week. It wins awards for innovation, it's building a new medical school, it's planning a new biomedical cluster, and leads collaborative research projects with many overseas. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, the next 2 years are vital for the future of our country. Chelmsford voted 53-47 in the referendum, and it is important that the terms of exit work for all. Chelmsford's railway station is one of the busiest in the country. We're just 30 minutes from Liverpool Street, and many of my constituents work in financial services. It is vital for them that our ongoing trade with Europe continues to be in services as well as in goods. Other key 21st century sectors, like medical innovation, the tech centre and advanced manufacturing, also prioritise access to the single market, and such access must be underpinned by the principles of mutual recognition based on trust and cooperation. They also need continued exchanges of skills and talent and ongoing cooperation on science and research. Mr. Speaker, a British member of the European Parliament has chaired a Single Market, Internal Market Committee in the European Parliament ever since it was first established, right up till the night of my own election to this House. And as the most recent person to hold that chair, I fully recognise that since Britain voted to leave the EU, we must also establish a new and different relationship with the single market. And there is a vast amount of support from pragmatic and practical politicians across the continent who wish to help us find that deep and positive long-term partnership. These talks will be complex. The trading relationship between the UK and the EU is not that of Norway or Switzerland or Canada, and we can't take an off-the-shelf model and cut and paste it onto UK-EU relationships. Both sides of the economies, both sides of the channel would suffer. There is a huge amount of detail to be agreed, not only on the terms of the exit, but also on the long-term agreement and the transition that supports businesses and consumers in the interim. And whilst we have many political friends, there are others who wish to disrupt these negotiations for their own political gain. In Chelmsford, at the top of the High Street, near our beautiful cathedral, is the statue of the late Sir Nicholas Cunningham Tindall. And the inscription tells us how under his administration of English law, it was directed with serene wisdom, animated by a purest love of justice, and endeared by unwearied kindness. May we all be graced with serene wisdom in these serious years ahead. Thank you.
Catherine McKinnell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the Honourable Member for Chelmsford in being so quick off the mark and being the first to make her maiden speech in this Parliament. She made a very passionate case for Chelmsford and is clearly not one for messing around, so it's an honour to follow her. We live in extremely challenging times, Mr. Speaker, and the last year has certainly tested the resilience of Britain and its diverse communities more than at any time in my adult life. And I offer my heartfelt condolences to everyone affected by the absolutely appalling events at Grenfell Tower last week. Like millions across the country, many of my constituents in Newcastle North have been deeply shocked by what happened, and like me, want to know that the government is doing everything in its power to ensure the community and those affected have every support available, but also to ensure that every possible lesson is urgently learnt and changes made so that such a sickening event and avoidable tragedy is never repeated. We've also faced horrifying and senseless violence in both London and Manchester, and again I offer my sincere and deepest condolences to all those affected by the terror attacks. On the evening of the most recent incident at Finsbury Park, and alongside my honourable friend, the member for Newcastle Central, I had the privilege of joining a multi-faith community iftar hosted by Newcastle United Hebrew Synagogue as part of the Great Get Together initiative in memory of our dearly loved and missed colleague Joe Cox. For me, that event and all the moving Great Get Together events held across the country last weekend could not have provided a clearer demonstration of Britain's determination that hate and intolerance will not divide us. What has also been made exceptionally clear over the last few months is the incredible professionalism, dedication and bravery of our emergency services. So I express my deepest gratitude, knowing how tirelessly they work to keep us safe, whether in horrific moments that we've experienced recently, but all year round. And as I was leaving that Great Get-Together event in Newcastle, I stood with a local police officer at the gate, and together we looked back at the scene. Inside the hall, people of many faiths and none were enjoying a buffet, some breaking fast together, while others, a number of Muslims outside, prayed together on the grass just by the entrance to the synagogue. It was a very powerful scene. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm greatly honoured to be able to stand in the chamber again as the MP for Newcastle North, and I would like to thank my constituents for re-electing me with an increased majority, which was particularly kind given the 8th of June was my birthday. I'm also proud to be part of the most diverse British Parliament in history, with more female, BME, LGBT and disabled MPs than ever before. But make no mistake, there is always more work to do. But what I'm perhaps most heartened by is that my constituents voted to re-elect me
after we championed a positive Labour message of hope and of a better future for our local area and our country, over one of fear, negativity and division. Newcastle North rejected a Conservative manifesto devoid of any vision, which inexplicably felt that removing free school meals from infant school pupils or reintroducing fox hunting via a government bill in government time were the sorts of policies and priorities that the nation was crying out for. The government has been forced to drop some of its worst plans, given that the election has left its hands tied. But I still worry, in the contents of this gracious speech, that it shows that they are still not listening to what the public are saying about the urgent need for an economy and for the way this country operates to work for the many and not just the few. So on behalf of my constituents, I will use the time I now have to set out a few of their many concerns. This week, the Chancellor informed the nation that the government is apparently not deaf to the message it was sent at the general election, and that he has finally accepted that people are weary of the long slog of public spending cuts. Well, I can tell him that the people in Newcastle North are way beyond weary on this issue, and I look forward to hearing what the Chancellor's Damascene conversion will actually mean for public services in our area, including Newcastle City Council and Northumbria Police, which have had to make hundreds of millions of pounds worth of cuts since 2010, hitting people's quality of life in Newcastle. It's been a 7-year assault on local services. As a result of choices made by both the Coalition and Conservative governments, my city and the communities deserve better than this. There was no clearer message delivered during the election campaign than the growing alarm people are feeling about the Conservatives' mismanagement and underfunding of our NHS and social care services. Anyone working on the front line of our health service knows it's at breaking point. Patients know this because waiting times are up for surgery, for treatment at A&E, for an ambulance, for mental health support or to see their GP, while services and medicines are being rationed across England. Hard-working and demoralised NHS staff are increasingly being asked to do more with less, which is unfair and unsafe for them and their patients. And scandalously, in the 6th largest economy in the world, we have nurses turning to food banks after years of NHS pay freezes, which I once again urge the government to bring to an overdue end. And of course, the pressures on the NHS are being exacerbated by 7 years of punitive cuts to social care budgets that have left the system in crisis and far too many older and vulnerable people without the vital care and support that they need. And meanwhile, 1,000 EU staff working in the NHS in the North East remain in the unnecessary and unacceptable state of uncertainty about their future in this country. Our NHS and its staff and the people who use it deserve better than this. There's anger as a result of the Conservative funding plans for schools in Newcastle North, that they lose up to £800 per pupil by 2021-22. The situation is placing intolerable pressure on local services who now face a stark choice of bigger class sizes, losing teachers, cutting subjects and axing vital resources. And all at a time when the government has been determined to press ahead with its totally baffling obsession with diverting funds towards free schools and grammar schools, the latter of which I sincerely hope is now dead in the water. Instead, I want to know what the government is going to do about the 5,000 children living in poverty in my constituency and the 3,300 living in families with problem debt. And one of the biggest issues for thousands of my constituents remains their plight after the enduring unfair changes to their pension age with little or no notification. Their totally unacceptable treatment at the hands of this government after several decades of hard work, national insurance contributions, caring responsibilities and often a lifetime of discrimination is a burning injustice that I will never stop fighting for the government to rectify. I believe they deserve much better than this. And as I mentioned at the start of my speech, one of the most critical concerns for Newcastle and the North East is the creation of a fairer economy that works for everyone. We know far too many people remain trapped in precarious, irregular and low-paid work. 1 in 9 workers out of the new jobs created since 2011 are insecure. The people in the North East deserve better than this, and it requires a creation of better, long-term, good, skilled jobs. So I welcome the announcement in the gracious speech on growing Britain's burgeoning space sector, allowing satellites to be launched from the UK. But I'll continue to press the government to make sure this will support businesses based here in the UK, like Spincraft in my constituency, to grow and create those good jobs of the future. And I also remain concerned about Nestlé's decision to offshore 165 jobs, including 110 from the Forden plant in my constituency, and particularly the government's refusal to work with me, other members and the GMB union to work out how we can keep those jobs here. And it's unacceptable that Newcastle International Airport, the single largest employment site in my constituency, still has no certainty about how the government intends to mitigate the impact of devolving air passenger duty to Scotland in just over 10 months' time, nor whether any deal with the DOP to prop up the Prime Minister's government will see APD in Northern Ireland on the table. Thank you, Wayne.
Would my honourable friend also agree that that decision on APD will not just affect her constituency, but also the North East economy? Newcastle Airport employs 3,000 people directly, but it sustains some 18,000 jobs throughout the North East. It is an economic catalyst to the North East, and any effect on that will have an effect on the North East economy.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and it comes to the very heart of what this government needs to do, because the Brexit negotiations have finally commenced. It's impossible to reiterate how important getting the right deal for the North East and its people will be, because my region possibly has the most to lose from a bad one. Almost 60% of our exports currently go to the EU, and I believe it's imperative for us to remain in the single market, and taking the single market and customs union off the table in the negotiations was a categorical misjudgment on the Prime Minister's part. Yet whilst I understand ad hoc meetings may have taken place, there's still no commitment from the government how it's going to properly engage with the North East on its priorities for Brexit negotiations throughout this historic process, nor is there any clear means or a forum for this to take place. So alongside all the other pledges I made to my constituents during this election campaign, I will continue to fight for a Brexit that puts jobs and living standards first, because the people and businesses of the North East deserve much, much better than this.
Mr. Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, the member for Newcastle North. I was particularly delighted to hear she had a birthday on election day, because so did my son, and therefore cake was all over the Rees-Mogg household on that day, as I hope it was in Newcastle North. But I also particularly want to congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Chelmsford, for her absolutely brilliant maiden speech, and for being the first to make a maiden speech in this Parliament, which shows a wonderful courage. The Chelmsford seat, as it happens, is the seat I know of earliest days politically, because my godfather, the late Norman St John Stevers, represented it and got down to a majority of about 300 in his last election. And my honourable friend, I'm glad to say, has done a good deal better in her election. And as I was listening to her speech and her affection for her constituency, and her note at the end that they put up to statues to their most distinguished denizens, I'm sure that one in due course will appear to her. And I think we are very lucky to have somebody who so thoroughly understands the European politicians joining our House at this time. I now want to move to the tragedies that have affected this nation in recent months. The terrorist outrages which we must never assume to be routine, that as they happen with increasing frequency, or have happened with 4 of them in such a short time, we mustn't allow their repetition to lessen our horror or our determination to win through. And then the Grenfell Tower, which I happen to think is an even greater tragedy, because it seems to me that it was preventable, and the deep sadness and the horror of what happened there is something that all of us in public life must ensure that we work out how that can never happen again, because though that is often said that something should never happen again, it is not always within the power of man to ensure that is the case. I think with Grenfell Tower, it ought to be possible to ensure that something of that kind never happened again. And I'm sorry for that long preamble, Mr. Speaker, but I thought it was important under these circumstances, before I move on to the Queen's speech, in the context of the general election. Now, the general election we basically fought in the way Stanley Baldwin fought the 1929 general election. He ran on the slogan, safety first, and we ran on the slogan, strong and stable. And I think the two are the same. and the two are both deeply unappealing. He lost in 1929, and we underperformed in 2017. And I use the word underperformed for the sake of accuracy rather than as an effort at spin. And we've got to ask ourselves, why does this safety-first approach underperform? And I think the answer is that the voters don't then feel that you're on their side. They feel that it's business as normal. And yet we know from the Brexit vote, and we know from the vote at the last election here, not to mention the United States and what's gone on in the continent, that voters are fed up with business as normal. And that's where we must look to the Queen's speech to decide how business is going to be changed. What are we going to do to make people's lives better? One of the titles of the Pope is the Servus Servorum Dei, the servant of the servants of God. Mr. Speaker, that is how we should view our role as the servants of the people of the United Kingdom, who I happen to think are also the people of God, and that we must work to ensure that we can help them lead better, more prosperous lives. And with Brexit, that is a great opportunity, an opportunity we're not talking about enough. But the lessons of free trade are that you produce better standards of living for people because they can buy goods more cheaply. The biggest burdens that the EU imposes are on food, where the tariffs are so high that we can't really import any. And then the biggest generators of revenue in this country are clothing and footwear. So what is attacked by the protection in the single market and the customs union is the things that are the most important part of the basket of goods bought by the poorest in the land. And we want to get rid of that so that they keep more income in their pockets to spend on the things that they want or to save, with all the concomitant economic advantages that leads to, that people can buy other goods or they can deposit money, the money can be invested, business can grow. And if we move out of this protectionist European approach, people will have a higher standard of living. And that is essential. And it's not about having bad regulations and a free-for-all. Many countries in the world that we trade with have higher standards than us. The United States has different standards, but the United States does not poison its people. The Australians don't poison their people, but the goods we buy from them would be cheaper. And that will help the poorest in our country. But we need to look at some of the things specifically in the Queen's speech to stand up for those who have big business weigh down on them. Now, I'm not anti-business. I've been in business all my life. I'm pro-business. But this statement that Her Majesty graciously read to us about unfair practices in the energy market, even I had Scottish Power writing to me saying they'd send in the bailiffs when they had sent me a bill that was 10 times, actually nearly 15 times, what it was meant to be. And frankly, it's all right for me. I'm quite capable of writing back to them and making sure they don't send the bailiffs round. But when they do that to our constituents don't necessarily have that easy ability to get in touch with the right person to stop this sort of nonsense happening. Some of these companies are aggressive and skew the contracts in their favour. That doesn't mean I want to see a price cap, but I do want to see some fairness and, Mr. Speaker, us being on the side of our voters. I want to finish with housing, because Grenfell Tower has really brought this home to all of us. Because the problem with Grenfell Tower is a very deep-seated one. It goes back to the point at which it was thought popular to put up tower blocks as an exercise in social engineering. There are opinion surveys going back to the 1940s, and when people are asked what type of property they want to live in, 80% say houses, 2 or 3% say tower blocks. What, Mr. Speaker, did the politicians and the bureaucrats give to the people so that there are 4,000 of them now blighting our landscape? We gave them tower blocks, which they did not want. We then decided that there would be some refurbishment of them, And the refurbishment was very expensive. Hardly a penny seemed to have been spared, except on safety. So they might have been very environmentally friendly, and they might have looked a little prettier than they had before. But £8 million was spent on refurbishment, and the £5,000 to make the panels fire secure was not spent, and the £200,000 for sprinklers was not spent. This is the worst type of bureaucratic imposition, and what we should be saying is any family that goes to sleep in a tower block tonight frightened because they've got the same cladding and that their children are having nightmares, that whatever the difficulty, we will find somewhere else for them to live. And the numbers may be great and the problem may be vast, but we must show we are on people's side. And then we must recognise that people want houses, not tower blocks, and we must build them houses and get rid of tower blocks and then allow them, as Margaret Thatcher did, to become homeowners. If we do that, we will be on people's side. We will support our electors. We will be, like the Holy Father, Servus Servorum Dei.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for North East Somerset. I agreed pretty much with the first 4 minutes of speech and the final 2 minutes of speech, which in all honesty is 6 minutes more than usual that I agreed with. Can I just put in record, it's a real honour, I'm really proud to be re-elected to serve the constituency of Kilmarnock Loudon, and I pledge to work as hard as I can for the next 6 months or 5 years, whatever length of term this is going to be. I'm also pleased to be elected to what's the most diverse parliament yet. I think that's good. It was said earlier on we've more work to do, but at least it's progress in the right direction. But, Mr. Speaker, I also have to observe that for the most part today, it's been the same old faces, or the lack of faces, that's filling the benches. So if we're going to appear to be a more diverse parliament, hopefully we'll see more people filling the benches and taking part going forward. Now, maybe the lack of participation or lack of occupancy in the benches today is reflective of the lack of content or quality in the Queen's speech. Hopefully it's not because they knew I was on the list of speakers. But I would say some of the contributions tonight have been really good. Contributions in terms of talking about terrorism, the victims, the language of division, the Greenfell disaster. These are all things I think most of us can agree on in the House and work on a cross-party consensual basis. So hopefully that's something that will be good in this parliamentary term. There has also been more vacuous contributions, and that's those that have talked about Brexit and how everything's going to be okay. The UK will get what it wants out of the negotiations. It will continue free trade deals to suit itself for the EU, and it will continue free trade around the world, picking deals at random. It just doesn't add up. And I've news for people. The days of the British Empire are over. We live in a different world, and it's time some people reflected that. Mr. Speaker, this was supposed to be the Queen's speech that gave the Prime Minister carte blanche to do what she wanted. Instead, I've already said with a near-empty Queen's speech, which, given that the Tory manifesto was completely uncosted and ill thought through, it's maybe not a bad thing that we're not getting too much from the Tory manifesto. Such was her arrogance, she thought she could duck out of debates. She thought she could announce she can do what she wants, and that was attacking pensioners regards the triple lock, the dementia tax and the winter fuel allowance. So that, for me, was proof that she still leads the nasty party. And yet, as she said herself, she needed a big majority in order to strengthen her negotiation position with the EU. In fact, it's quite clear all she's done is strengthen the hand of her backbenchers and the DUP. And that actually brings us nicely to no deal being better than a bad deal. She's actually shown she can't even negotiate a deal with her friends and allies from the DUP. And worse, she didn't even realise that at first. The 10th of June we had an announcement, we've got a deal with the DUP. Then it's we don't have a deal with the DUP. The Queen's speech is put back 2 days to allow the deal to be formulated, and here we are, we still don't have a deal with the DUP. So how can we trust that Prime Minister to lead a minority government and to actually get a better deal, allegedly, with the other 27 member states of the EU? It frankly doesn't add up.
Give way. Thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree that it's absolutely vital that the Conservative government doesn't just work across this House, but it works across the United Kingdom and starts to re-engage with devolved administrations, and particularly that the Joint Ministerial Committee is set up as a matter of urgency to take forward Brexit discussions?
Thank my honourable friend for that contribution. I wholeheartedly agree. It's imperative that all voices of the UK are heard, especially considering that Scotland, Northern Ireland, these countries voted to remain in the EU, so our different voice must be heard at the negotiating table. Mr Speaker, if I turn back to election, I also thought it was ironic that one pre-election tactic was for the Conservatives to turn attention to the views of the Liberal Democrat leader regards his views on homosexuality. And yet, post-election, there they are, teaming up with the DUP, who is a confirmed anti-gay marriage party, who actually lobbied the Scottish Government to try and prevent people from Northern Ireland travelling to Scotland for a gay marriage. So again, the hypocrisy is rank. In terms of the Prime Minister's position, she's also now stuck with a team in her cabinet where before she was making it clear she wanted a reshuffle. So she's now stuck with a team she doesn't want. She's lost her majority. That's strong and stable for you. I would also say recent tensions are obviously clear. Consider the Chancellor and the Secretary of State for Brexit are now disagreeing about the need to be in the customs union. So again, where does that leave the UK when it comes to negotiations? And apparently, Mr Speaker, the new Scottish Tory intake is so poor that a rejected candidate has now been fast-tracked through the Lords so he can work for the Scottish office. What does that say about the make-up of the new candidates? So, given their weak position, it's absolutely clear the Prime Minister does not have a mandate for a hard dog's breakfast statement. She does not have a mandate for a hard Brexit. She should review austerity and listen to proposals for SNP that free up £118 billion for investment. This would include extra investment for English NHS, which of course would allow Barnett consequences for Scotland. Now, given yesterday's leaked papers to The Guardian about the state of the NHS in London, I think it's time members across the benches actually listen to these suggestions. It's also imperative that the Prime Minister urgently reviews our energy policy. Now, in actual fact, the first welcome U-turn the Honourable Member for Maidenhead did as PM was the pause of Hinkley Point C. Unfortunately, that was then followed by another U-turn to carry on full steam ahead with the project. A project that's increased in costs, it's way above market rate strike price, still unproven technology, and there's no guaranteed delivery date. But yet, the UK Government will not recommit to £1 billion for carbon capture and storage. It's quite clear, even if Hinkley comes on stream, the energy demand and the technology available at that time will have changed vastly, and it really is a white elephant that they're investing in. Investment in renewables has dropped by 95%, and it's no surprise the UK lags behind the Scottish Government regards CO2 reduction targets. And meanwhile, with the friends and allies, the DUP, they've got their cash for ash scandal, which I sincerely hope it's not the rest of us that have now been asked to foot the bill, the £500 million wastage that's happened there. And the Tories, they're not any better when it comes to this. Large-scale biomass has still been treated as renewable energy and it's been subsidised accordingly. If we're willing to burn carbon, then surely it would make more sense to burn indigenous coal and incorporate that in a carbon capture scheme to eliminate CO2 emissions. Mr Speaker, there's some other simple legislation this Government could actually probably get through this House, and one that could be enacted is protection of cash retentions in the construction industry. This is a problem that's existed for about 50 years, or been known about for about 50 years. It was something I was able to get cross-party support for in a private member's bill. I even get cross-party support from the DUP, so perhaps this really is something that can be brought to the table. Now, if we want to increase productivity and more efficient infrastructure, then that really would be an easy start. Now, needless to say as well, infrastructure was badly lacking in the Queen's speech today. We heard about HS2 again being extended to Crewe, but really need to see more infrastructure investment. Another issue that could be tackled quite easily is Section 75 of the Pension Act, which right now is causing misery and possible bankruptcy for Scottish plumbing companies. These are guys who signed their employees up for a decent pension, but now are at risk of bankruptcy due to hypothetical debts arising from the regulations stemming from multi-employer schemes. There was a consultation held with the government before the general election, but of course this was then held up, and we now have another new minister who's going to have to look at this and then re-go through the whole process. I think that really sums up the farce of it all. And Mr Speaker, I can't mention pensions without mentioning the WASPI women. This really is our last chance to reverse the 2011 Pension Act. And it's time for those members on the benches opposite who joined the cross-party group, who stood up and spoke in this chamber on behalf of the WASPI women, expressing their concerns. Well, it's time for them to stand up and be counted. When this government has got a wafer-thin majority, it does not take many of them to join with the people on these benches, and we can get justice for the WASPI women. I thought it was telling today that the Prime Minister, though, she was still quite happy to talk about the corporation tax giveaway she's going to do. So surely this is what we should be looking at. Not a tax giveaway to the big corporations, but helping the WASPI women that need justice. Now, I bet you the honourable members on the benches opposite really wish the Prime Minister had got on with her day job and not called a general election, because I certainly know a lot of people in my constituency agree wholeheartedly with that sentiment.
Mr Nigel Evans.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When the news came in of the attack on the Manchester Arena, the election campaign was rightly suspended. News of this cowardly attack robbed many people of their loved ones and hospitalised many others. I discovered that one of my own constituents was killed, Michelle Kiss, a young mum of 3 lovely children and a loving mother and wife of Tony Kiss. And I went to the vigil in Whalley, where the community stood together, embracing one another and showing solidarity for the family, who were in deep shock and were grieving. We all stood with them. Nothing was better personified about the community coming together than that concert then in Manchester, where people stood shoulder to shoulder and enjoyed the singing of Ariana Grande, and it was incredibly moving. Fantastic weather as well. Whatever the intention was of the terrorist that day, it really does mystify me that the reality is that it brought people together, it robbed people of a loved one, it hospitalised others, but for what? As far as I'm concerned, I will support any new measures that are brought forward to prevent the radicalisation of people in this country, to track down the terrorists, to make sure that they can't spread their hatred on the internet or anywhere else, and make sure that the prevent strategy is completely reinvigorated and that the police are given the support that they need to do the job that they need to do. And of course, since that atrocity, we've seen other terrorist attacks as well. The Grenfell Tower tragedy is another appalling incident with a massive loss of life. And clearly, we need to do what we can to ensure that whatever steps are necessary to make these tower blocks safe, it happens. The lack of money should not be used as an excuse for not doing anything. We know, just by looking at it, that the retrofitting of sprinklers, second exits from a tower block, a proper alarm system made available there, has got to happen, irrespective of how much it costs. And there will be people, as has been said, who are living in these tower blocks tonight who are fearful of the fact that they're spending a night in what has to be deemed unsafe conditions. We've got to do what is necessary. As far as the election was concerned, it came as a surprise to me to have the election. The bigger surprise was the result. I'm sure we all